All right. Alrighty. Okay, I actually came prepared today. Uh-oh, we have a visitor. Let me go get him. Look at him. There he is. Oh. Yeah. You say anything? Oh, you're so talky. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be one of those streams today where, honestly, it's going to be kind of chill. We're going to watch the Cenksgiving debate in full. Hope you guys are ready for that. Oh, no. I got my cooler table on my chair. There we go. All right. Try to get my dog down here, but he's being a bit of a pain, so. All right. So, let me just quickly ask, how was everybody's holiday? I hope it was chill and, not full of debate. Surprisingly, I did not have a single political debate. The harshest debate that we actually got into was appliances and what appliances are better than others. I've had some, experience with them. As much as I'm not a big fan of GE as a company, I have to say that their appliances, as far as getting service, one of the better ones. Samsung, I'd stay away from if you guys are looking for like quick service and all that kind of stuff, and also like being able to get parts, because that is a little bit harder. So, but yeah, as I said, that was like the most of the closest to a debate I got. So that was kind of cool. Real quick, let me link something in the Discord real quick. And then, give you guys a minute here to catch up. honestly, I was kind of looking forward to showing you guys this, and I was hoping that Duke of Bread would be in the chat by now, because I went to the dispo for Black Friday, which I gotta say it was very, very successful. Welcome the new Scaredy Bear. Because complete honesty, my other one, the pink one, that was my wife's, and she wanted it back. So she was just like, you know what? Just do it. Get your own Scaredy Bear. And yeah, they were on sale down from 40 to 25. So pretty good deal. So yes, this will be the new staple, Scaredy Bear, from now on. Also, a little different. I have a cup of coffee because, yeah, I had to wake up and do some not really shopping. I had to secure, like, it was so weird the way that they did this release at my dispo, where they were like, you have to make sure that this is in your cart and it's like loaded, but then you have to go in your email and confirm your order afterwards, which that's like never a thing. So that was a little weird, but anyway, I heard, like, I've only heard a few things about the Cenksgiving debate. I saw a real, like, quick, like, TikTok clip on it where they were debating trans rights, so go figure. I kind of figured that was going to come up at some point, especially with Cenk, you know, kind of doing his pivot, and you gotta wonder, is he gonna do the full, like, nah, that's not fair to him. You know what? That's not fair. Although, with the way that Anna's, like, went, the way TYT's gone, it is getting a little, you know, weird. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is the, I just shaved, and, one of those guys that likes to kind of pick his beard. Accidentally just picked one of my wizard hairs. That's what I call my little white hairs here. They're my wizard hairs. I'm one step closer to becoming a wizard. So, all right, let me start the chat off, and then we're good to go. All right, here we go. Join the chat. Leave a like. And sub. To the channel. Boom. Not trying to tell you guys what to do, but kinda just, yeah. It's at, you know, that time to chill. All right. Well, let's get into it. Let me pull up my screen here. We're good to go. Did the alert go out? Did it go out? Did it go out? I don't think it did. Again? No, there it goes. Okay. There we go. All right, welcome to the chat. I just saw somebody pop in. You know the deal. Leave a, yeah, I just actually said, join the chat, leave a like, sub, and all that fun stuff. Alrighty. Which, by the way, on my day off, I was able to... Oh, wait, that's the big news. You know what? We gotta cover that first. I did it, guys. I did the thing. Because one of our viewers had told me about how it's a Hasan thing to fart back on your dog if your dog farts, which I hate to say it, I am in full approval of, because I can't tell you how many, like, dog farts I've sat through. Like, just complete gassers. They're bad. They're, yeah, like, really bad. So I actually did make a video of me farting on my dog. And here's the thing. So originally I wasn't able to capture like the pure audio, but here I was able to do a quick little one on my own where I just went, all right, I'm gonna create my own fart, and I just recorded it from my couch. Oh my god! I still feel bad. I still feel bad about it. Here. Ah, that was so. All right. Oh my god! Dude, you hear the. You deserve it. You hear the push. Ew. That was so. All right. One more time. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah. It was funny because I was just like legitimately sitting there, and I had that moment where I'm like, you know what? I gotta fart. So while I was clipping the video, I was like, oh, perfect timing. Yeah, no, that was full disclosure. I actually lost a sub for that. Somebody legit, they hit me up. At least they were nice enough to do that, but they were just like, not cool. I don't approve of that. That's borderline animal cruelty. I was like, what? Okay, so is it human cruelty for me to have to sit through theirs? I mean, dude, they are brutal. But all right, I promise that this is what we're doing. This is exactly what we're doing. So, you know the deal. Leave a like on the stream. It really helps me out. But let's start this segment and just go right into it. All right. Well, I'm sure everybody here is familiar with Cenksgiving. It is now become an annual staple of the post-Thanksgiving meal, except for me, I was planning on doing like a live viewing of it, but I'll be completely honest, I had a really, really good meal, and I did have that situation where I was just laying on the couch, and I kind of passed out. So it was, you know, they say the tryptophan, I just say getting older, and yeah, kind of just passing out. But either way, we're going into this fresh. We're doing the full thing, so I hope you guys are prepared. So let's just do it. Let's go into it.
Baby, it's Cenksgiving time. Unk is here.
Woo. Okay,
what is that?
I got a Thanksgiving present for you. Okay?
You do? Okay. Oh my god.
How much do you love this? I know you're a big fan of Hunter Biden.
I know. This reminds me of one of the first.
I'll get you a new one.
This is no, it's fine. I like it. Did you guys make this? Is it your merch?
Yeah.
You made a free Hunter. It would have been better if he was
gotta get that free plug-in, baby.
But
come on, that's pretty good.
No, it's sick.
You know who came up with that idea?
Who?
I did.
I love that. Okay.
Free Hunter, baby. Let's do a poly market here.
Okay. For poly market. But
no, seriously.
Wait. You want to know something about that? You want to know something about those? First of all, they got raided by the FBI.
The CEO did.
Yeah, the CEO did. I don't know if you know this, but they offered me, as a starting point of the conversation, $1 million to just sponsor my election coverage, and I said no.
Good for you. God bless your heart. I probably would have said yes. Anyway,
well,
okay. So
just like that's the entry point of the conversation. They were like, "We'll give you $1 million." I was like, "No." Anyway,
okay. So, anyways,
wow.
Put that aside. Who do you think is gonna pardon Hunter? No one, Joe or Donald?
I don't know. I feel like Joe could possibly do it, but he respects norms and civility too much almost in his like weird twisted way. But also his mental faculties have declined dramatically over the years, so maybe he could still pull through. I don't think Trump would do it though.
I think Trump would do it, but I think Joe's going to do it because Papa Joe's in a no given time in his life.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, landmines for everyone. You know, let's bomb Russia with American missiles. Yeah. So I think he's at the point where he's like, yeah, my kid, yeah, I'm free him. Shut the f up.
Okay, so before we get started, you might be confused as to why we're calling you Shaky Gurga.
Yes.
And a lot of people in the past has, said your name incorrectly. It's been very frustrating for myself, but I'm sure it's been somewhat frustrating for you. Maybe you're used to it. But I had actually never heard this version of your name. And when we first heard it, we were like, this is it. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. And now we refer to you as Shaky Gurga. Let's take a look.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a.
Wait, who are they talking about?
So this is. Does anyone have the OG TikTok? I want to show Jank. I want to show Uncle Jank the OG TikTok. Does anyone have it? The TikTok got taken down. I can't find it. Okay, so this is the I guess like one of those like misogynist podcasts where they just like will have someone. They'll have like some pervert guy who's like really good at debate like women that they hire to be on the podcast, to be ritualistically humiliated basically. And this is like their debate champion that they bring forward. And it was the girl that was on. The girl that was on was apparently a fan of mine and was saying like, oh, Hasan is going to hate that I'm on this podcast because he hates you guys. The original TikTok, I think. Oh, is this it?
You appear to have a crush on Hasan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why?
Okay.
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's
Hey, she's doing a good job of standing up for him.
I completely
He's
disagree.
literally a moron. He is not intelligent enough to destroy women in the marketplace of ideas and remind them of their position in society. Unlike me. I love these guys.
He sounds super credible so far.
I love these guys so much. They don't know how much I love them because it's like, dude, you're just basically debating the position that you're an unfuckable loser. Like that's the only thing that you're signaling to every single person where you're like, I've destroyed this female in the marketplace of ideas. My interlocutors have been owned. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
Who's
is
connected to Shaky
a political
And
commentator.
got
Did you hear that?
who's connected to Shaky Girl.
Shaky
Look, man. So look, when I played high school football, we had this hilarious public access would carry the games, right?
Uh-huh.
And so we had these announcers, and the coach had put on pads, and he's kind of a young guy. Later was like involved in like a Supreme Court decision, etc. But he's like, all right, I'm going to participate in the practice, and anybody can hit me. He comes across the middle, and I lay him out, right? And so coach hated me. I don't know if that's why he hated me or not. But the announcers in the game, I crunch somebody coming over the middle, and they tell the story about how I hit the coach, and they go, that's Cenk Weiger. He'll hit anybody.
Yeah, but we've heard that one before, like chunk yogurt, chunky
Chunk yogurt, yeah,
Chunk
I've heard
famously
that,
once you called you a slur.
Did he? No, he
like,
just said
no,
Cenk.
Well, he said it with so much stink on it that it sounds exactly like when you say a chink in someone's armor. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. That's
Like-
funny. He said Cenk. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he intended it or not. I doubt he intended it.
Yeah.
But anyways,
He didn't. Yeah, I don't think he was trying to say.
no, I don't think he was trying to say that. Like,
Yeah.
you think Charlie Kirk knows the Turks are originally Central Asian? And
No.
No.
So,
But Sink is a good
Cink's
one.
normal.
Sink is a great one.
Joe Manchin called me Jenks throughout the interview. Hey, Jenks.
That's awesome.
So it is in
Oh,
fact
here,
Jenk.
famously.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Have you never seen this?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Every time.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
before.
every time he gets more racist, his face gets smaller. And
I live like a capitalist every single day. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day,
his
Cenk.
face was
Yeah,
normal.
that's the right face.
Yeah, that like
That's
if his
a normal
face,
face.
seemingly, if his face was like 110%, like if his face was 10% larger, like he would
I
be
live like a capitalist every
like
single day,
literally
Cenk.
like 7 to 10% larger. He has a normal face.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live
Okay,
like a
chill.
capitalist every single day, Cenk.
This is what he normally looks like.
Okay, so on the other hand, if we're talking about head to body ratio, well, then we're
Don't even.
Nice.
Yo, that's out of line. That is out of line, dude. You're coming in.
start out ad hominem.
You came in hot. You came in. Thank you, mom. Mom is defending me. She said that's a low blow. That's crazy that you came in and you hit me where it hurts the most, my tiny head. Okay, I'm
Got
sorry.
mom listening
I wish
in.
I
I
had
like
tiny
that.
body
I'm
parts.
sorry that I am, brolic as and I have a normal head, but my shoulders are so ginormous that it makes my head look small in comparison, even though it's a normal size head.
Look, I'm
Anyway.
the last person to body shame.
That-
Okay, so
yeah,
let's
yeah,
be
I
clear
mean-
about that.
So
I got
that's
lollipop
something that I
fucking
wanted to-
build,
I'm a
so-
delicacy in Korea. Okay, remember that shaky gurga.
Political
And
commentator.
got his job because he had
Do
contacts
you
with
watch political
Shaky.
commentate?
Yes,
Commentate?
I'm a political commentator.
Okay.
Who is this guy? He is a
Yeah, I've
political
never heard of
commentator.
him.
I've never
Yeah,
heard
I've
of this
never
person.
seen
him.
We don't know you, little bro. Anyway,
Oh, what's his name? Oh, actually, you know what? That's even better. His name is Zero.
yeah,
Nothing.
his name is nothing. So anyway, you're too hairy for Korea. It's fine. We can get it. We can get that taken care of.
No,
So
here.
this dude was on Twitch a long time ago. Okay, nice.
we go.
Who cares? All right, that guy. So This was a fun moment as well. You had this. We'll show your highlight reel here. Shaky Gerga gets into a fight with Alan Lichtman. The people love this shit. Okay, I love this shit as well. I've made fun of Alan Lichtman before, like before the election, where I was like, because a lot of liberals would come into my chat and be like, "But the 13 keys, like he knows how to turn him." I'm like, he made it up. Like you can't. Like there is no hard science here. He made up certain, like he tried to make like a scientific equation for why he was going to be consistently, he's going to be consistently successful at predicting the outcome of elections. And it is ridiculous to look at that. It's like no different than, those famous like octopus that always choose the right, right candidate ahead of time. Yeah. It's like, Moodang.
It's like the cat that falls. If he falls on his left side going down the stairs, then the Republican wins, and falls on his right side. It's nonsense. It's been nonsense from day one.
I wonder how many people wrote in Moodang.
Sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. Look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were not right, and I was not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You know what's a cheap shot? Why do you have Justin Bieber hair? That's a real cheap shot.
But seriously, that's important because at that point, I actually did not do it.
He totally does.
I just reiterated what he had said in the beginning, that he was wrong,
Yeah.
right? So he admitted he was wrong, and I said, look, you were wrong, and I was right. That's all. That's not a cheap shot. Later, there are cheap shots because he started interrupting me, which is a very bad idea.
It's 421 now.
I mean, you should have cheapened the shots, is what I'm saying. You could have hit him on the hair thing. Like, I just don't understand why he has that haircut. I just, anyway.
You should not be taking cheap shots at me.
Who won? You live in a total world of denial.
I read your own follow.
I love that. We were, dude, you're such a boomer. That's such like, I mean, it's amazing. It's great. You're authentically yourself. But when you went, woo,
total authentic boomer. That's how Shaky Gerga shakes.
Oh, that's so good.
Followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened there. So I debate him on Young Turks. So what happens is
Guys, we're like 20 minutes in, and he's already got a T-shirt.
And so they're like,
keyheads,
the keyheads are like, oh my God, he's so right. You don't even know that 7 keys is higher than 6 keys. And this has been so true of all people that I really, really want to win, right? So like they're total zombies. And they go into the YouTube section. Look at any of our YouTube videos. It is at least 50% trolls, right? Of whoever. Israeli trolls, right-wing trolls, left-wing trolls.
Even
whatever.
mine's starting to get that way.
Thinks, maybe that's the 14th key.
Yeah, he's just
brother. No, you were just selling them Kool-Aid.
He's on copium. He's looking for. It's just funny because this is after the election, where he is like, before the election, everyone that wanted Kamala Harris to win desperately was like propping him up as this like prophetic figure, and I always thought that was ridiculous. And I think they even did a video on me early on as well, because I think his son might have been a fan of mine or something. And they were like very upset with my interpretation or my bastardization of his 13 keys analysis, right? But after the election, like you should at least hang your head in shame. You know what I mean? You should have a little bit of decency to be like, yeah, let's reinterpret this stuff. Let's figure out what's going on.
Yeah, but look, the corporate wing is never going to
defending my dad's honor against Hasan Piker.
The corporate wing's never going to admit defeat.
He sounded like an emotional and disrespectful teenager. God, Hasan is so smug and arrogant. The fact that he's one of the biggest political commentators, dreamers out there with no knowledge or credibility on any political subject.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's what they always say. They're like, well, if you were credible and you knew enough, you would know that corporations should donate to politicians and then completely own them, and those politicians should do dick for you. And that's like the really credible intellectual position. Is it, brother?
He's mad that your dad put his uncle in his place. That's what this guy said.
Like you would give a shit.
I didn't even know.
You didn't even know we were debating,
I didn't even know you guys were duking it out.
Like I'm picturing a moment where you're like, I can't believe he did that to my uncle.
Yeah, first of all, I do defend you. I do defend you. Okay, I do defend you when it's valid. And if I knew that he had come after you, I would have defended you. I don't defend you when it's not valid.
Yeah, I hear you. But the idea of you defending my honor is hilarious. But okay, keep going. You don't have to defend my honor.
Intelligence versus chaos and hate. Love you and your dad. Anyway, don't go after this person. Like they're probably suffering already. But yeah, it seems as early as August I was shitting on them when I first encountered the thing. But anyway, it gets better.
Personal attacks.
Come find out again.
Make whatever point you want. Don't make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attack me personally.
You're so deluded.
Right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program, I've never been able to finish a thought.
How many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother, you got it wrong. You were preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, all right, can I just finish a goddamn thought ever on this show?
No, not if you're personally. I admitted I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
Can I just say, it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Who taught you manners?
God, Piers, man. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. I know he's your best bud. He's your pal.
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice. So can you just shut up?
Cook him! Cook him! Cook him! Cook his ass! Dude, I love your commentary is excellent. You said tall glass of shut up juice. You are the brownest white man on the planet, by the way.
Well,
like what you are.
Others
like,
have charged that.
Yeah, it's just so funny that you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice is the most like, listen, pal, not the time, bucko ass take that you could have here.
You know why? Because I'm an American.
Yeah, you just deployed that shit, dude. You deployed it so hard
For a second.
and it worked. You shut the fuck up.
Well, that's what the tall glass of shut up juice is for.
Chase,
And let someone who knows what they're
Not
doing.
if you're
So
gonna
right,
personally
Pierre.
attack
You're
me.
so right.
So-
We're so
Make any
unified right
point
now.
you
Pierre.
want.
So-
I will not sit here and stand
So-
for personal attacks, for blasphemy
Jay Sands, what if Lichtman was right and the election was rigged thanks to Musk?
against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are
like
you?
Blasphemy. What an insane thing to say about your like demonstrably failed political method. Like you try to interpret the election in a way that like very clearly was wrong, and now you're saying you're a blasphemer. That's amazing.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make
you
your points.
loser. Okay, can I?
Harry liked it. Harry loved it, dude. Harry Sasson.
Can I just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won it easily. There was no need for that disinformation.
Excuse me. It was too big to rig. That's why.
Too
big to rig. That's what we did, baby. That's right. Trump 2024, Trump 2025.
You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you.
Where's the key when you jiggle the keys?
That's later. You know, that actually didn't make the viral clip, which is really funny because I thought that might do it. Because in the middle, as he was talking, do you have it?
Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah. They pulled it out. Real.
previously worked as pragmatic decision making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base.
They full band to you? God, Pierce is such a piece of shit. Oh my God.
He knows what's good TV.
Oh my God, he is such a dickhead, dude.
Analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Jank, you need to learn some manners.
I brought him back. Jingle jangle. Jingle jangle.
Damn, she got 1.2 million views, dude. Goddamn.
Your act is getting really...
Me, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday morning
unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn?
Unlike you.
Well, I actually do that all the time. Anyway, look, they're going to bring this. So first of all, for now, leave poor Alan Lichtman alone, right?
Yeah.
He's just a civilian, whatever. Who cares? Like, I don't know if it's true that people are swatting or doxing him. That's crazy. Why would you bother with a professor who got it wrong? That's like totally irrelevant. But they're going to bring him back in 2028. And more accurately, they're going to bring him back in 2027 during the primaries.
Yeah.
They're going to primaries. They're going to bring progressive populists, and they have like their corporate douchebag.
No, they're
going
gonna
to be like,
bring
oh, the keys.
No, they're gonna bring him back to talk about how Pete Buttigieg, Josh Shapiro,
That's why I wanted the keys
and
out.
gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom are the three top contenders. Maybe throw Kamala in there for a spicy pick. I think her political career is done.
Oh, can I tell you why they're doing that?
I think so. As much as people are saying
now
she's
talking
the
about,
top.
Kamala Harris might run again, like 41% of Democrats or something. I didn't see the poll, but saying that they might vote for her. Number one, they're saying that because she's famous and she just ran. So that's not a reliable number. But the interesting part is they always say that somebody might run. Like for a while, they put out a rumor after Hillary Clinton lost that Chelsea Clinton might run. They do it themselves. Why? It's to increase their market value.
Chelsea Clinton.
I know. Because if Kamala Harris says she's not going to run again, well, then her book is less interesting. She gets less for her speeches because right now, though, if she says I might run again, she might be the future president of the United States. Even if it's a 10% chance, 20% chance. The Goldman Sachs and Raytheon, et cetera.
Yeah, and then they'll do the behind the scenes of the last election.
Speeches, the book is going to sell more, et cetera. You're more marketable if you say you might run again. That's why they literally do it as a business tactic. So she's not going to run again. I got a bold prediction for you guys. Head of USC, President Dean, whatever of USC at some point, because she doesn't want any piece of this. She's so nervous.
She's not very good at this.
She's not good at it. She doesn't want to do it.
As we found out in 2019, and once again, this time around as well.
Yeah, she's got no business running. She didn't want to run. She sucks at it. All she has is talking points. That's why I said do a real primary. But of course, all the Democratic leadership yelled, no real primaries. We anoint.
In the interest of fairness, this is where I also was, well, I'll explain my position, but I also said that I think the open primary process would spell chaos and disorder for the Democratic Party, especially so close to the actual election. And I thought because she was a blank slate, that there was an opportunity there to fill that blank slate with actually somewhat good policies. Even if she's not charismatic herself, she could have still, especially after she got locked in with Tim Walz, I was like, oh, this is great. She's going to be forced to like have to defend some of these positions and inevitably maybe even move away from the tact of the right attitude that the Democrats usually have. Of course, I kept warning over and over again, if she does that, she's going to lose. And she did do that, and she lost.
And then she abandoned her leftist populist positions like right away. She started with a Medicare for all. Just abandon it.
Look, here's the thing.
But yes, an open primary, I think, would have put forth possibly, I mean, would put forth a stronger candidate regardless.
Yeah.
But we also don't know like how chaotic that process would have looked like as well.
Who cares? So let's just break it down one by one. You agree that Biden should have withdrawn like a year and a half ago?
I agree that Biden should have.
He should never
picked
ran
a better VP candidate that he knew was going to be the transitional.
Can we also like give the right wing a tiny bit of credit here? I mean, they go too far when they say she's just a DEI hire. She was the Attorney General of California. She was a senator from California.
She had the,
but
she had
was
the
she
bona
picked because
fides.
she was a black woman? Of course, she was picked because she was a black woman.
I mean, Biden said that was the real reason why she not only picked. I'll take it one step further. It's not even Kamala Harris that frustrates me about that. It's the fact that Biden said that about Ketanji Brown Jackson, who literally is more deserving of a Supreme Court appointment than most of the other Supreme Court justices, and he still the bag
What's up, Micah? How's it going?
Turning around and being like, "Oh yeah, I'm picking a black woman, Jack," and it was nutty because like that's the first time we've had a public defender sit on the top court. Like that was not a DEI hire in the way that conservatives mention it.
So do you know that I'm against affirmative action? I've always been against affirmative action. And
wait, really?
Yeah.
Really?
And the reason
I did not know that.
Yeah. The reason is because Ketanji Brown Jackson is an excellent Supreme Court justice who's perfectly qualified. So is Sonia Sotomayor. But the minute that any minority, by the way, including us, gets any position of power, respect, etc., what does everybody do? I just got it because they're black. They just got it because they're this.
No, I think that's
and you think that's just a right wing thing, but it isn't. It
no,
gets
no,
into
no.
everyone's head.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I respectfully disagree. I think that is like ultimately caving in and capitulating to right wing framing on the issue. The affirmative action conversation has always been a band-aid solution to like significantly more consequential racial dynamics in this country.
Actually, that was interesting. Playing into imposter syndrome. Never thought about it that way.
That have never been addressed at all. I've always looked at things from a class position regardless, and like the real affirmative action is legacy admissions.
100%.
Like,
we even have a petition on tyt.com to end legacy petitions, because if you're against affirmative action, you have to be against affirmative action for super rich dudes whose dad went to Princeton or gave Princeton $1 million. Okay,
George W. Bush going to Yale. You know,
yeah, that's totally bullshit. And by the way, you know who else was an affirmative action pick? Joe Biden. Because Obama picked him because he was an old white guy. He's like,
old
I don't
racist,
really care.
old racist white guy who
and by
has
the way,
like gas.
you know that with absolute certainty, because in his final list, he had a big list in the beginning, but in the final list, it was only old white men, because they knew they had to bounce the ticket because he was a young African American. So let's not pretend that they didn't pick on demographic information.
No, but
Obama did, and so did Biden.
Yeah, but also it doesn't work in that direction regardless, because like obviously the underlying sentiment is that like, you know, affirmative action is not the reason why people think black people are undeserving of their position in society. They already thought that, and now they're using affirmative action to, you know, continue to compound on that argumentation.
But it does compound, and I hate that it compounds because it's not true.
I'm more like the process itself in terms of like affirmative action in general, albeit is still, like I said, not a good solution to systemic racism and inequality that persists, and black people being consistently underserved in American society even now. Yeah, even when I recognize that, it's still not like, you know, anything that moves the needle in an appropriate direction is fine. Like I don't have an issue with it, especially if it's like, for example, making colleges more diverse in general. That's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all, because I do agree with college administrators when they say that America is a diverse country and that we want our student body population to be more representative of the country as a whole.
Yeah,
and I think that actually makes it a more, like, these are some of my most like rad lib takes, I would say, but I do think that actually makes it a better learning environment in general when you're a kid.
Micah, this was a good debate. I have a soft spot for Cenk, even if I disagree on some things. TYT during the Bush admin got me through politics. Yeah, I kind of agree. TYT definitely had I've had a soft spot for TYT for a long time. It's just after like Anna Kasparian kind of just did her kind of pivot, and then it's been happening more and more. And then I hate to say, like the Poly Market sponsorship, that did actually kind of turn me off a little bit. Like once I started watching a little bit more, I started catching up on John Adirola, and I saw that Poly Market was sponsoring his content. I'm like, this feels dirty.
From the countryside that
has
never really encountered black people other than like
he's definitely easier to watch than most.
When you actually go to college and you're in a dorm and your dorm mate is a black person, for the first time you're actually encountering and developing interpersonal relationships with people that you otherwise never would have.
So
and I think that makes for a better learning environment.
So two things about that. Look, as you were talking, I came up with an analogy here. Let's see how it goes. I view affirmative action as kind of a counterproductive Band-Aid on a wound. So the right wing says the wound doesn't exist. No, I think the wound does exist. I just don't think that the Band-Aid is the right solution, right? Because what the Band-Aid is doing is it's covering up the wound and not letting it breathe and not letting it heal.
You're a bit of an accelerationist.
Okay, so
in that regard.
Well, it's a very different accelerationist.
No, but
I'm not trying to accelerate racism. I'm trying to end racism.
That's what pure Marxist-Leninists say about the welfare state.
Okay.
It's a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid continuation of like
yeah, but they're wrong. That's a completely different topic.
Okay, I'm just saying.
So, I got you. So, but in this case, constantly reaffirming and
he's
reaffirming.
right.
We should think about race. We should think about race. We should characterize everyone on race. That doesn't help defeat racism. It perpetuates racism. So I think it's a terrible idea. I hate that we view ourselves separately based on different categories: race, gender, sexual orientation, etc. It doesn't mean that there aren't things that are going wrong now. It doesn't mean that there isn't systemic racism. It means that there's a better way to address it. And then in terms of the diversity, look, I would do not affirmative action, but whatever is the appropriate way to put a thumb on a scale, but for acceptance into schools based on class, not on race. And it's not because of class dynamics and I don't want the rich to go to good schools, etc. No, I'm saying that if you came from a poor background, I don't give a goddamn if it's from the hollers of West Virginia or your black kid in the Bronx. If you rose up and got great scores and great grades in a situation like that, you are more likely to be successful. It's not just that it gives you diversity. What it gives you
Confucianism pilled.
Okay, I'm what pilled?
Confucianism pilled.
Okay, whatever the that means.
Yeah, no,
okay.
you wanna. Yeah, this is once again Jenkins Dengus rise up. You want a Chinese style
meritocracy,
pure meritocracy, pure meritocratic approach. Now the problem with that is that when you have underserved communities consistently, you got to put your thumb on the scale in a certain place because we don't have true equality of opportunity in this country. And obviously, people like yourself and myself, that's what we're advocating for. Republicans will turn around and bastardize that critique it by saying, you want equality of outcome. We don't want equality of outcome.
No,
we want true equality of opportunity.
Right.
And when there's no true equality of opportunity, when black communities are consistently underserved, when you look at the Chicago public school system, that is 90% of the state of Illinois, like black and brown student body population, being consistently underserved, you are getting to a point where people are not being propped up. People are not being propped up to succeed in this process. So I think like you're right. Analyzing it from a class position is good because even though there's a racial dynamic and a racial disparity that exists in the American normal order of business, the violence or the inequalities, the structural inequalities are still dished out on a class-based perspective.
Yeah. Right, but that's where you almost have to make DEI kind of a class-based thing at that point instead of just like a color of the skin type of thing. Like the way that most Americans view it is like, oh, they're black, so we gave them an opportunity they didn't deserve.
I mean, the hollers in Kentucky don't have great public schools either. So they also had to overcome a lot. Right? So like saying that a black guy at Exeter should get an advantage, but a white kid in the middle of Missouri who's going to a shit public school too should not get an advantage. That makes no sense at all.
I don't think that that's what people are advocating for, though. I mean, I don't know.
They're literally advocating for that. 100%.
I'm not advocating for that. I don't know
so
what you mean. I don't think people who are
see what I mean.
I don't
there?
think that like black activist groups are saying like, no, the poor white people. Like, I don't.
No, but they're saying give an advantage based on race, not class. And I'm saying I 100% disagree with that.
Okay, well. Again, Band-Aid solution.
Okay,
regardless.
so back to Biden.
I kind of see where
we both agree. Biden
coming from with that.
The race.
Crazy. Can I just say one other thing? Actually, historically, the wrong that has been committed is on the basis of race. So I think the solution to that problem, albeit should feature a class dynamic, absolutely will have some racialized component attached to it. Because you can't right a historic wrong by simply being like, yeah, we're just going to.
So look, this is really important. So let's talk about balance. Because in the beginning, when let's take longshoremen or firefighters, They're all white, let's say in the South, right, where you've got massive Jim Crow laws. If you deny that and you think, oh, no, black people got perfect opportunity in the 1940s and 20s and 60s in the South, you're just in a different planet, so there's no point in talking to you, right? So they're at a massive, massive disadvantage, to say the least. They can't get in. And the longshoremen, I get it. Their instinct is, I want to give my job to my son. It's a good job. It pays well, etc. Right? So I want to pass it on to my son. Now, at some point, you have to use affirmative action in the beginning to break through that, because if you allow that to happen, black people are never going to be able to break through, right? So you've got to, in the beginning, say, look, we're taking action based on race because the discrimination was based on race. But if you do that forever, then you never break the racial paradigm, right? We're always thinking about race and we're always separating based on race. So it can't be forever. It can't be never. So then the question becomes, when do you end affirmative action? And well, we started in the 1960s. Here we are in 2024.
Good points.
If it hasn't worked by now, I got news for you. It ain't never going to work.
Yeah,
So
but
it's a wrong
that's also
solution to a real problem.
But that's also because, like, it hasn't even. No, Cenk is not saying racism is over. Pack it up, guys. No, he's not
I
saying
literally
that.
said that's not the case. The
Yeah,
wound
I was
still
about to
exists.
say,
The
you
wound
said
is
the
real.
opposite.
Yeah.
And I literally said systemic
I
racism
think
is real.
Maybe
So
you might not. Maybe you might not like this, but I do think that reparations is part of the solution to this. Albeit it's politically impossible to get through in a country that is so resilient in their interpretation of white. How much they've internalized white supremacy.
But again, reparations is a super interesting, nuanced conversation. So on the one hand, and I'll give credit to Marianne Williamson here. I thought she phrased it best back in 2020 when she said a debt is owed. And that is actually very literally true.
Yeah.
So we used the country at large and the country I love. And yes, we came to it much, much later, but that country took advantage of all of that free labor to build what we love and what we now take advantage of and what we came here for, right? So hundreds of years of free labor, no matter what your race is or what your condition is unacceptable. They never got paid for that. It's a massive robbery from African Americans in this country. So I not only acknowge that, but I'm
glad to see he makes the same mistakes I do.
What are we going to do? If you propose a reparations that's so extreme as San Francisco did, where they're like, oh, any black person can buy a house in San Francisco for $1. What?
What?
Okay.
What do you? I don't even know what you're talking. Hold on.
So
What are you talking
San Francisco
about?
had this insane thing where they're like, okay, now every white and non-black, including Latinos, including Middle Eastern, Asians, etc., have to give money to black people in this city or in this town where they passed it.
Wait, hold on. Let's just take a look at it first. Let's
Okay,
analyze it a little bit, because this seems a
I'd
little
love
kooky.
to. You're going to see how insane it is.
This seems a little bit kooky. So proposals include financing debt forgiveness, guaranteed annual incomes for families and homes in the city for $1. San Francisco backs reparation plans, including $5 million to eligible black adults. More than 100 recommendations included payments of $5 million to every eligible black adult, the elimination of personal debt and tax burdens, guaranteed annual incomes of at least $97,000 for 250 years, and homes in San Francisco for just $1 a family. San Francisco lawmakers heard
that's real. That's the Guardian.
They heard They heard a range of options. Sometimes people have ideas. They present those ideas in a situation like this, in like a public town hall setting, and regardless of
enthusiastic support by their council.
Okay, so but here's the thing. This is some of the 100 different recommendations that came through, and it doesn't seem like they followed through on this or any number of these different reparations plans. It's like people have a multitude
enthusiastically received.
I think saying that is very different than following through on it as a part of your legislative agenda.
So my point was there are extreme proposals on reparations that make no sense. And you're agreeing it makes no sense.
Okay,
right? That's a ludicrous position.
Yeah,
right?
but
so
this is
hold on. Is there a way to do reparations in a way that does make sense? And I think the answer is yes. I don't think it's giving black people a house for $1. I don't think it's giving them money, etc. But the new school has proposed some interesting ideas, including, hey, what if we provided tax breaks that would be material in buying housing for African Americans? So, well, okay, that's interesting, because now, or you've created a fund that allows them to turn it into an education fund for their children, right?
This person also has a good point. We should have a ceasefire in Gaza has also been enthusiastically received by the Biden admin. Didn't mean they did the damn thing, because politicians
but we're not arguing, guys. If you think it's absurd, great, fantastic. We all agree it's absurd.
I don't think that there are I'm sure that there are some people who think this is a fantastic idea and they could get into an academic conversation about it. It's just more so a matter of like the framing of this to make it seem as though like the
I'm setting the
San
outer extremes, Haas.
Yeah, but like,
okay, so I'm saying, when you say reparations, a lot of people are going to say hell no. A lot of people are going to say hell yes. But my point is, but what are we saying yes or no to? So if you take the most extreme example, I say no, and everybody says no. But it's not I'm agreeing with you. That's not the only proposal. I'm just telling you, New School has proposals that are really interesting about, hey, what if it was directed towards education or housing? We promised 40 acres and a mule, and we lied. We never gave them the 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, only reparations were given to slave owners, as a matter of fact, for lost revenue off of the freed African men and women.
Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? That you could do it in a way that where middle America goes, oh, I get it. That sucks. That was an injustice. And we're trying a small thing here to make up for the injustice. Yeah. So that it, at a minimum, symbolically, to say, thank you, brothers and sisters, for putting up with this shit. Like, I know you didn't do it voluntarily, but you helped build this country, and we appreciate you. So get on a page where we understand each other and appreciate each other, instead of framing it as I'm taking from you. You owe me and I'm taking from you, right? So that perpetuates a wrong cycle. Whereas but in order to do that, Haas, last thing on it is you've got to have like truth and reconciliation, just like South Africa did. Here's all the up shit we did.
South Africa's, South Africa's Reconstruction period also was not a great
But truth and
success either.
reconciliation was excellent. So that portion of it was great because they said, here's all the terrible things we did. Guys, it doesn't mean that white people today...
but you know what's ironic about this? It's going to be the southern states that are going to push back the hardest. Duh.
Are racist. It doesn't mean white people today are awful. It doesn't mean all white people are the same. It
at
doesn't
some
mean any
point,
of
this
that.
is just
What
going
it
to turn
means is
into a
in
bunch
the
of blue
past,
state
there were
apologism.
terrible things that were done. And here's us trying to make up for it in some small way.
They're
that the
never
country
going
agrees
to, like,
to, and we're all on board
I don't
for
know how
it.
this is
And
going to work.
Sincere apology and a sincere thank you. And now, from now on, let's move forward. Let's move forward and cut all the talk of like race this and race that and gender this and gender that from both sides, by the way. The right wing starts more identity politics than the left wing does. So now the right wing guys, their heads will explode. What do you mean? You guys try to find wedge issues on everything. And then you go more and more extreme. And I think you guys, Haas, fall into that trap way too often. We'll get to that later.
Wait, let's get to it now.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
So you know what we're going to talk about, the trans issues. So on
here it
trans
comes.
issues, as an example, over 60% of Americans
Hey,
agree.
Jonas, good to see you.
Of course, they should have the same constitutional rights, same rights to housing, employment.
Jonas, one sec. I think in the case of reparations, where treaties with native nations were violated, is pretty clear. Yeah.
Rules against discrimination, etc.
But look at the way that we hold on. Look at the way that we have treated like the Native American nations, and like how we have had some form of reparations for them. I kind of see where he's coming from with this.
2/3 of the country agree.
And I also see where he's coming from by like, it's a hard sell if you're just like, we're gonna take this money and just give it to them, and then we're also giving them these opportunities. Like that turns into a really, really rough thing, because then there are other people who are technically, they qualify for that, but they're not black. There's a lot of that stuff. So
trans people should be protected. I'm 100% on board for that, right? And if you're a right winger and you go, no,
Irish slavery was a real thing,
and I'm going to hate him. Well, good luck to you, brother. I'm not going to hate him, and I'm going to protect them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But so that didn't work for them. So they went digging. So then they go, okay, we should ban trans people from the military.
Did you read the New York Times article I told you to read on this the last time we had this conversation?
I'm not sure I did.
About how, okay, so...
they went digging.
Yeah, so what you're describing is what I was explaining to you, that the Christian groups, the right-wing Christian nationalist groups, in the aftermath of the failed initiative to do a trans bathroom bill in North Carolina, at a time when Donald Trump was pro-trans, openly stating he was pro-trans, openly criticizing the North Carolina legislation, saying, leave it as it is, nobody cares, Caitlyn Jenner can piss in whichever bathroom she wants to piss in, as long as she's pissing in Trump Tower. When all this stuff was happening, there was definitely a different attitude overall. I think part of that was because, just like you also recognize, most Americans, like, they just think trans people are being discriminated against, and unjustly. And the other reason was because it just seemed like cruel and unusual for no particular reason. So what these Christian family groups did was go back to the drawing board and, hire the likes of, maybe Frank Luntz didn't personally involve himself in this one, but like people like Frank.
Jonas, also, like, how many ancestors do you have to qualify? What if one ancestor was a slave and the other ancestor was a slave owner? Do they get reparations? See, that does kind of play into it, where it's like, how far does it go? Like the burden of proof, all of that. And then also the burden of proof is hard because they didn't really keep records. So it is kind of a messy situation to, try and fix.
Frank Luntz,
but the thing is, what Marianne Williamson said was right. They are owed a debt, so we can't ignore that.
Would go and focus group and test.
That's why I think that the tax credit was a good one.
Yep.
And they arrived at two key points that were resilient. Americans don't necessarily care about trans issues all that much, but they do care about meritocracy. And what is the one place where there's true meritocracy in the eyes of many Americans? Now, there's, still not perfect meritocracy, but sports. Sports is the one area where if you dominate, if you're good, you're going to dominate. If you're dominant, then you're going to get elevated, right? So they packaged anti-trans sentiment with sports and specifically children's sports.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And that is where we arrive at, 60% of the perceting of the country, or even larger percentages than that, don't think trans women should be participating in sports with cis women, specifically trans girls, competing in athletic endeavors with cis girls.
Yeah. So that's exactly my point, Haas. And when they laid that trap, first of all, the right wing should acknowledge That was identity politics being played by the right wing. The right wing did the polls, they did the studies, they were looking for something that the American people would hate about the left, about trans people, about LGBTQ people. When you go looking and searching and digging for on identity, don't tell me you're not doing identity politics.
No, this
That's
is
exactly what
this
you're
is
doing.
identity politics, and the right does it all the time. Now, listen, here's the thing, okay? You understand this to be a distraction. Like, you recognize it as a distraction, which is why I don't think either of us are saying that this should be the pivotal. This should play a pivotal role in the top of the line messaging of the Democratic Party, which is that, like, no, trans women have to compete with cis women. I don't think anyone is making that argument at all.
No,
but I think we should, it would serve us both well to openly recognize, and I think you do as well, that this hyper focusing on, trans athletes at the high school level all the way to the collegiate level is a distraction that most Americans might have an opinion on, but don't necessarily care about. It's not a major driver of turnout. It's not something that people go out and vote for.
I don't agree.
No. Okay. Well, we can have that argument in a second. I will explain it to you why I don't think it's a real issue. Part of the reason why is that it's just simply not a real issue because do you know the number of trans athletes nationally?
So I know that
under the collegiate level?
No, it's microscopic.
It's
That's
40.
why.
The number is 40.
Yeah, and so like 20 states, 20 red states passed the law against transgender girls participating in high school sports, and they couldn't name one transgender girl in their state that participated in high school sports.
Yes.
So that's exactly my point. We start with agreement.
Even Spencer Cox vetoed the bill in Utah originally, and he actually wrote like a pretty compelling argument as to why he was vetoing it. And governors like Andy Bashar have actually won by higher margins after openly defending trans people in the past in a state like Kentucky, for example.
So look, we start with a point of agreement, which is that the right wing use a wedge issue to drive a wedge between us. They go looking for it, and they do it based on identity politics.
Okay.
So we totally agree on that. We totally agree that it's a microscopic issue that affects almost no one in the country. Okay. So when we don't have paid family, we don't have health care for everyone. This is bullshit.
I don't even think that's
meant
true.
to distract us.
I don't even
disagree
think it does
on how
impact
to
people.
react to it.
It does actually impact a lot of cis women. There's more cis women than there are trans women, and there are a lot of young girls that this could technically impact because now you have bills like the one in Ohio, the penis inspection bills, like the one that they have in Ohio, where like one of the parents from the opposing team could be like, that's a trans girl actually, and then they have to literally go and traumatize this like young girl who in many instances is not. Statistically, it is highly unlikely that person is trans to begin with.
So
and it ends up harming cis women even more than it ends up harming trans women.
So look, I said this exact same point on trigonometry, and their audience hated it. But this is the reality. The reason I make a distinction between high school and professional sports is because in high school, what you're saying is, like Ohio, if I really want to institute this, even though it affects almost no trans or cis girls, if in the world, in Ohio as it is, but if I go to implement it, now I got to check everybody's genitals, and there's got to be a genital checker, right? And let me guess. Tons of Republican older men are going to volunteer to check the genitals of our high school kids.
No, actually, what's going to come down to is testosterone levels. It's kind of like what that Iman Khalif girl is dealing with. It's kind of that kind of thing where it's like they're going to, like, if you have broad shoulders, if you're built a little bit like too masculine, and if you have too much T, they're going to, disqualify you.
I hate it. I don't want it. It's like a
that's just how this is going to end up going.
Factory, and they're going to probably put Jim Jordan in charge of it. No, okay? But when you get to the professional level, you get to the Olympic level, you guys make a giant mistake. You fall right into their trap. And you go, oh, yeah, sure, they should be able to compete. When the overwhelming majority of the American people do not agree with you, you should let the Olympics and the professional sports decide it on their own. It is not a constitutional right. They have no so-called right to participate in the WNBA. I don't have a right to participate in the NBA. So, number one, I don't agree when you go to those extremes. And number two, does it affect elections? Well, we had an overwhelming answer to that in the Trump-Harris contest, because Donald Trump ran the anti-trans ad, which was not about hating trans people, although of course it was perceived as such by a lot of people. And so, but what it was saying, hey, you guys are giving free surgery to undocumented immigrants who are detainees who are trans. It's too much. It's too, and I agree, it is too much. 98% of Americans agree it is too much, right? So instead of saying, oh no, that you guys are right, that's too much. We did, and of course, sports leagues, that's fine. And of course, no, we're not going to pay for any surgery for a dude who just crossed the border a second ago, right? Instead, you guys go, no, let's fight. Oh, for God's sake. And you dig in, and now we're on a losing ground for no reason at all.
Can you tell me who on the Democratic Party's campaign was actually saying, like, no, we have to issue bottom surgery for undocumented migrants outside of Kamala Harris saying that in an ACLU questionnaire in 2019 when faced with the question, what will you do for trans people? She just gave that answer, which was a bad answer to give regardless.
Yeah,
but
that was stupid.
Was there like a hyper focus from the Democratic Party's campaign that I'm missing?
So Trump starts running the ad, and it instantly jumps to the most effective ad according to Trump's internal numbers and according to Kamala Harris's internal numbers. So at that point,
that's also not true. David Plouffe literally said on the Pod Save America autopsy that they engaged in that the ad actually wasn't all that impactful at all.
Yeah, bullshit.
Oh, you
I
don't
saw him
believe it?
say that. I know it's not true because Future Forward, the biggest PAC that Kamala Harris said that the Charlemagne the God version of that moved the national polls by not the national polls, but for people who viewed it, it moved the numbers by 2.7 points nationally.
Okay.
That is gigantic. And they said it was the most effective ad Trump had. That's why he then doubled down and quadrupled down and wound up spending 20% of his entire ad budget on that ad.
I think
because both sides thought it was the single most effective ad.
I think that's literally the reason why Kamala Harris was able to actually catch up to Donald Trump on not only the economy because of their hyper focus on the trans shit. But here's where
that helped Kamala Harris.
No, I don't. I think that this kind of hyper focus on a marginalized group is not moving people to go out and vote in any meaningful capacity for some of the reasons that you also mentioned, but also because most people don't know who the trans people are. They've never met a trans person.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit. They just care about the economy. And when you're hyper focusing on just like, trans people and like dominating trans people or some shit, even if it's something that they agree with, they're like, after a certain point, there is outrage fatigue. And I think on the trans issue, we like consultants and people who are hyper focused on the media care far more about the effectiveness of ads like that than the actual Americans that went out and voted. And you saw this reality.
They won.
No, I know, but okay. So
I mean, like, it's so in the real world, they won, we lost. In the,
that's why
in
you
the
have
world
to
of
that's why you have
consultants
to,
where they look
but
at
it's not
polling,
because of those ads. Is what he's saying, though.
The broader campaign and what Americans were concerned with and why they voted in the ways that they did. And I think
Haas,
here's
your
where you and
position-
I agree on.
So your position is, even though both sides overwhelmingly say that ad was the most effective ad and it moved people and it cost Kamala Harris tons and tons of votes, you disagree.
Yes. And the reason why I disagree with it is because, well, I don't completely disagree with it. And I'll explain to you why. And I think you and I are going to be in agreement with this. I think that the only way that ad is even remotely sticky when, or even remotely effective, when I still question the legitimacy of how effective the ad was, because there's plenty of examples of people actually defending trans people and then winning by resounding numbers all across the country.
It depends on what issue, though, Haas.
It's because the Democrats they stand for nothing. There is nothing that unites the base of support for the Democratic Party. They are this weird big tent, third way neoliberal party that is constantly pointing to institutional norms and defending this notion of civility. If that is your overarching campaign strategy, then yes, if you stand for nothing, you will, people can turn around and tell others what you actually stand for. They can reframe what you actually stand for and say this is the type of stuff that they care about actually. And therein lies the problem. And I think you and I will agree on this. If it was like a Bernie Sanders style candidacy, if Kamala Harris was like, I want Medicare for all, that Americans are suffering. I want to fix the housing crisis by implementing a federal jobs program backed like a, mass housing boom that will actually fix the housing markets in all these big cities and all across the country by building a shit ton of houses. No public-private partnership, none of that. No opportunity economy language whatsoever. We're gonna just build, baby, build. Okay. If those are some of the key markers that you're focusing on, this does two things. Okay. This does two things. Number one, Republicans are reactionary, so now they have something that they have to fight against. Yeah. And if they don't have anything to fight against, they're going to find new wedge issues to make everybody pay attention to, no matter how silly or stupid.
Just wait.
So now they have to fight
now that they're in
against that
power,
policy and present why that policy is bad. Now they have to sit there and lie about why giving healthcare to every American is actually going to be devastating because they're backed by their corporate donors. So that's a major issue with the way that the Democratic Party operates in general. And I think you agree with me on this, right? If you give them something to fight for, if you give them something to fight against, they're not going to find new ways that find new things that they can just like draw a wedge on. So that's number one.
Okay.
Number two. Okay. The second thing is when you don't have this broad, very obvious policy that you like earnestly are fighting for, that you have been able to communicate to like the majority of the population, like this is my North Star. This is the key defining issue of the Democratic Party this election cycle. Okay. All of a sudden, when you cave and capitulate, the second point I was going to make is when you cave and capitulate the right wing framing on these issues, the only thing you end up doing is basically admitting that the Republicans are right. And the Democrats have done this on immigration. The Democrats have done this on policing. The Democrats have allowed the Republicans to dominate the space over and over and over again. And they've done it with trans issues as well, or they're doing it now with trans issues as well.
I mean, Jonas also just said right here, RIP to the environmental conversation for the next 4 years.
Just call it out for what it is. It's a simple distraction. This is not going to put food on your table. This is the way that the Republican Party gets away with being in the pocket of billionaires openly by saying this is the only thing that the Democrats care about. Trans people are your neighbors. They're not your landlord. They're not your boss. And they're not the reason why healthcare is so costly, okay? They're a tiny group of people in this country that just want to live their same lives. They literally have the same exact class interests as you. They literally also have to pay rent at the end of the day. They also still are harmed by the same shitty job opportunities that people have. They also are worried about not being able to own a home or retire at a reasonable age. The idea that, like, these people are the reasons as to why you're experiencing economic anxieties is silly. Don't ever have this conversation. That's what I say. And that's how I deal with it as someone who is obviously somewhat radical in my pro-trans message overall, because
look,
it's silly. It's a nonsensical position that you even recognize as nonsense.
Yes.
So let me start with the agreement and move to the disagreement. So I
think the only reason that he's fighting this is because of guys like Piers Morgan, though, where he's always having to be on the defense. So he's just kind of saying, I'm sick of having this argument. So can we just put it on the back burner?
Super important here, because you're right. And this ad is, in a sense, the perfect symbol of, in my experience,
shitty
you don't
position.
have of this, but the merger of what is wrong with the Democratic Party's corporate wing and the radical left wing. You smush them together. We'll get to labels in a minute. Okay, so you smush them together and you have this ad, and this ad helped Trump win and Kamala Harris lose. Why are you smushing them together? For the exact reason that you explained, Haas. Because if they were like Bernie Sanders and they were economic populists, Bernie can say, why are we talking about that issue? We should be doing higher minimum wage, and we should be doing universal health care, et cetera. And then now we're having a real conversation about things that affect people's lives. And Kamala Harris can't do that because she's too busy pleasing the donor class, right?
Tony West. Shouts out to my man, Tony West.
And who cost us the election more, that ad or Tony West? Not close. Tony West. Okay, so Tony West, who's the Uber executive, that's her brother-in-law, told her, oh, you know what? You're too tough on corporations. Instead, you should give them a big bear hug. Go out there and put out that 90 corporate CEOs signed a letter saying you're awesome and that you'll work for corporations and do everything that they want. Bring in Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney pulled a 13%. Liz Cheney is one of the most unpopular people. Progressive Data for Progress did a poll that showed the more she campaigned with Liz Cheney, the more she lost support. She lost enthusiasm. It was a super dumb idea.
Yeah, it was the pivot to the right.
More than this ad did. This whole idea of, oh my God, I love big business and I'll do everything big business tells me. Look at Mark Cuban. He's on every.
I actually know somebody that got pushed to Trump specifically because of that, where they were just like, oh, okay. Well, that just tells me everything I need to know. I was like,
interest won. It's the worst.
You pay that much attention and you still vote?
When you're running against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's going, hey, here's a billionaire, Elon Musk. I'm just going to give the government to him. And here's another billionaire, Miriam Adelson, and I'm going to give foreign policy to her. And here's Tim Mellon, weirdo guy who inherited all of his money, and douchebag who wants tax cuts because he's just rich and earned nothing in his life. And I'm going to give him tax cuts for the rich, right? But they never make that case because they're corporate douchebags. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, all Democratic leadership. And so these guys are never going to win another general election. The American people hate them. They should hate them. Okay. And so what the right wing doesn't understand is both the populist left and what they call the woke left, I call radical left or whatever. We'll figure out the label in a minute. But in this case, you're on the right side. You say the corporate interests, the donors, right? So, and the populist right agrees with that. So that's actually an interesting point that we should come back to, a point of agreement we should come back to. But the part where we disagree, Haas, is you say, well, if they're digging in on a wedge issue, ignore it. But Kamala Harris literally did that. They had a giant debate about whether to address it or not. No. They even pulled ads where they addressed it.
You're misunderstanding
and they decided, let's not address it.
You're wrong. They literally also, they did this with immigration especially. They were like, we're not going to ignore it. We're just going to get ahead of it. And what they did with immigration, they're going to do with trans issues next election cycle. And it's the same principle over and over again. It makes you look like a hypocrite, and it makes you look like the Republicans were right all along. And the only thing it does is prime your base into conceding and agreeing with the Republican framing on an issue. if
so
there
what
was
do you
any
do instead? What I say is I delineate. So when you say, hey, Andy Bashir runs against it, but which issue? So if you're talking about constitutional rights, you fight for trans rights 100%. You're talking about military, you fight 100%. I'd fight on bathrooms. I'd fight on high school. But I draw the line on sports. I draw professional sports. I draw the line on giving free surgeries.
That's the thing.
Then you can defend your position and get back to
Okay,
where the great majority of Americans agree with
you.
You
want to know why there's no reason to draw any of these lines? Because Kamala Harris did actually bring this up, which I thought was like, especially because like she didn't have a clear or consistent position on this at all. It was like it was left out there in the dark. But like Trump did the same thing as well for undocumented migrants. It's just like it's a thing that nobody gives a shit about until people are primed into caring about it. That's my point. It's been happening for a very long time for prisoners that want to get this component of healthcare, and nobody technically gives a shit about it. It's already like a incredibly tiny, minuscule, marginal percentage. So it doesn't matter. Like it ultimately doesn't matter. I'm saying if the Democrats had something if Democrats had, but it didn't. And I'll get to that in a second.
No,
if Democrats had something that they were fighting for, nobody would give a shit about this. That's the point.
Yeah, but
Les Wiseman, now ads matter. I thought it was all about bro culture and Trump showing up on all those podcasts. You know what? See, you actually bring up a good point there, because that's kind of the message that Cenk has been, putting out there. That's what I guess, I've been putting out there even, but at least I'm consistent in thinking that. Now, you're right. Like,
you brought
come
up Bernie
on, man.
Sanders. And you
like
said,
now
healthcare,
all of a
universal
sudden it's
healthcare.
the
Bernie
ads
Sanders
that
also
pushed
said
him that way.
rights. Like, you know what I mean? It's not
He's
like
been on Piers Morgan too many times.
It's not like Bernie Sanders. It's not like Bernie Sanders himself is saying like, yeah, trans people, we got to cut him out of this bargain.
Trans people.
You kind of are,
Republicans are saying that. Republicans are saying that.
No, I know, but we're not saying that.
No,
you
I
get all
know.
these crazy people online who are like, oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a Nazi. Well, those people exist, and those people. Okay. That is the radical left, and they are stupid, and they do cost us elections.
No, you're hyper focusing, and I've had this conversation privately with you many times over. You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter, and because that's all you
radical left
because
is
all you interact
stupid dumbasses. Do you agree?
There are a million people that are both in your replies that have also gotten mad at me as well, time and time again, on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights. Okay, it literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on
people
like that?
Look, no. So you might be doing the right thing. Hold on.
You're doing the Bill Maher thing. You're
bullshit,
demanding that there needs to be a sister soldier.
Bullshit.
No, you're doing the sister soldier moment.
No, bullshit.
No, you're trying to.
So the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serves, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free surgery. Even in China. Even though we have nothing to do with China.
You just gotta call the Majority Report dirtbags.
Right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You gotta
Every dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
so do you agree left-wing media online? Those guys that I listed are full of shit. And in a tiny, stupid minority.
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a reason why seemingly I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do because I don't hyper-focus.
I can tell you why.
I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that. Okay. I'm also obviously hot. I mean, as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hasan. He's cool. And you give the thing of like, oh, no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out and make the distinctions that Anna and I made. Okay. So they think, oh, no, he's good. He's extreme as we are. I think he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're.
Okay. By the way, Majority Report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him. You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're hyper personalizing this into like criticisms that you've received.
Let's go on the Majority Report and discuss this. What the hell, dude?
Just because I called you a Nazi, now it's personal to you.
You, Majority Report.
But I never changed my policy. All
of this is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And whenever there's like drama, for example, I've been getting attacked mercilessly by my former podcast co-host that has been actively trying to deplatform me me for the past 2 months because he thinks that, or he's claiming that I am creating a space that is anti-Semitic. The way I've dealt with that, for the most part, is by just actively ignoring it leading up to the election because I was like, this is some silly nonsense. And in the aftermath, I covered some of the broader points, and I've moved on. If you extend the conflict that way, instead of trying to find a reasonable middle ground, and even show humility even show humility instead of saying I'm right, there's never going to be any sort of real solidarity.
Why am I going to show humility to you, a bunch of idiots who are wrong?
Because I
like what does humility mean? Like, oh, maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that's going to cost us this election. Okay. Maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that gets the majority of the country to hate us when our economic positions are overwhelmingly popular. Maybe you making us intensely unpopular when we should be focusing on universal health care, higher wages, paid family leave. But you idiots hate policy. All you want is identity politic bullshit, and you think that drives ratings, and you want me to show humility to those morons? None. Zero.
Let's have a meta conversation. Really
Cenk 2028. Yeah, I mean, he tried.
Branding works online. I am of this mindset that every single person is far too busy and far too self-involved to pay attention to the more nuanced conversations that others are having on any particular issue. This is why, even when there is like a faucet of smears that I am attacked with clips that are completely out of context, I address it and I move on. Okay, I address it and I move on, and I come at this conversation with an understanding that most people are not fully aware of what my analysis is on any particular matter. This has happened in the past with, me purchasing a house where people made a big deal about it. It's okay. And I, at that same, even back then, I said, look, people are angry. People are frustrated with their position in society. People are frustrated with the lack of opportunity. And in that process, when they see a rich asshole like myself, buy a house, they're going to get mad at me. And there's a healthy amount of anger towards wealthy people there that I agree with as well. I think that they're misdirecting their anger at the wrong person. But ultimately, I move on. If I spend every waking moment covering, the anger that I'm receiving, and if I spend every waking moment covering like things that are out of context, then I'm not going to be able to, I'm just going to be that. I'm going to be the person who's responding to drama all the time when I feel like there are far larger, more consequential issues at play.
Now, let me take the other side on the meta conversation.
Hyperfixating on not only a very small sliver of society that is, in your honest opinion, has been openly targeted as like the major reason as to why people are angry, is offering legitimacy to the right-wing position. I think there's a more effective way of communicating that, and it's something that I do on a regular basis, which is, this is a simple distraction. You don't care about this. And the people that do hyperfixate on this are weird and gross. Leave people alone. Let people live. These people are your neighbors, and they and yourself are more aligned on class issues in more meaningful ways than you think. Stop hating on people that you don't understand. Mind your own damn business. Tim Walz does a fantastic job with this, and Andy Bashar has done a fantastic job with this. They're both very popular governors that you like as well.
But that's literally my position. All right, so listen.
But the reason why people don't think that that's your position is because people see the clips. People see clips out of context.
I know, what do? They see clips on douchebag shows who are purposely misrepresenting our position and pretending that we're against all trans rights. So, so that your position to that is surrender, okay? And no, I never surrender. So look, and here, let me explain why though. Why do I think that's surrender? Because we've tried this, Haas. So let's, on that meta conversation, so we tried it with Trump. So Young Turks viewers will remember in the beginning when he first started running in 2015, I thought he was so illegitimate that he was doing it as a con, which by the way turned out to be wrong.
Who?
Trump. And we blurred out his face. First we didn't show him, then we blurred out his face, and then eventually we gave up and started showing who he was. Ignoring the beast never works. So then I remember when,
but these people hold on,
let me finish the point. When Dave Rubin came out and started lying, 100% lies, lie after lie after lie, we ignored it because we're like, well, that's mental, right? But then the lies started to take root because he goes on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's like, oh, really? Tell me more. Oh my God, Dave Rubin's so right. And then he went on like 100 shows. And so then Ben Shapiro on Daily Wire comes up.
Hey Kirk, hope your Thanksgiving was good. Yeah, it was good. I hope everybody here had a good Thanksgiving. Shout out Kirk.
And Crowder comes up, and we're like, oh, these are pimples on our ass. Who cares about Shapiro? He's so small. Crowder, who cares? He's tiny. He's microscopic. Who cares, right? And we didn't address them. And you know what happened? They festered and festered and festered. And next thing you know, Dave Rubin, everybody started to think, oh, I wonder if he's right about the Young Turks and they have some evil, nefarious purpose or something. Then we started fighting back and we crushed that. Now he's a laughingstock. So whenever anybody thinks of Dave Rubin, they're like, oh yeah, he's that dumb guy, right?
Yeah, but that's not because of you. That's also because of Majority Report, ironically enough. And people like myself.
I know. When we fight back, everybody gets their feelings.
The point is, it's not... it's not just you.
Never us. We never get any credit.
The reason why I'm bringing up Majority Report and myself in this process is because, ultimately, right, we are all aligned on virtually every single issue.
Pretty
so
much,
in many
yeah.
respects, you feel chastised individually. You feel like you've been outcast by the left, or whatever, like the media representation of the left
They're not
is.
the left. I'm the left.
Okay.
No, 100%.
Come on,
okay,
man.
Agree with that.
Okay. Please, just
no,
listen.
calm down.
because we have to.
But you're
look,
not the
because,
singular
look,
force.
The idiots are making everyone think they are the left. They're like, we're the left. We're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And Nazi.
He's really harping on that one.
And us, what happens? People think they are the left. So if you say you're right, Cenk, those are the extreme idiot left.
I don't
and
think
you
that
are
they're
the left,
extreme,
and I'm okay.
No, I don't think those are the extreme idiot left. I think that there is going to be a diversity of thought in any issue that people have, and it's a matter of who you make your enemies in the finite amount of time that we have on the space, the finite amount of time that we have, living on planet Earth. It's about the economy of time and utilizing it appropriately. I don't spend any time. I do not spend any time.
Just let him attack you and sit there and don't correct anything. Let all the lies fester. Okay,
yes.
wait, you didn't let me finish. So Dave Rubin, now he's a laughingstock. Then Jimmy Dore comes in
because Dave Rubin is a right winger.
Yeah.
Majority Report is not.
So you're saying
he keeps doing that.
No, hold on. Let me finish the thought. So on Jimmy Dore, he comes in. He goes, "Oh, they're paid by Nancy Pelosi. They're paid by the CIA." Lunatic, right? And so we let it fester. Finally, we're like, get this out of here. And we tell the people truth and we crush him. Now he's a joke on the internet, right? So we go on. And anytime we don't fight, it festers. Anytime we do fight, we crush them and we move the on, and nobody thinks Jimmy Dore's the left anymore. Nobody thinks Dave Rubin's the left anymore. No. And so now these guys come and attack us, going, "Yeah, we're the real left, we're the real left." And you're saying, "No, don't crush them. Just let them fester and people pretend that they're the real left."
You're
not.
We
don't do that.
You're not.
If you're going to say stupid shit and you're going to try to punch us in the face, we're going to punch you back, not on our behalf, on behalf of Democratic voters who you are lying about.
He's wrong about the whole perceived left thing, because normies still perceive Jimmy Dore as kind of being like the liberal guy.
No, Democratic voters do not agree with you. They agree with us. So sad day for you, and I'm not going to let you lie and pretend that the Democratic voters are on your side, because you're a liar and they're not on your side. Do you agree that the Democratic voters are on my side?
I don't care what the Democratic voters are on, whichever side they're on right now. We've lost the plot. Okay,
no,
we've completely lost the plot, because now the conversation is about like the serfs or Majority Report.
And how can I blame trans people? He really does keep bringing it back to that, man.
Completely and utterly unproductive conversation to have.
Your strategy is when grifters on the left attack you, whether it's
Rubin,
I think Cedar's a grifter.
I disagree. Okay. Oh my God! Wow. Okay, I need to clip that one.
By the way, you said all of a sudden you're defending Cedar. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
I don't. First
guys, prep for the MR drama. It's coming.
I've never heard him call you a grifter.
He's called me every name in the book.
Okay.
No, he hasn't.
He's a low rent grifter.
Stop.
Okay, no, I'll tell you. I'll out him right now. When we were in Vegas together, when we were in the same network, he starts attacking Jimmy Dore, and I say, "Hey, cut the shit out. I agree with you, not Jimmy, but you're attacking him in a way that is over the top and totally unnecessary and counterproductive." And you know what Sam said to me? Sam said, "Oh, well, he has a bigger audience than me, so if I do that, I'm going to siphon off of his audience. You know why I siphon off? Because I'm right and he is wrong, and the audience deserves to hear my truth." So
yeah, but you agree with him.
Yeah, wait a minute, but you do the same thing.
Jimmy Dore is
no. This is pre-Jimmy going full right wing, full lunatic.
Yeah. Okay, but
on that particular issue they were debating about, I agreed with Sam and not Jimmy. I don't mind him saying, "Hey, I don't agree with Jimmy." What I minded is him saying, "Oh, Jimmy is terrible and bad intent and blah blah blah." But brother, he hasn't even done that yet.
He disagrees with Jimmy Dore on this whichever issue.
What was it on? What
was it on?
He says, I don't even remember. It's irrelevant. What he says is he literally told me I try to take other people's audience by getting into their basically next to their algorithm, right?
So
if
you guys every YouTuber does that.
You're saying if you deem him right wing, you should attack him.
You do that too.
Left wing, you should let him lie about you.
That's the reason he talks about Dave Rubin as much as he does, because he knows.
Every name in the book.
That's ridiculous.
You should let him pretend he represents the left when he doesn't represent the left. He doesn't represent Democrats. You should let him trick people into thinking that the Democrats are super unpopular, that the left wing is super unpopular. No, I'm not going to let him trick people into thinking that.
Okay, listen, Sam Cedar or any number of different left-wing content creators have no bearing on the actual policies that the Republican right are implementing. No, they don't. They don't. You're out of your mind.
Why did Kamala Harris in 2019 say on tape that transgender detainees should get surgery if they're undocumented immigrants? She said it because there was hold on, Haas, let me finish. Because there was enormous pressure. There was enormous pressure from the radical left to say, "Oh yeah, you got to be pro-transgender detainee immigrant surgery. You have to, otherwise you're not left enough." And she's an idiot. She doesn't have any thoughts in her head. She was like, "Oh, okay, I'll adopt that position." And it was because of the extreme left that she adopted that position, because she's an empty vessel.
You are literally attributing the consistent thing that you also agree that Kamala Harris is a bad politician with bad instincts and did not have a good way to communicate what she would have done differently for trans people. okay, to Majority Report and any number of different like extreme leftist outlets that literally get a fraction of the views that I get in this regard. Like, no disrespect to them, but like all of us combined do not have the same motion. You're talking about the special interest.
You never fight them, so nobody knows. Everybody thinks you're extreme left. Everybody thinks that you're the woke left extraordinaire, right? So like, and why do they think that? Apparently
Duke of Bread, Cenk has a simple mind. Yeah, you know what? But so do the majority of Americans. So that's why a lot of people do like think of him as like a smarter progressive guy.
Don't actually ever fight on this issue. You don't delineate.
The reality is the way that people are presented by others ends up changing the perception that they have in the minds of a lot of people that are not, they're simply just not paying attention. I come at it from a much more understanding point of view, and I understand that there is a large tent of people with a diversity of different opinions, and there are moments where I will yell at a chatter, but outside of that, in terms of the finite amount of time we have spending, I find it more productive to spend it focusing on the actual people who hold the levers of power rather than people who I'm aligned with almost entirely, whether it be yourself with some very major disagreements, or even Sam Cedar and the like.
Yep.
That's it.
Just because it's easier.
Presenting
we
yourself,
just have a difference of agreement.
No, presenting yourself as an intellectual, presenting yourself as the opposite of these people, okay, serves no purpose. It just only makes you look like you're the moderate voice in here, and they're the extreme voices and whatever.
That's true, though.
But it doesn't matter.
You're
it
not,
doesn't matter.
though.
Just
You're not. People don't perceive you that way. And on top of it, I hate to say it, sometimes he's even more extreme than, Sam Cedar. So he's being completely disingenuous in this.
Make your argument and move on and focus on the things that do matter.
Say the same thing to them because they're the ones because intent matters, Haas. Intent matters. Look, you know how many people disagree with me in Young Turks hosts? So I had this giant same exact debate we were having about the trans ad with Jordan Yule and with Jules Sulzezdev. I can't. This is the one time I get it wrong, Jules. I love those guys. Francesca's in our network. I disagree with them all the time. We have the debates on air. There's nothing wrong with those debates. That's wonderful. No problem at all. Where I draw the line is bad intent.
Yeah, when I have disagreements with any number of different people on any other networks, I say ultimately I don't care. We are aligned in this fight. We care about protecting undocumented immigrants. We care about protecting trans people, and I'm not going to pay too much attention to this because ultimately I don't give a shit if there are disagreements. I have disagreements with my friends all the time. Ultimately, if I think someone is is almost entirely aligned with me on a lot of these key issues, then I see no reason.
And they call you a Nazi and a grifter. You say, okay,
it doesn't matter. People call me. Yes.
Okay,
people call me all of it.
Okay,
I think it's ridiculous that if it's coming from the right, if it's coming from the right, then you can use that as an opportunity to show why they're ridiculous.
No, but let's get back to politics. So why does anybody think we're extreme, right? Why does anybody think the left is extreme? Because they have a whole bunch of hosts that they could point to and thought leaders and people online.
Yeah, myself included.
Right, that they point to and they go, look at these extreme positions that they have. So that taints the rest of the left. And that is counterproductive, it's unfair, and it's inaccurate. So stop pretending the most extreme positions are the most left-wing positions. They are not. They're the least representative of the left.
I think hyper-focusing on what the right is considering to be the most extreme positions is only giving it more air for no reason. This is why I said this is the sister soldier.
The independents decide elections.
This is why
you're losing that battle.
This is why I said this is a sister soldier moment where you're like identifying someone to your left that is more extreme than you to show everybody how moderate you are, and there's no reason to do that.
To show them how moderate Democratic voters are.
There's no reason.
You're not doing that.
Thinking that Democratic voters are lunatics who, by the way, okay, let's argue this. They say that no crime exists.
There's no reason to do that.
Crime is great.
There's no reason to do that.
Crime is wonderful.
You want to know why there's no reason to do that? Donald Trump is president. You never see Republicans do that, even if they do actually disagree. Even if they do actually disagree. It doesn't matter. There's no reason. There's no reason to ever turn around and be like, I disagree with these people.
You're 100% wrong on this. So let's look at California. So you say it doesn't matter.
I gotta pee real quick. You can keep going. We'll talk about crime in a second. Go ahead.
Okay.
I gotta pee.
All right. So look, guys. I want to respond to him, so I want to wait till he gets back. But look, I'll say it this way. Number one, the thing Haas is right about is there's so much more that we agree on than we disagree on. And that is why I get mad when people pretend that the disagreements are the only things that matter. So I'm not the one pretending that. The people that attacked us said, how dare you disagree?
Yeah, you are.
How dare you? That is not a sanctioned disagreement, okay? So now you have to fall back in line and you have to start calling women this and that, and you have to say that trans people should be getting the free surgeries and be able to play in professional sports. And if you don't, you're not really on the left. And in fact, Cenk, I get this argument all the time. You have the biggest left-wing network. So you have a responsibility to agree with us.
No, but capitulating on that every single time is not the way to actually show that you are an ally.
Well, what the does that mean? I don't have a responsibility to agree with you. No,
Like,
I have a
what the
responsibility
hell?
to represent my audience. I have a responsibility to represent the left in an accurate way
Yeah.
and to represent Democrats in an accurate way. I don't have a responsibility to take the most extreme positions because somebody decided that they, having not voted on it at all, having representing the most tiny sliver of Democratic voters.
Duke of Bread, Hasan is showing weakness by peeing before Cenk. Cenk's superior bladder is on full display. Yes, he is definitely, the superior male in this situation.
Says, no, that is the left-wing position. Well, when you say that,
Hasan, hashtag beta.
and you shut off debate, well, then you're doing a massive disservice to the left, not
Hey, Duke, does that mean that I'm actually, better than Hasan on this stream since I haven't peed yet?
to the right. So look, at any time you go on Young Turks, you'll see disagreement all the time. There's nothing wrong with disagreement. There's something wrong with saying that if you don't have the most extreme position, that you're not really on the left and you're a right-wing grifter and blah, 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 blah. So let's do crime. Did crime have it? You and I had a huge debate about it. And
Great transition.
And you thought it's not going to affect elections. And it obviously did affect elections, Haas. So, I mean, here in California, first of all, Donald Trump picked up 10 counties overall. He closed the gap between Kamala Harris and himself massively in California. George Gascon lost 60-40. The mayor of London Breed, mayor of San Francisco, lost overwhelmingly. The mayor of Oakland got recalled 65-35. Prop 36 passed with a 70% approval.
Yeah.
So the Democratic voters of California said, yes, crime is real. And yes, we hate it and do not want more crime. We want less crime. Those are Democratic voters.
So can I ask you something? Do you think that Californians love involuntary servitude, also known as slavery, in their prison structure?
So no, you guys. That's exactly my point, Huss. So that's a.
they
there was a
voted for it.
no. Hold on. There's a prop that Hasan's talking about here in California that basically said we should get rid of slavery in the prisons, and it lost. And that's terrible that it lost. And my thesis on why it lost, when of course the Democratic voters of California, if they understood what that meant, would say, "Oh no, I don't want slavery in prisons. That's crazy."
Yeah, Deem
But
Stars. Cenk could just stop being transphobic. Thank you. It really is that. The long and short of it is he's making this a bigger issue than it actually is. He's the one kind of giving the right the fuel. And then on top of it, he's because he's using it as a wedge issue, he's completely throwing the trans the trans progressives is what I was trying to say, completely under the bus. So that's the other thing. Like, he doesn't see it. Like, he doesn't value their viewership because he knows at this point he's just like, oh, they're irrational.
Voted against almost every left-wing ballot measure, including minimum wage, because
Again, I'm not trans, and I stopped watching specifically because of their rhetoric on this issue.
they thought, oh, the left wing is the extreme wing. They're the pro-crime wing. They're the pro-super extreme positions. So even if I'm a California Democrat, I'm voting no on everything. If a Democrat proposes it, no. And that's why we got slaughtered in this election.
So
That's not why.
Number one, you and I both agree.
Oh my God,
if I were to
man.
ask you, I think, do you think the people of Mississippi are more, are more progressive than the broader California electorate? You would probably say no.
No, yeah, culturally no.
And having said that, in the state of Mississippi, when that same exact ballot initiative was clearly defined as slavery, it passed overwhelmingly. They voted against. They voted against slavery in the prison structure.
Do you see how that?
Duke, he's not a liberal capitalist. What are you talking about? Just, siding with Polymarket, they just need the money, to not be capitalist.
Makes my point.
No, my point is
They really
that
have
the way you
shifted
frame
so
things
far.
certainly matter. It matters a lot.
Such a short
because
time.
most people are not paying attention to anything. That's why you had people searching if Joe Biden had dropped the day before the election.
Yep.
That's why communication matters. That's why who you define as your enemies matter. But if we're going to talk about, so perception is important, and narrative in many instances is more important than the truth, right? We agree with that, especially in this day and age.
So framing matters a tremendous amount. We agree.
Yeah, framing matters a tremendous amount, and also narrative
Yes.
is more important than the truth. I think this is something that you would agree with as well.
Then again, you get into short run, long run, but yeah, it's super important.
It is. I mean, this is a
Narrative
This
is
is
super
almost
important.
this is almost a callback to the Alan Lichtman conversation, right? Like, disinformation played a big role. It's not just disinformation. It's also information that's coming out of like legitimate sources with authority, like legitimate outlets of information that people still trust, like their local news stations. 90% of it is owned by Sinclair Broadcasting. They're super right wing, yada yada. But also newspapers, national newspapers, things that people care about. Fox News now dominates the media consumption by 73%. Last time I checked, it's an insane number, right? So in that process, I think something that fell apart for the Democrats and their unwillingness to actually fight back and counter message on anything because they're cowardly was the issue of crime. There's been a lot of analysis on why crime rates have gone down historically and they have completely rebounded and are trending downwards once again, as they have since the 90s, which I know you're going to get mad at, but hold on. And that most surveys conducted on the matter show that Americans think that their neighborhoods, and the crime has not increased in their neighborhoods, but actually crime has increased elsewhere.
Everywhere
so why
else.
do they think that they're safe in their neighborhoods, but they still feel like crime is exploding in the country?
I can tell you right now, as a Chicago resident, this has been a thing, and it's so funny because when people come into town, they just immediately like expect Chicago to be this war zone and are shocked when it's just like, well, I didn't hear any gunshots. It's just like, what the?
I think it is because of the right-wing misinformation faucet that is completely dominating independent media and completely dominating even major newspapers, and that everyone is constantly in a holding pattern on whatever Republicans decide is the major point that they want to argue for. And because the Democratic Party basically operates as controlled opposition against them, they just sit there, they wait for the next talking points to come out so they can do a terrible job trying to address any of the truths of the matter, and they just get dominated over and over again. There's a second part of this, though. It's what you see, right? Now, not only have all of these, not only has the crime rate actually gone down, and I think you recognize that as well, the National Crime Victimization Survey does not show like a major blip in unreported crimes. There is definitely more unreported crimes than before, and we can address why that's happening as well. But overall, the real reason why I think a lot of people see crime everywhere.
Wait a minute. I'm actually genuinely curious. If it's not reported, then how do you know?
And especially in cities, in my opinion, even though Republican and red state
Dean Stars, Chicago isn't even at the top 10. I try to tell people that, man. It's so funny because somebody from Missouri tried to tell me like they were scared to come to Chicago, and I was just like, you do realize that St. Louis is like at the top now. Like, what is wrong with you? Duke of Bread, we live in a police state. I am worried what will happen when big protests start this time. Yeah, I saw kind of a little bit of the crackdown of the Palestinian protests downtown in the Loop, which that was kind of, it was disheartening. The sidekicks reported it. Real quick, Anna, he busted the union that tried to form a TYT. I didn't know about that. Really? He's a union buster? When was that, if you don't mind me asking? Because like I never heard about that.
States have significantly higher rates of crime than states like California do. The reason why most people fall into this trap of assuming that California is a crime-ridden shithole as opposed to like a place like Alabama or a place like South Carolina, despite the fact that they have higher rates of crime, and including violent crime.
Yet I apparently live in Gotham City.
Than California does, is because narrative is more important than the actual truth. Also, the reason why Californians themselves genuinely believe that this is also happening and no one is addressing it
because it's actually happening.
No, it's because of what they perceive to be what they perceive to be is disorder and dysfunction and crime that is happening in every orifice of blue cities.
Yep.
So it's homeless, it's poverty, it's visible aspects of extreme poverty that in many instances can actually be a crime or will sometimes be criminalized. Homelessness, trash on the streets. You see someone doing drugs on the corner of the street.
Extreme left positions that have fucked us.
This is Gavin Newsom.
Yes, because that's what we want. We want them doing drugs on the street instead of having safe spaces.
The person who physically went and cleared a homeless encampment is on my side.
He encouraged them for 3 to 4 years straight.
No,
because he thought you guys were right.
You and I are in agreement if we hate Gavin Newsom, but maybe not on the same basis. I hate Gavin Newsom because he refused time and time again, despite numerous ballot measures that wanted to fix one of the most significant, most consequential aspects of why homelessness persists in a state like California. He refused to do it because he's backed by the same corporate investors that say, do not fix the housing market. Do not touch the housing market at all. Housing costs must always go up. The number one reason why homelessness persists, the number one reason why homelessness exists is because people get priced out of the market. When people get priced out of the market, they start living in their cars. When you start living in your car, you no longer have access to running water. You can't clean yourself. You lose your job. Your job attainment goes away. Yep. When you lose your job, you fall further down that pit until you arrive at the homeless guy that has been traumatized by living outside and looks like a crazy person, is probably experiencing significant mental health complications and doing drugs to self-medicate in that process. And everyone sees that and goes, that's crime. Why is no one fixing this? Yep. And that is the major issue. It's not...
I haven't gotten in here in like 20 minutes. So let me address crime.
First of all, you've definitely talked a lot more than me. I've given you all the space.
Okay, listen. So let me address crime, then we'll get to homelessness. So
about 20% more.
You have to separate out national numbers from local numbers. Why? Because Tennessee didn't do the same things as California and New York did. So you have to look at, okay, when they tried different things, how did it work out? So the national numbers are totally irrelevant. So when you get to California, I looked it up this morning because I knew we were going to have this discussion. So pre-pandemic to now, violent crime up 15%, homicide up 15%. By the way, crime is complicated. Not every number goes up and down in the way that you would expect, or goes up all at once or goes down all at once.
What year to
for
year are you comparing?
2019 to now, okay? So like, because we did a lot of the reforms in 2020, okay? But it's also complicated because the pandemic actually drove crime as well. So there was a number of different factors that did. But did crime go up? You're saying no, it's just a narrative. It didn't really go up, but it did.
No,
so violent crime went up 15%, homicide went up 15%. Hold on, let me finish. Well, no. This is overall last 4 years, okay? So yeah, it spiked in 2020 and 2021.
Yes.
Then it started to slowly come down, and last year it came down a little bit. But now, where is it? It's still 15% higher than when we started on violent and crime and homicide. And from where we started, it's now up 29% on retail theft, 43% on auto theft, and 52% on car accessory theft. Those are real. People feel that. Everybody's had their catalytic converter stolen. Everybody's dealt with minor.
I actually had mine stolen out of a Walmart parking lot. They didn't actually get it though. They because they were dumb. They didn't know that like Jeep actually has a thing that like kind of keeps it from being cut out. So they sliced it, but then they couldn't pull it.
Minor crime that wasn't an issue before, but is an issue now. Those numbers
distracting.
are real.
What's up, bud?
So when you say to them, "Oh no, it's just a narrative," and they're like, "God damn it, man! My uncle got robbed, and I go to the CVS and I can't get a goddamn toothpaste." You're saying CVS? Imagine that bullshit, right? And so when you are telling them, "Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe the numbers. You should believe me. It's just a false narrative." They don't believe you, and they were right. And so when you saw in the elections, it wasn't that the right wing tricked the people of California. And Haas, this is so important because in 2020, they tried a ballot measure that was very similar to Prop 36, okay, to repeal Prop 47, which is what reduced penalties, right? And it failed. It only got 38%. Why? Because the people had not yet...
Tree, I'll just say this. I wouldn't screw with her.
...felt the crime, okay? And after 2020, when the crime actually went up,
she scares me in a good way.
Crime, they experienced the crime, and they voted against the crime. None of that was narrative. It was real.
Good to have on our side.
And it had a massive effect on the elections in California.
Okay. So, as far as retail theft, is a conversation. We've had this conversation already. That retail theft is down, and not only is retail theft down, I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, but retail
which
theft,
time period?
Retail theft in terms of like organized retail theft, in terms of crime across the board, even in 2020, the actual
nice distracting. Your last client is scheduled for 7. Cool.
Theft crime is.
What do you do?
Like not the violent
you don't
crime,
mind me
homicides.
asking.
Homicides was the only thing that spiked, okay, which is pretty consequential. It's pretty significant. Even homicides have also gone down since the major blip that they experienced in like it post 2020 and 2021. As far as like retail theft goes, many of the places that claimed that there was organized retail theft occurring openly recognized that they were, using that as a way to massage their numbers. The real shrink that increased was completely adjusted to the increased foot traffic. I mean,
so
this
you're
is not
showing
even
an article from 2020. I just gave you the numbers from the last 4 years.
I know. I'm giving you. I'm showing you that like this is the article that I'm showing that says shootings and killings are up, even in that time frame.
Right. So I just gave you the definitive numbers in the last 4 years in California. So it did go up. And Haas, like
the reason we're having a conversation that not only is wrong, it's something that the people themselves admitted to why it was wrong. That at the time I looked at the situation, I looked at the organized retail theft, I looked at the National Retailers Association numbers, and I adjusted shrink and the percentages that contribute to shrink, and found out that the overarching number of thefts that were occurring were not actually happening as a direct consequence of like organized retail theft, because no one is going to be able to steal billions of dollars worth of merchandise by organizing retail theft. It was actually
but okay, so we actually had a situation like this locally that happened. So my wife, she works for a company that they were one of the bigger companies that got hit. So what would happen is since they were hitting them specifically like to steal, like it was high-end fragrances and like stuff that they kept at the front of the store, which was like lip gloss and nail polish kind of crap. Well, they kind of thought like they were getting away with murder because they were just like, oh, look at these people, they don't even have security. What they were doing is they were building a case that was like a RICO case against these people, and eventually they did like bring this entire ring down, and they're getting like federal time because of it, because the FBI ended up getting involved. So to say that it's not billions of dollars, sure, but at some point it did reach I think it was $1.2 million worth of merchandise.
Actually happening, and you might like this, you might appreciate this, because of automation. It was happening because normal Americans, when they go into a store and they do self-checkout, which is more beneficial for corporations because now you don't have to pay benefits for cashiers. Now you don't have to, pay a whole
distracted. I've been in healthcare worker since 2016. Oh, that's awesome.
A bunch of people to actually sit at the cash register.
Glad that you're sticking with it. I know that it's definitely a rough gig out there, and my stepsisters, they were actually nurses and they both quit. So
now you don't have to do workers' comp. Now you don't have to do paid, family leave or anything like that, or no healthcare. Now you just have an automated machine that one person is controlling every now and then. In that process, they realized that shrink would actually go up because people would just go in and maybe put a Snickers bar in there and toss it in their bag. That is why shrink went up.
No,
okay? That is the real reason why shrink went up, or on the theft side. Okay,
two things can be true at the same time. So that point about shrinkage and automation is absolutely right. And the right wing totally ignores that. You are right to bring it up, but that doesn't mean that the actual theft at the retail level didn't happen. Number one, the numbers indicate that it happened. Number two, the idea that CVS, Walgreens, all these guys were just decided to pretend that the people were going to steal this stuff and start locking it up, and when they weren't actually stealing it, is crazy. They were actually stealing it.
No, people,
that's why they locked it up.
I know.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, but
okay. So
but
both
you
of those
can't
things
make
are true.
up for billions of dollars in lost revenue.
But when
from
people go to a CVS and that shit's locked up, they get super mad.
I know, and it goes back to literally the same exact thing that we were talking about with respect to seeing homeless people and being like, "This is crime. Crime is everywhere," and instilling a sense of panic.
But crime is everywhere. And look, so now let's go to homeless.
But you're talking about organized retail theft.
Anna, it's just you're very strong in your convictions as far as. It's more so let's put it this way. I can see you being able to find information on somebody very, very quickly.
When this conversation has already, we've closed the book on that. That
we see. No.
As I said, it was in a good way. You scare me in the way where I'm just I'm glad she's on my side.
Look, let's talk about the substance. Let's talk about the substance.
They've openly said that they lied about it.
No.
Yes, they did. This article is literally that.
Maybe. Look, you're cherry picking.
I'm not.
And you're getting to a point that they admitted something that they did wrong that I agree with you on. But I'm telling you that two things can be true at the same time. What you're pointing out is definitely right. They've also admitted many other things. They also admitted that they drove up pricing during inflation because they were price gouging. They were taking profits. They bragged about it in their shareholder meetings. That is absolutely right. But the crime is also correct.
No. To say that no.
I voted yes on Prop 36. Did you vote no on Prop 36?
Prop 36 was the increasing the penalties. Yeah, I voted no on it. Yes.
Yeah. So we have a disagreement.
Yeah.
So what did it?
Team Stars, Jake locks his doors when he drives through the hood. I mean, I'll be completely honest. I lock my doors when I drive in general, but
what are the penalties? They said for theft under $950, if you've done it 3 times, then we're going to move it to a felony instead of a misdemeanor.
Yeah,
he definitely does roll up the window though.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's because.
Do you want to know why?
You know what?
Do you care?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
So a couple things. This also goes back to narrative overcomes truth, and narrative is more important than truth. If I were to tell you that the state of Texas,
I am actually you do have to be careful in certain areas. I'm not trying to also make complete light of it. Yeah, you know what? You just have to be smart. You gotta
has
just be aware of your surroundings,
on what
man.
Constitutes a felony theft than the state of California, which has implemented the $900 policy since 2014.
As someone who's been mugged twice in my own city,
California state law. Would you be surprised to find that out?
But those two things are crossed together, Huss, because when everybody talks about how California changed the laws and now you can go steal things that are under $950 all day long and it's a misdemeanor, and since it's a misdemeanor, they're going to plead you down.
Well, Anna, you have the ultimate anti-theft device. I believe it is a stick shift.
Nothing. You publicize that, then everybody goes, shit, let's go steal some stuff because apparently it's totally fine now, and more people go and steal. So that is where the reality is.
So you're saying that the media coverage over this has led to an increase of people going out and stealing stuff?
Both things are true. That the laws were changed, it did make it easier to steal, and then the media covered it, and then more people stole because the media covered it, and they're like, oh, it turns out you can just steal and get away with it.
So you and I agree that, I'm not saying that no theft has occurred. Of course, it did. We've all seen the videos, right? You and I, on the other hand, do agree that the larger, more consequential increase in shrink came from automation and not organized retail theft. I think you would agree to that.
Yeah,
because it's impossible.
On the scale of the numbers, I hear you.
I mean, it depends because the CVS one I did, I happen to know about this one and I know what kind of stuff they were hitting. It wasn't just when they say the razors and that kind of stuff was the stuff that they were grabbing and that was locked up. No. Like the organized stuff they were hitting specifically beauty products.
But that sounds right.
It is mathematically,
but yeah, the other stuff is
impossible for organized retail theft to contribute billions of dollars in lost revenue because it would have to literally be like
sorry, so Hasan's totally right about that. I kind of missed where he was going with that.
The things that you're stealing, the things that you're stealing are not expensive enough. Like they're not stealing gold bars, they're stealing deodorant and shit, right? So like over time, the real ways in which this happens is if this is a mass pattern change and a mass attitude change that makes it easier to steal small things here and there. Those numbers add up in a significantly larger way to the overall shrink of the companies. They know that. They already bake that into their profit margins because it's still cheaper for them to lay off a shit ton of their employees and allow some people to steal, and it contributes to the shrink. What they also did.
That's a good point.
And this is not just the Walgreens wasn't the only one, or CVS wasn't the only one. There was a brick and mortar retail is incredibly expensive. Mm-hmm. They're getting dominated by Amazon. That has now purchased Whole Foods and is doing Amazon Fresh, and they're getting dominated by grocery delivery services. Okay, they cannot compete and maintain brick and mortar retail stores. That's why I believe one of these major chains actually went bankrupt recently. I think it was CVS or Walgreens that literally had to close all of their stores.
But we agree on all that.
Not Walgreens.
On top of that, private equity buys them and they reduce their costs. So which then drives a vicious cycle.
Rite Aid was the one that went bankrupt.
I understand all that, but you're not addressing the point.
Yeah, but their business model was literally, let's open a Rite Aid. Like, this is how CVS is. Like, we'll open a CVS where there's a Walgreens and we'll just, openly compete. Like, it's so weird how many times I have just been like, okay, so there's a CVS right there and a Walgreens right there.
That can be true while crime going up can also be true.
No, I'm afraid you are laser focusing on a more, you're laser focusing on something that invokes emotion when actually looking at the data shows that the much larger problem here, or the much, not even a real problem for them,
which one is larger,
is actually coming from
29%. It did go up. It is real. So when you get that it's counterproductive when you keep saying things that make people think that you think that they're making it up in their head and it's not real at all.
Because I have looked at the actual numbers.
But do you see that makes them, it alienates them even more?
Okay.
You're saying even though it went up 29%, I want you to pretend that it didn't. And I want you to say it's not real. Well, they're not going to say it. And the elections prove it.
Okay. Let me give you a parallel here. The Democratic Party kept saying, right, that the economic impact that Americans were facing was inconsequential, that the economy was good, actually, right? They kept repeating it over and over again, and people were like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? My anger towards the Democrats in that regard was that they basically, and I use this as an example on the Pod Save America, the episode that I hosted yesterday, and this is a famous tweet that I'm basically paraphrasing. If you saw a homeless person,
just a heads up, I'm going to be covering that on Monday.
Person and chuck 2 pennies at them, okay? And then they yelled at you and they were like, "Q, why are you giving me 2 pennies, piece of shit?" Technically, you did improve their, material wealth by 2 pennies. Why are they being angry? Why are they angry at me for genuinely improving their material wealth by 2 pennies? You can frame every number and every percentage in a way that suits your argument, but what you have to look at is the actual data, which I have done. That's why I bring up the National Retailers Association numbers when I'm having this conversation with you about shrink increasing overall. When you say retail theft went up 29%, what you're failing to account for, and by the way, retail shrink has gone down for the record year over year.
All the numbers are better in the last year.
But the instance where it did go up, it actually went up because there was more foot traffic in comparison to the year prior. When there's more people going into the stores, there are more people who are able to steal stuff. And if you and I both agree that it's not organized retail theft that is massively contributing to the increase in shrink, but instead it's actually automated. Automated cash registers.
But they don't care
and
about
self-checkout.
But Hans, the average guy doesn't care what is leading to CVS's declining profit.
So you're saying the average guy doesn't care about the truth?
Let me finish. What the average guy cares about is, I went to the store the other day, and I've heard this story 100 times, and they're not making it up, and it's backed up by the numbers. I went to the store the other day, some douchebag walks in, grabs a bunch of stuff, and leaves. And then I feel like a sucker sitting here paying for it, because apparently anybody can come rob this place. And that's not even recorded in the numbers, and the numbers are still up. And there's a giant mountain of things that did not get reported because there was a period of a couple of years here in LA. It's better now, where I was we probably talked about this before too.
Yeah, but they're also not addressing the fact that they are catching these people. Trust me, I've seen enough of the videos where these people are caught.
I was at a Supercuts.
Actually, I have a feeling that's what we'll be doing for my members only stream coming up here.
The window's broken. Why?
It's watching some of
here all the
those.
time. Take whatever they want. They smash the windows. We stop calling the cops because the cops aren't showing up. Why aren't the cops showing up? Partly because they were trying to prove a point. Oh yeah, you guys are protesting us. We're not going to work. But another reason was because they would bring people to the DA, and the DA would say, not just because of Prop 47, because George Gascon said, don't prosecute them. Don't prosecute. Put them back on the street.
In terms of not reporting crimes,
went up.
I can't
And
speak
so
for your local.
They
I
care
can't
about
speak
what
for your local
happens to them
barber
at the grocery store, and they care that, hey, I don't care about the goddamn shrinkage. What I care about is when I go to buy
shrink
that.
is theft. That's why I'm saying shrink. It's not about the profit margins.
When they go
Shrink
in,
is
the
literally
thing
theft.
All of those things are locked up, and they're not locked up because of what you're saying. They're locked up because of the crime.
They are locked up because they do want to prevent retail theft in general. That's the reason why they lock it up, because of course they don't want people to come in and steal shit, even if it's inconsequential to their even if it's inconsequential to their profit margins. They still don't want people to go in and in the chance that is easy to steal. They lock the shit up.
So you think the people of California in mass all got tricked by the right wing into thinking there was crime when there wasn't that much crime?
I think that people saw homelessness and diminishing material conditions for a lot of working class Californians and it's not an accident that blue areas and blue cities are significantly more swinging to the right than red cities were, or red states were in general. They saw homelessness directly caused by the housing market being completely unsustainable, and they attributed that to an increase of violent crime happening everywhere and it being bedlam, when the data doesn't show that reality at all. And to make up for that massive gap in the data, by saying, oh, people are simply not reporting crimes, when we're talking about.
But I'm telling you, the data does back it up. I've proven it overwhelmingly.
I don't know.
And then on top of that, there's another mountain of unreported crime. But I don't even need the unreported crime. The crime went up. Look.
I don't know where your data is coming from.
Public Policy Institute of California. So you can look it up. Crime on the cars, 43% on auto theft over the last 4 years, 52% on car parts, and you keep telling them it didn't happen when their catalytic converter got stolen. They know what happened. Now let's go to homelessness.
Yeah, but my insurance covered it.
So that's again like the trans ad at the end of the campaign. It's in my opinion, it's a combination.
Yes, I had to
the
pay
Public
the
Policy
deductible
Institute
for
of
it,
California.
though.
Is that where you're talking about? Is that where you got this information from?
Yeah.
That California's violent crime rate rose somewhat in 2023 and remains above pre-pandemic levels. This is what you're talking about, right?
So look, keep going down. You see,
okay.
Right? So
California's overall violent crime rate increased by 1.7 from 495 crimes in 2020 to 503 in 2023.
Yep.
Like the rest of the nation, California saw a jump in violent crime in the first year of the pandemic. The state's violent crime rate is still up by 15.4% compared to 2019. This is what you're talking about.
I said. 15% since 2019.
Okay.
And
Fair.
then you see violent crime, you see homicide, you see home burglaries go down, but commercial burglaries go up.
This is from 2023.
So they're saying the 2023 numbers are better. That's why I've been saying throughout the 2023 numbers are better, right? But what they're saying is when you look at
2024 numbers are better.
The recent numbers.
Yeah, the latest numbers.
The latest numbers, they're saying, anyway.
Yes.
So the last 4 years, though, when you look at pre-pandemic to now, all the numbers are much worse.
Okay.
Oh, no, not all the numbers. Almost all the numbers. So when you go to homelessness.
I don't think this is just from Oakland. This is across the board, chat. This is California. Yeah, this is California. They're saying they adjusted it to the Oakland Police Department incomplete reporting.
Yeah, look, you can make all the excuses you want, okay, but those are real numbers. I'm not addressing to you. I'm addressing to whoever said that.
Yes.
Okay, so look, now when you turn to homelessness, again, we have, in my opinion, the corporate left. There is no corporate left. The corporate Democrats, right, and they what I would call the extreme left get together. And so you're absolutely right. Gavin Newsom wants to protect his real estate donors, who are among his top 2 donors, right? He wants housing prices to keep going up because the real estate guys get paid off of that. Number 2. He has a ton of donors that they dole out and allies that they dole out money to nonprofit groups. They dole out money to, we're going to buy that place and we're going to turn it into housing for the homeless. Except they never turn it into housing for the homeless. They just pay 3 times as much to buy the property.
Can I say something?
I don't think that Gavin Newsom's going to win his next election. Just a hot take.
Stuff is true, but 2 things can be true at the same time. At the same time, on the city council level, in LA and San Francisco and Oakland, when anybody went to say, hey, listen, I don't think we should have people shooting up in public. I don't think we should do the local meth market in the middle of town.
Okay.
The extreme left would show up, the political activists. They literally threw a brick at London Breed. They thought she wasn't extreme enough. And they're like, no, liberty for the homeless. And they're like weirdo libertarians pretending to be on the left. And so they're saying, no, we should do nothing. Nothing. They have freedom to stay on the streets.
We don't care about this. We're looking at the data. Data is more important than whatever people are saying, okay? What you're doing in this circumstance, when you look at the data here, okay, I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to open this image in a new tab, and I'm going to zoom in, okay? What you're doing in this situation is basically looking at just this portion
Because
Okay?
that is what the voters look at when they're going into this
And not
election.
looking at, I know, but you're not looking at the
No, they're not.
overall trends of crime. There
I
are,
know, but
there
I've
are
No, they're not.
instances 1,000 times.
I know, but
but
there
that trend that happened in the
You
1990s
are.
has nothing to do with the
No,
trend. since
it's not just
2020.
it's not just 1990s. Like
It's since 1960.
Since 2000, okay, crime has noticeably decreased and
But
continues
no one
to do
disagrees
so.
with that, Haas.
Okay, so when you say there's a blip, and what we have to do is basically engage in even more rigorous enforcement in a state that has literally, by the Supreme Court in the past, been told to reduce the number of people that are in their prison system, because the prisons are filled to the brim with a bunch of nonviolent offenders with no indication that they're going to reoffend. And
But that's not what has happened at
saying
all.
that no, just
These are recidivists, Haas. That's why Prop 36 fixes the problem of recidivism. If you've done it 3 times, brother, you're a
I don't-
recidivist.
See, this is
right?
where we totally, completely disagree with one another. If you think that like the 3 strikes rule in any sort of implementation of like
it goes from
more
misdemeanor to felony. Absolutely.
more aggressive prosecution and more draconian punishments being implemented are a demonstrable failure universally. That's the reason why America has a higher rate of recidivism than all of the other comparable OECD nations that have significantly more tolerant approaches and significantly better solutions in terms of identifying why crime happens, which is poverty.
You're conflating 2 different issues.
I'm not.
America's prison system is awful. It needs massive reform. There's no reason for us to have this brutal, stupid system. It contributes to a lot of the problems that we're having. But at the same time, when you say, hey, if you do this 3 times, 4 times, 8 times, 9 times, I'm still going to keep it a misdemeanor. That doesn't have anything to do with the state of our prisons. I'm not telling
Yes,
you
it
to.
does.
No, hold on. I'm not
That's the
telling
reason
you.
why they're
Hold
doing
on.
it.
I'm not telling you to beat those guys. I'm not telling you to torture those guys. I'm not telling you to put them in jail for the rest of their lives. This is not 3 strikes and you're out. This is 3 strikes and it's a felony, brother. It's a felony. You're saying 18 strikes. That motherfucker goes into the store, robs it 18 times, and you're still going to call it a misdemeanor?
Do you agree with the crime bill now of Joe Biden, the architect of the crime bill, like crime control bill? That was a successful method.
So that is a complicated calculus, because back then what they would do is they would say, and this is what I hated, and this is the criminal justice reform that I wanted, which is, oh, you smoked marijuana. That's it. We're putting you in prison for 20 years. What the? No, I don't agree on marijuana.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
No,
I asked
but you're
3
asking me a
strikes
bill
law.
that has all these different parts. Some parts I agree with, and some parts I
Do
don't
you
agree
agree?
with.
I'm asking you a very specific component of the bill, 3 strikes law, which means that
The
if
3
you
strikes and you're out forever? No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. So, but you do
That's
agree.
a life sentence.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. This
So
is
you,
3
but,
strikes
but you do
and it's a
agree
felony.
in. But you do agree in adding more aggressive, adding like a felony attachment
more aggressive
to
punishment,
Okay.
not brutal punishment,
Let's
not
in-
weirdo
why
torture
don't-
punishment,
why don't
but
you-
normal aggressive punishment.
Okay.
to
Why don't you?
recidivists.
Why
Absolutely.
don't you agree with the 3 strikes law on principle?
Because it's too draconian and it doesn't match proportionally the crime. Because your 3rd strike, like happened in Louisiana, was a guy who stole a slice of pizza, got a life sentence. No, that's disproportionate. When you smoke marijuana and they give you a life sentence or 20 years or 10 years or even 1 day, that's disproportionate.
So for you, it's
we want
$900.
So we want a criminal justice reform to bring us back into moderation, not to bring it back to a different extreme, the opposite extreme.
Okay.
Yeah.
So petty theft being considered a felony is something that you're on board with, as long as it's not just like a slice of pizza.
No, as long as you're doing it over and over again. So if somebody goes and steals something, they're a kid, they're 14, do I want that to haunt them the rest of their lives? No, I don't. Okay. But somebody's 27 and they've now committed 8 robberies of stuff that's $850. And if you let him out, you're an idiot, you're a schmuck, and he should come to your house and rob that house over and over and over again, because you're saying, I'm cool with it. And I'm not cool with it. You do it 3 times, that means you're a criminal. This was not an accident. You did it on purpose. And I'm not saying throw the book at you. I'm just saying it's obviously a felony. If you can't understand that that's the modern position, then you're out of step with the voters.
Okay. So the reason why I have a different approach to this than you, I think, is because I understand the state of the California prison structure, and I understand that California already has some pretty awful and draconian punishments that they implement, and that is the disagreement here. I understand that the crime apprehension method, the best possible way to reduce crime, is by improving some of the most consequential aspects that cause people to go and do crime. I don't think that people do crime because they're like evil people. I think they do it because in the overwhelming majority of circumstances, they are a victim of their material conditions. They're a victim of circumstance.
No, you're going too far.
Wait, what do you mean?
So does poverty
Wait,
contribute to
what?
crime? Of course it does. So
Okay.
when the right wing says, oh no, it's just like evil, demon-possessed people and their socioeconomic condition has nothing to do with it, that's absurd. Of course, poverty causes crime to some degree. But you're taking a macro issue and applying it to a micro case. So when the guy goes in and hits a woman in the face with a brick, that's not because his material conditions were problematic. That guy's got mental issues, okay? And so that and you got to lock that guy up, or he's going to hit another woman in the face with a brick, right? So you can't take the macro. You should address both of those things. The way you address the macro issue is bring down poverty, create better prison system like Norway does. It reduces recidivism greatly. It gets you to a better result. So you should do all those things that I agree with you on. But you should also say, no, on an individual level, if you keep committing crime, I don't think it's because you're an angel that just got misdirected and you're Jean Valjean and you stole a loaf of bread because your sister's kid needed it. No, you're like a guy who thinks I can get away with crime, so I'm going to do more crime. If you think that doesn't exist, you're in La La Land. Of course, people are human. They respond to incentives and disincentives. And when you say there's now no punishment, in effect, it's not real. Misdemeanor is real punishment, but unfortunately, because it gets pled down to almost nothing, it becomes in effect no punishment. Of course, normal human beings are going to react by going, okay, I guess it's illegal to steal now.
Okay, but since I thought we established this basis that in terms of retail theft being you're pairing up numbers that don't actually add up to a hyper-specific anecdote of a serial criminal that you've made up in your mind. You're making
I'm not
it
making
seem
it
as,
up. It's in the numbers.
No, it's not in the numbers because we disagree. I think the broader scope of this analysis requires you to look at the actual ways in which retail theft is occurring and what is the actual contributor to the problem.
A huge percentage of the crime is committed by recidivists. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but you guys could look it up.
No, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not one. There's no world in which one singular person is responsible, or 1,000 people are responsible for the brunt of the overwhelming majority of majority of retail theft.
When you say, Haas, that there's almost no consequences for theft under $1,000, you will get more people stealing under $1,000. That's the most obvious thing in the world, and that's exactly what happened. So
no, that's not what happened.
You keep pointing out a different problem, and I'm telling you, yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
That's not what happened.
You and I are. So you're saying that if there's no 3 strikes on moving into a felony, that it's not going to affect people at all. Are you actually saying that?
There is no world in which people are actually contributing to the retail theft in a meaningful fashion because they're constantly going back and stealing.
You keep going back to retail theft. How about the catalytic converters? Okay. How about property crime? How about auto theft?
Fine. The reason why I'm using retail theft as an example is because you use it as an example.
But all these examples are the same.
Cool, distracting. I appreciate you checking it out. Yeah, if I'm still here. Yeah, pop back in.
And it's one area that I actually have.
We're not punishing it.
It's one area where I have actually looked into the data. That's the reason why I'm using retail
or should we say, oh, those poor angels?
Crime already gets punished. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying.
The idea that not
no, that's not true. The idea that criminals are not being punished at all in the state of California is a ridiculous lie.
No, but Haas, you're literally wrong here. Factually incorrect. When you have no cash bail, combined with lowering felonies to misdemeanors. What it does is it says this is a misdemeanor. I cannot keep you in prison. There is no cash bail, so you're free to go. Okay. So then that says to the average guy who's not a rocket scientist, because that's how he wound up stealing shit from CVS. Oh, I just stole from CVS, or I just stole your catalytic converter, and they let me out. So that means I should do it again and do it again and do it again. So Haas, are you saying if they do it 400 times, you're still going to call it a misdemeanor?
They're not going to do it 400 times. What are you talking about? That's insane. If someone was literally going in and stealing something 400 times in a row, it would not be a blip on the actual broader billions of dollars that are increased in shrink.
So there's no recidivism.
No, it's ridiculous.
Recidivism is the majority of crime.
Well, I mean, okay, hold on. Hasan is being a little because for him to ignore the fact that there are automotive theft rings where these guys do get away with it. Has he not seen Gone in 60 Seconds?
Why is it the states with better?
Why can't I draw a line on repeat offenders?
Because you're not addressing the problem.
Let's go.
When you say these are repeat offenders, we have to bring the law down when we already do. When we already do bring the law down on these people.
We literally
do.
You live in a gets pled down.
You're talking about a state that has some of the highest percentage of incarcerated in comparison to the rest of the planet, and you're making it seem as though California is letting criminals roam free.
But it's just a falsehood. Gavin Newsom let out tons of criminals, and then he said, "Oh, I'm saving $150 million."
That's great. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. You, in the past, falsely said that Gavin Newsom is letting 75,000 prisoners roam the streets. Okay, tell
me how much he released from the prisons.
Do you know
like Bane from Batman?
Do you know the structure in which this prisoner release program works?
I've got a plan. I am the governor of California. I think that you need to understand, Batman, that I want the retail crime rate to skyrocket on purpose. You don't see my mighty plan, Batman.
Do you think that it just means oh, you're a rapist? Go ahead, be free.
I never said that.
Okay, you're a thief. No, go ahead, be free.
No, they're saying, hey, you have not served your
Cenk, you guys spoiled my entire plan. Somebody must deal with him.
Your time, but Gavin Newsom would like to save more money so he could give more of it to his donors. So we're going to let you out of prison, even though you didn't serve your time.
That's how it happened? No, that's not how it happened. Okay, they looked at people with less likelihood to reoffend, and they actually still went through the same exact process that you normally go through in a state where
they changed the law.
The penalties.
It can't be the same process if they change the law.
No, the process is still the same. They just shortened the sentences in a state where sentences are already so long. We're talking about people who are going to spend 30 years in prison, and they've spent
why were they going to spend 30 years in prison?
Spent 20
why
years.
were they going to spend 30 years? Because they stole pizza? No, because they committed rape or murder.
No, just listen. I'm using 30 as a number. I'm giving you 30. It could be 5 years in prison. Okay, they were going to spend 5 years in prison. They've spent 3 already. So now they've actually put them in front of a parole board ahead of time instead of serving out the 5 years of their prison sentence.
That's right. And they're letting them go too early. That's right. I think they should serve their sentence.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Like, so Cenk's point here can actually be attributed to like Chicago and like the Kim Fox situation. If you guys don't know about that, it is kind of a cluster. It's a cluster F.
5 years in prison. You think the extra 2 years?
You know what the hell they got the 5 years for?
The extra,
look, guys, you can steal.
I do know. As a matter of fact, I do know.
Infinitum and not get a felony. A felony is 1 year or higher. To get a 5-year sentence is significant. Okay. And you think they all did nothing? They were all Jean Valjean, and we're just releasing them.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're Jean Valjean. Their capacity to reoffend is not going to change dramatically between the.
What that just said, how they'll intentionally let crimes happen because they want to actually build a bigger case. That's what Cenk is totally just glossing over
3
here.
years that they're being let out if the parole board finds them eligible and analyzes their capacity to reoffend in the process.
In
if you
a new
think that
law
those people,
where they say, but you should let them out.
No, that's not true. You're wrong. This is Fox News shit. That's why I'm so frustrated with this conversation.
Are they out or are they not out, Haas? Did they change the law or did they not change the law?
That means that
they changed the law and now they're out.
Yeah,
what part of that is complicated?
Because that means that there's a shit ton of people that actually have been found by the exact same parole boards with no capacity to reoffend in their analysis that have actually been let out early, and they shouldn't have been in prison for that long to begin with. That's my point. If you think that
they literally let out criminals that you think should be let out, even though you don't know any other cases.
Because I don't believe in the idea that there is a major difference between someone serving a 5-year sentence and a 3-year sentence.
So you think all the sentences should be lower, which creates a disincentive, which creates an incentive for more crime.
If that was the case, then there would be significantly more crime in every other country on the planet than the United States of America.
No, their system is entirely different. You're
why
talking
is it
about
entirely
one
different?
portion of their system when their system is 100% different than ours. If you said to me, let's go to the Norwegian model, I'd say yes in a second.
Okay.
And that
but you're pushing the country in your as a massive progressive online commentator, you're pushing in the exact opposite direction.
I don't love crime.
I'm saying
yes, I am.
But it's not a deterrence. It's not a real deterrence. It's demonstrably unsuccessful.
Except for the fact that it was, and the numbers went up, and the voters agree with me.
No, and the voters agreeing with you doesn't matter. We're looking at the actual. We're looking
at. So you think all the Democratic voters are wrong, even though the numbers prove that they are right?
Democratic voters voted for
repeat offenders are no big deal.
Democratic voters in the primary process voted for Joe Biden. Democratic voters voted in the primary process for Joe Biden. Do you think that the country would be worse off without Medicare for all or not?
So Haas, there is both of those. We talked about this already. Both the reality and the narrative have an effect. Okay, so sometimes the narrative that is wrong pushes things over the edge and makes a difference. And so that's why the Joe Bidens of the world win, because they have overwhelming propaganda in the primaries. In this case,
but you don't think there's overwhelming propaganda in terms of being...
Let me finish. In this case, you're saying, oh, it's the same kind of propaganda, right?
Yes.
It doesn't actually exist, but we their minds, and then they think that it exists when it's poor people who just are innocent and angels, and they didn't do anything wrong. But all the people in the Democratic Party in California, let alone the Republicans, all got brainwashed into thinking that there's real crime when there isn't. But you're wrong on the facts. So both things are true.
I'm not wrong on the facts. I'm not. You the reason why we hyper focus on retail theft is specifically because it is one that I have extensively done research on. Okay, that's the reason. I'm sure if I were to look at all the other data that you're giving me, that I could probably figure out exactly what's going on and the way that data is massaged as well. Okay, but having said that, I fundamentally on first.
Oh, this is a good take, Anna. Hasan understands the material reality of this, and the argument you're seeing is a physical manifestation of the difference between materialism and idealism. Yeah,
principles disagree with you that the solution
great way of looking at this.
To crime is more prisons, more jail, more locking up people, and the proof is the American system.
It's not binary, Haas. It's not either more prisons or less prisons, shittier prisons or nicer prisons. It depends. What are we doing?
It depends.
Is it a misdemeanor?
It depends
or is it
at the end of the day.
Is it smoking marijuana, or is it doing meth in public next to high school kids and junior high school kids?
It depends on the material conditions, Jank. That's it. It depends on social safety nets. That is what it depends on more than anything else. And you and I agree on this. And it saddens me to see that you have like given up hope, understandably, that we will ever solve the underlying material problems. So now you're just trying to burn the candle on the other end.
You can do both.
No.
Just because, well, first of all, you're not even doing either. So we're not changing any of the material conditions. The corporate Democrats and the corporate Republicans have fucked us all, right? All they do is funnel money to the rich and to the corporations. We agree on that. So we're not actually fixing any of the fundamental problems. But in the meanwhile, since we haven't fixed the fundamental problems, crime has risen. And your response to that is, maybe we'll fix the underlying problems decades from now. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to let the guy out. And I'm saying, in the meanwhile, I am not going to let the guy out.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that our prison structure and the way that we look at crime in America, culturally speaking, and in the way that we have written legislation is far more draconian. We're the #1 country for incarceration on this planet. It's worse than China. It's worse than Russia. Okay? That is a fact. That is an objective fact. You are looking at a system where America is 4% of the entire globe's population, but houses 25% of the entire globe's incarcerated population, is saying we need more of that. I'm saying this is a demonstrable failure, and what we have to do is fix the underlying material problems, specifically problems that contribute to homelessness. That is the most impactful way that many Americans think that there is like an unimaginable amount of crime that is occurring, including but not limited to some of the crimes that you're mentioning in terms of like stealing catalytic converters and shit. Okay.
Is there a number? Is there a number of repeat offenses at which you would move it from a misdemeanor to a felony, or would you keep it at a misdemeanor if they, no matter how many catalytic converters they stole, no matter how many watches they stole, no matter whatever the numbers are, you don't care?
I think it should be.
Is there a line for repeat offenses?
As is the case with no cash bail, it should be individually determined in terms of the capacity to reoffend by a judge, which is what is going on with cash bail. Cash bail does not mean that like, oh, you did a rape or you did a murder and now you're, allowed to roam the streets.
There's cash bail for felonies. That's why. Yeah. That's why the felony misdemeanor distinction is so important. So if you go to the extreme right wing position where they say, things like, oh, they're letting all the criminals out. That's not true. There is no penalty. Yeah. No, that's not true. It's a misdemeanor. So you have to actually base it on what we're talking about here. So yeah, the judge has discretion in certain cases, but now in certain cases they're taking that discretion away. And in a sense, I said give it back to them, because
I think that judges should maintain discretion in terms of someone's capacity to be, a capacity to reoffend in the process of the criminal trial that's being conducted. That is the whole point. The reason why
you were taking discretion away when you said you cannot charge them for a felony if it's under $950, period. No matter how many times they do it, you cannot charge them as a felony. And what I'm saying is, no, you should be able to charge them as a felony. And as a blanket rule, I don't mind the number 3. If you've done it 3 times, it wasn't an accident.
The reason why you and I have a disagreement...
Here. I'm going to just pause this because Target employees claim the chain will wait to arrest shoplifters until thieves steal enough to get a felony charge. Experts say that's part of a larger trend to mitigate theft across the broader spectrum, and also like they're trying to catch these theft rings.
Whether or not this is as pressing of a problem is because I think you're being primed by what you are seeing around you and factoring all of that in together to say crime is completely out of control, especially when it comes to theft.
And I think you're crazy.
The reason why I'm saying that is because, and I brought up the Texas example already, like in the state of Texas, in order for a theft to be considered a felony, it needs to be $2,500. Do you think that Texas does not prosecute? Do you think Texas has a wokeness in their criminal justice problem? That is a significantly higher number than the state of California.
Repeat offenders?
That is, I don't know how they treat repeat offenders in comparison to California, but I assume that it is fairly comparable to the California structure, especially considering that the felony, the felony part of that, the number for what constitutes a felony is $2,300 or something. Is either $2,300 or $2,500. So clearly,
I would do this. I don't want to do this experiment on the people of Texas, but if we did an experiment, and I say it's both, it's the narrative and the reality. So the reality in Texas is what you're saying is that it's up to 2,300 or so, that it's a misdemeanor. If we went and publicized at a national level, hey, you know what? In Texas, it's a misdemeanor, but again, there's differences here because they might not have no cash bail. So then those guys do get arrested and they stay in prison until their trial, so they don't get to repeat offend over and over again. But even so, if you publicize that you're going to get a misdemeanor instead of a felony, I bet you that the crime in Texas would go up, because a lot of people would go, oh, misdemeanors usually gets played down to nothing. Misdemeanor is not as big a deal. I'm much less likely to go to prison under a misdemeanor. I'll go steal more in Texas. I think the crime would go up. You think the crime would not go up if that was a well-publicized fact?
So you're saying that it's because the media hasn't covered Texas's felony distinction up until this moment.
Saying that. You were saying the narrative makes the difference.
No, I'm saying that narrative doesn't contribute to the material reality one way or another in a way, in a more meaningful way than like people feeling the consequences of not being able to make rent, or not having the same job attainment, not having the same living wages that they're supposed to be getting when wages are outpacing, or when inflation is outpacing wages.
You're making a macro micro difference.
No, it's not.
The guy who's doing the theft is not some sort of angel in your macro world that if he was
it's not.
rich,
I'm not saying he's an angel.
That.
I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm not making the difference between you and I think in this conversation is that you're applying some semblance of like morality to the action. I'm not. I'm saying human beings are immediately reacting to their material circumstances.
Yeah.
I'm not ascribing a moral value to that because I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing the ways in which like people steal, some people steal for honorable reasons like Jean Valjean, and other people steal for bad reasons because they want to be bad, is silly. I look at the data, I look at the actual problem, and I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing or trying to dive in, and trying to dive into the mind of like one criminal over the other is actually silly. And that's not how legislation is written anyway, because if you were to write legislation that way, when people do write legislation that way, you arrive at a whole bunch of things that you disagree with as well, like in the crime control bill. You arrive at people being like, well, those evil people are smoking marijuana and marijuana kills, and that's why they have to be locked up in prison forever. That's how we arrived at 25% of the entire incarcerated population of the planet being incarcerated in the United States of America.
So look, I attribute both things. The incentives and disincentives matter. So if you say, hey, there's going to be less punishment for something, you will get more of that thing. If you say there's going to be more punishment of a thing, you will get less of that thing. If you disagree with that, you're literally disagreeing with human nature. Then on the moral component, which is a separate factor, on that factor, crime is literally us as a society saying we find that to be immoral and unacceptable. You are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to take from that guy when you didn't earn it. That is an immoral act and it is an illegal act. That is literally what crime is. You're not allowed to rape that woman just because you wanted it. It is illegal and immoral. You cannot go into his house and take his shit. That is immoral and illegal. By definition, crime is about morality. Then the question is, where do we draw the lines on what we think is right and wrong? And what I'm saying to you is, I'm drawing them in a different place than you are. I'm drawing them in a place where the great majority of Americans are, and I'm drawing them in a place where I say, let's go solve those macro issues that you and I agree on so that there's less crime overall, and let's do it right.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile, yes, I am saying you are not allowed to. It is immoral to smash a woman's face with a brick, to smear shit on a woman's face.
He said human nature, argument lost. Yep.
Things that people literally walked on in New York. It's a misdemeanor now. You walk, no cash bail, you walk. And people got sick of people walking, and that's why you lost California in spectacular fashion. That is exactly as I predicted. 36 passed with 70% of the vote.
Okay. I don't agree that people who engage in violent felony assault should be able to immediately walk away. It's like in terms of letting that person walk away, you are constantly a greater danger to society. I don't agree with that.
So it is immoral.
Yes, I think that.
So crime is immoral.
Yes, but when you are legislating or when you are actually trying to figure out a way to reduce the number of crime, you can't just sit there and be like, well, that's immoral. Then okay, then kill that person. We should kill that person.
No, you're going to an extreme.
No, I'm not going to an extreme. You're going to an extreme.
I literally told you earlier. What was my rule?
Anna, crime is not about morality. What the? Yeah.
I'm using your argument and moving it to a logical conclusion, which is we should lock away that person.
He's literally just saying that it has nothing to do with your material conditions.
Like a crime
at this point,
that's what happens when you.
Logical at all.
That's what happens when you moralize.
The punishment has no, you don't. Punishment has to be appropriate and proportional to the crime. So it's not a moral position to say you stole a slice of pizza, so I'm going to take your freedom away forever. That is not a moral position. But it's also not a moral position to say you can steal any pizza you like. So what's the right answer? The right answer in that case is a misdemeanor. Sometimes misdemeanors make sense.
Okay, but here's the thing. We already have rules in the book.
Deterrence. Yes, we have these.
Clearly not contributed to fixing this problem. And I'm not saying that the solution is to just abolish the principle of crime, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that
punishment.
Of course, you're not saying that.
My anger and my frustration is that we keep looking at wrong solutions and moving away from the actual, genuinely successful solutions in reducing the number of crimes that happen, whether it be property theft or whether it be any sort of violent crimes at all. And the example is out there in every other OECD nation. And instead of looking at that and going, this is in the direction that we need to move in, which is something that you do when it comes to Medicare for all. It's something that you do for socialized medicine, but it's for some weird reason not a thing that you factor in when it comes to the actual
I do.
When it comes to the actual issue of crime.
I've said like 8 times I do, and I want to go towards their system, but we don't have that holistic system. We don't have the safety net. We don't have any of that.
I know.
We don't have the right prisons. So give me a bill that fixes our prisons, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that reforms police training, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that says let's spend more money on mental health, and I'll say yes. But if you just give me a bill that says let's let the criminals go, I say no. Okay, felonies after 3 strikes, easy. Everyone, the overwhelming majority of the voters agree, and they are right.
By the way,
let's keep going. Let's go to the next thing.
The 3-strike misdemeanor conversation that is like the conversation of like taking 3 strikes and turning it automatically into a felony does actually put a 3 pizza slice guy in prison. Just so you know.
Yeah, it does. It puts him in prison for a year. A felony is a year or more.
Okay, so if someone steals 3 slices of pizza, year.
No, 3 different instances.
Yeah, in 3 different instances.
Yeah, they are a repeat offender. You're giving the most extreme, lowest example you could find. I can give you 3. A guy smashes into a jewelry store, takes a $900 watch. He does it 340 times in a year, and you still say a felony. Okay, so we both have extreme examples. And I'm saying,
that's fine.
If you go break the law 3 different times on purpose, goddamn right it's a felony.
Okay, here's why I think you and I will never see the world in the same way. I would rather have the jewelry guy go free if that means the 3-piece slice also gets to go free.
Yeah, we disagree.
Yeah, I think 100% I stand on that.
And good news is we just had an election about it, and it got decided. So
I think
the voters said, we agree with Cenk. We're not willing to let you rob every place blind because you're worried about the 3 pizza guy.
Yeah, and the reason why I disagree with you on this is because it is something that you agree with me on as well. That's not even the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem
part of the solution.
The solution to the problem would be food banks, and the solution to the jewelry theft guy.
But the food bank is not going to solve the repeat offender guy. That guy's out of control. So the repeat offenders
the guy
are totally
who's
out of
stealing
control.
3 pizzas is
you're taking the lowest possible
and you're taking the maximum possible example. And I'm telling you,
in that range, in that spectrum from the lowest to the highest. Yes, I am perfectly comfortable.
But that's not how the law works. When you do the
you're doing it on purpose. You're a criminal. And you like to rob other people's shit.
Okay.
Yes.
Subtly sneaking in qualifiers.
By numbers, what kind of crime do you think is going to happen more commonly in this process, or has been happening? The guy who's stealing pizzas and 3 slices, and now he has to go to prison for a year, or the jewelry theft?
Oh, so my guess is, first of all...
Well, and he's already changed his position, too, because he was, like, originally talking about, like, oh, it shouldn't be comparable. Like, if you steal a slice of pizza and then, the guy who, repeats robbing the jewelry store and blah, blah, blah. Like, but he already kind of, like, shifted his stance on that too, because he was just like, well, I suppose if this guy does keep robbing jewelry stores, he should get arrested for stealing the pizza.
Well, we're both guessing, and the more common thing of just going into a store and stealing whatever you want is way higher, way higher than the guy who's like, oh, I'm so hungry, I just need 1 slice of pizza. By the way, go outside a pizza shop in California, anywhere in California, like San Francisco, etc. Hey, say, hey brother, I don't want money. Can you buy me a slice of pizza? And that guy will buy you 8 slices of pizza. The next guy will buy you 8 slices.
That's not what we're talking about.
Nobody's going hungry. There's food kitchens,
that's not what we're talking about.
Soup kitchens. You can do all of that. So
I'm not talking about the morality behind like.
What is more common? The guy who's hungry and stole the pizza, or the guy who's like, oh shit, cool, free shit for free shit. Way more common. 10,000 times.
The guy
more
who says, I want to steal, I want to go into Rite Aid and steal deodorant and shampoo or whatever, right?
Whatever.
What do you think is more common? The guy who's stealing deodorant, pizza, any number of different things, or the guy who's like facilitating a jewelry heist, a smash and grab at a jewelry store?
Now we're getting into such micro things, Hus. There's some gangs who do it on purpose. They realize, oh, there's a loophole here. We're going to exploit that
now
loophole.
It's a micro thing.
Because they'll even get lighter sentences, get off easier, etc. Then there's randos who do it because they heard on the news that it's basically...
You do realize why I'm asking this question. It's because when you write legislation, and I think you agree with this this principle, like when you, like the abortion, the abortion restrictions, right? There's a reason why people say this should be left between a doctor and the patient, right? Because any kind of legislative hurdle that you put in place of this routine medical process by hyper focusing on like late term abortions or 3rd trimester abortions, which is, 1% of abortions overall. And in every single circumstance, it's happening because there is like a serious threat to the carrier and not like a, fun abortion that someone is having after carrying the pregnancy for 9 months. The reason why we don't want to put a legislative hurdle in front of it is because a lot of people become victim in that process because of the legislative hurdles. And the same principle applies in criminal justice. When you are going in the direction of more stringent penalties and a more draconian implementation of the law, the pre-existing law, you are going to put a lot of people that even you yourself consider to be like innocent victims of material circumstance in prison and explode the prison population. The way to make up for that now is to not only just open up new state penitentiaries, but implement private prison facilities. And it contributes to the same cycle of violence and a lack of lowering the recidivism rate to begin with. So we're looking at a situation, and I feel like it's very reactionary thinking to look at like America's criminal justice system that you and I both agree is fundamentally broken, and say we need more of that because there's not enough of it happening, when in fact it has nothing to do with the actual draconian ways in which we have rigorously applied the law, and everything to do with the underlying material circumstances. And in the absence of no one actually fixing the material circumstances, you're saying, well, in the process we should just like criminalize more shit. And I think that
I'm not sure I understood what you're saying, but I'll address a couple of things. First of all, on the abortion analogy, I think that abortion should be illegal in the 3rd trimester. But there should be, of course, an exception for the life and health of the mother that the doctor decides along with the mom. And if the Republicans say, no, that's too broad an exception, okay, we could have that debate. So, but I'm not sure how it relates to this. So,
I'm not even in favor of like criminalizing abortions in the third trimester. I think
okay, that's fine. We disagree on that.
Yeah.
So, and again,
but do you understand why?
Happens,
but
the great majority of the American people agree with me on that.
Yeah. My job as someone with a perspective is to try to get other people to understand where I'm coming from on this issue, and I think I can try and communicate. I did as to why criminalizing third trimester abortions, which is an incredibly rare procedure to begin with.
It is incredibly rare.
It is an incredibly rare procedure to begin with. Is only adding additional legal hurdles in an otherwise incredibly traumatic experience that the carrier is going through.
What it's doing is
completely unnecessary.
Making your position look extreme for no reason. When the great majority of the incredibly
no, that was a great point on the side. There is the fact that he's always capitulating to the fact that like the right is going to call him extreme, which he like. Okay, they're always going to call you extreme. They call you extreme anyway. Like, what are you doing?
Cases.
Who are you trying to placate to at this point? This is what I'm asking about the like broader Democratic Party, especially after this election. Like, who are they even trying to placate to?
Are a medical necessity. Almost all of them are a medical necessity. Once you put a medical necessity exception in, you're needlessly making your position look more extreme by saying you're allowed to abort up until the day of the delivery.
No, there's always going to be.
I guess he's always been more right wing than I actually thought.
You cannot get a third trimester abortion that is not already an incredibly complicated medical procedure.
That's right, because it's illegal.
No,
it is illegal.
No, it's not because it's illegal. There are states where there's no legal restrictions on third trimester abortions, but the reason why it is unnecessary and conciliatory to the Republican position that is born out of not real truth of the matter, but instead hysterical, made-up hallucinations like women are getting fun abortions after carrying a pregnancy to almost term, is because you're adding an unnecessary legal hurdle on a complicated medical procedure that is automatically limited by its own complication.
If you do that policy, Haas, the Republicans...
It already exists.
No, I get it. And by the way, and Republicans do use that in debates.
So
and what it does is it hurts abortion rights. It hurts abortion rights because what winds up happening is they go, oh, these sons of bitches want to abort right up until the day of the abortion, and that's why they're so extreme. Make sure you agree with us 6 weeks. Wait, how the hell did we get
and I
6
used to know... I know he used to be a Republican, but I didn't know that he had, like, especially like with the abortion issue right here, like the fact that he has these arbitrary lines just to kind of placate to like, you know, the sense that he doesn't want to be viewed as too extreme.
He already agrees at 24 weeks. 24 weeks is the correct standard.
24
weeks protects almost all women. And you protect the women beyond that.
Now they say post-birth abortions. It's ridiculous.
They literally are saying you're murdering babies outside the womb.
Americans agree with, you could easily beat back
that
extreme statement that they're making.
You cannot concede or cave or capitulate to right-wing framing, especially when it's not born out of the data or the reality of the matter. You're saying
I think it should be illegal.
They make people look crazy.
Trimester, but I think it should be illegal in the third trimester.
Okay.
Why? Because I agree with you, it's exceptionally rare.
Why?
Almost all the time, it's medical reasons, and people don't have abortions for fun.
Yeah.
But
especially at that point, because it's such a an invasive procedure to actually conduct that automatically limits the number of people that can get it regardless.
It's like he saw this South Park episode about this where Cartman was like getting abortions on purpose. Oh man, I just love getting abortions, and he literally was just like, "Yep, that's happening."
Matter of law. Should you be allowed to get an abortion because you chose to after the fetus is viable? And I think the answer is no. Once the fetus is viable, it's an independent human being, and you don't get to make that choice on your own without a consultation of a doctor saying, "Yeah, no, you're right. Your life is in danger."
Fetus viability will improve with medical science as well. Does that mean that if in the future the fetus could be viable outside of the womb, then
take it out and deal with it? Yeah, I think it's okay.
That's crazy.
You think it's so? You're saying if a fetus is viable and it just and the pregnancy just got started, and somebody says, "I'll take care of that baby."
Do you understand the process?
No, I don't want to.
Do you understand the process of taking it out? That is also an invasive medical procedure.
But you're saying in the future when it's possible. Of course, I'm not saying now.
No, but fetus viability can happen at what? Well, does that mean that if in the future the fetus could be viable outside of the womb, then like
take it out and deal with it? Yeah, I think it's okay.
That's crazy.
You think it's so? You're saying
I didn't do that, by the way.
If fetus is viable and and the pregnancy just got started, and somebody says, "I'll take care of that baby."
Do you understand the process?
No, I don't want to.
Do you understand the process of taking it out? That is also an invasive medical procedure.
But you're saying in the future when it's possible. Of course, I'm not saying now.
No, but fetus viability can happen at what, like 6 months? You're gonna let's say a premature baby can exist outside and in a vacuum. Like the fact that you have to still cut a woman up to be able to get that out is like
I know, but we're not cutting her up, Haas. We're just saying you have to finish the pregnancy.
No, that is. I fundamentally disagree with you on this.
Okay,
that's
no problem.
insane.
I'm just letting you know.
In the third trimester, by the way,
that's
my
insane.
standard is the Roe standard, Right, you're going beyond Roe. Roe said illegal in the third trimester.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't like my
So
statement
you're
is
going past Roe, and I'm saying
no.
Roe's-
Roe applies a minimum standard. That's the most important. That's the most consequential aspect of Roe is that there is a minimum standard that states cannot go beyond. And I think that it's valid to have a minimum standard as a federally protected mandate when there are plenty of states, as we saw, that already had automatic trigger laws that would implement if Roe v. Wade was overturned. As long as there's a minimum standard, then that's good. I would go so far as to say that there should be no legal hurdles whatsoever, especially considering that the third trimester abortions, as you and I both agree, is not like a fun abortion. Especially because the process in which the process in which you're getting to a third trimester is already laborious to begin with.
So strategically, I bet we have a disagreement here. When I look at the abortion issue as an example, Republicans say that it should be either 0 weeks or 6 weeks where the woman loses her rights, right? And loosely speaking, the right wing says that. You're saying the entire 9 months it should be up to the woman, and I'm saying 24 weeks. So now the majority of Americans think 24 weeks. But but if we go with your 9-month strategy, House, what I'm worried about is that we're going to wind up at 15 weeks instead of 24 weeks because the Republicans are going to say, look at how extreme they are. Look at how extreme they are. They're saying that you should be able to, whether they do or they don't.
Regardless of the majority position, the Republicans did undermine the democratic process. I think you and I are aware of that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like, regardless of how good of an argument that the Democrats could have presented on this issue, the Republicans still went in. What did? They used the Federalist Society over the course of 45 years and basically, beefed up the ranks of the Supreme Court and actually did undermine public opinion on this matter, the Democratic principle on this matter.
I don't agree with any of that. They took over the Supreme Court, but they didn't do it in an undemocratic way. They won elections. The only thing that was undemocratic and wrong as a matter of process
the Supreme Court is an inherently undemocratic. The Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution.
With the Supreme Court. No, I don't agree with that. But the Supreme Court has done massive damage, and it's because the right wing did put in activist judges, etc. But in terms of, and I think Roe v. Wade,
but they also did it with obstruction. Like, look at the way that Mitch McConnell was just like, we can't vote during an election season, but then they literally did it during, like, the last one during, like, the final month of the election season. Come on.
Wrong. But as a matter of law, I would adopt Roe v. Wade.
And honestly, like, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Cenk was just like, yeah, you know what? They needed to play the game.
The three appointments.
You're going to drive them to go to 15
The three
weeks
appointments in the
weeks.
Supreme Court lied to the American public in congressional hearings deliberately, calling Roe v. Wade a super precedent, implying that the democratic wishes of the American population.
Oh, everybody knew they were liars.
I know, but there's a reason why they did that. Is because that's inherently corrupt and inherently undemocratic. The Supreme Court as a function is not democratic.
If you believe a right-wing Supreme Court candidate, when they say they're going to call balls and strikes, you're a moron.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I never did. But my point is that it is a fundamentally undemocratic institution. On its fundamentals, the Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution.
Now we're debating the Supreme Court. That's too long a debate, brother.
Okay, but I
you need checks and balances. You need a judiciary. If you want to structure the Electoral College differently, yes.
By
design. If you want to
design.
structure the Supreme Court in a different way, I'm here happy to hear suggestions, but those are obviously aren't realistic. The Electoral College is way more realistic, and we should definitely get rid of it. I'm just using it as an example. But this redoing the Supreme Court is totally unrealistic.
What upsets me about, like, how things have turned out in the last decade or so is that, as your nephew and a fan of your commentary, I think you have in some instances basically lost the enthusiasm to continue putting up a fight against Republican framing and have decided that, like, the democratic wishes, and I don't know if this is your own personal perspective has changed over time, but I feel like we are fundamentally at odds. If there is any sort of real reason, if you think that there's any sort of, like, validity to right-wing framing on issues, I don't think so.
Okay, so now that's your perspective, and everybody lives in different bubbles. Now let me tell you my perspective and how I view it.
But that's been this whole debate.
First of all, you can go back 20 years.
Is him reframing the right-wing perspective and also just saying, like, yeah, they're kind of sensible.
On tape on all these issues, I haven't changed any of my positions. I said the same exact thing about abortion, same exact thing about crime, same exact thing about everything. So there is no turn, there is no right-wing. There's no agreeing to right-wing framing. The right-wing framing of post-birth abortions is lunatic framing. There is no such thing that's called murder. We beat back all the Republican framing on all of these issues.
It's lunatic framing that you are willing to concede to, though.
I'm not conceding to it.
No. When you say third trimester abortions, there should be legal penalties for people that get third trimester abortions if they're having it for fun without, like, any sort of medical
but I didn't
necessity.
Say for fun. And so you're
You didn't
saying
say
that
that,
the
but you're
Supreme
saying
Court
that the
was agreeing to right-wing framing?
What?
When they said that abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters, that was right-wing framing? No, that was what we wanted.
Abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters is reasonable protection at the federal level. That stops red states from actually implementing worse penalties.
Let me get to my perspective. In my perspective, what you guys are doing is both, number one, I don't agree with it on the substance of it and have never agreed to it on the substance of it. Number two, most importantly, I disagree with your strategy. Your strategy appears to be take the most extreme left-wing position and defend that hill forever and ever and ever. And what that does, in my opinion, is it gets the average American, the moderate and independent, to think, oh, all of the left, all of the Democrats are super extreme. They take the extreme position on every single issue. And it's a position we do not agree with as the average American. We don't agree with you on an extreme position on crime, on abortion, on all these things. And then what you do when you make that strategic mistake is that empowers the right wing to say, you see how extreme and wrong they are. That's why abortion should be 6 weeks and not 24 weeks or 15 weeks, not 24 weeks. That's why we should we should go back to the bad old days where we punish people for smoking marijuana. That's what you encourage every part of their worst instincts and get people to believe that instead of them being extreme, we're extreme. When in reality, on almost all issues, the right wing in my lifetime, especially the Republican Party, has been so much more extreme than the left has. But you guys have ceded that ground and raised your hand and said, yes, we're the most extreme. Please, we're the extremists, right?
I think
it's also completely quit focusing on their extremism.
Right-wing
come on.
domination over the American political sphere.
Really?
The left going too woke or too extreme is silly. You and I have a disagreement in dealing with these issues when they come up. I think the Democratic Party should be closer to the Republican Party in the way that they engage with politics. Not on policy, but in the way that they engage with politics. If the Democratic Party frames the Republicans in a certain way, right, that makes them look bad, they never turn around and go, you know what, you're right, actually. I'm so sorry. I'm going to cave to you. You're right. I'm so sorry. You said we're Nazis.
To them. They're my positions.
You're okay. Well, regardless, on principle, this is at the heart of the problem that I have with
they're your positions, but like Duke of Bread said here, no, it empowers the right to legitimize and perpetuate their narratives.
The Democratic Party is that instead of saying this shit's a distraction, shut the up, here's what we're going to be implementing. If you want to fight against that, then you can go so far as to do so. If you want to do that, go ahead, have fun. Instead of saying, I'm so sorry, you said we were too extreme on abortion, and that's why we need to, actually give ground to the insanity that you just made.
24 weeks is the correct standard. The overwhelming majority of 70% of Americans agree with me that is the correct standard. So let's fight for the correct standard instead of the incorrect standard, which makes you look extreme, and then you get a worse standard on this issue.
By the way, the reason why we got to this point was originally my statement was, if you actually do enforce an unnecessary legal hurdle, then there are going to be victims. That's how legislation works. That's how rules work. There are going to be unnecessary victims on that.
On legal issues, I am conservative. And so what I mean, and I've said that all throughout. So what does that mean? That means I don't believe in activist bullshit justices going, oh yeah, I think money is a speech. I think bribes are not bribes. They're just suggestions to politicians. You're an activist piece of shit. And that doesn't make any sense at all for you to redefine bribery as perfectly legal First Amendment rights. Bullshit. It led to corporate rule. Same activist judges that made those decisions in Bellotti and Buckley then turn around in Roe v. Wade and go, oh yeah, it turns out that the Constitution talks about trimesters. The Constitution doesn't talk about trimesters. You just made that up. Okay, so now when you get to crime,
the liberal
principle that we're all taught is that better to let one innocent person go free. I mean, 99 guilty people go free. That's your pizza analogy. 99 people go free.
One would say the Brown v. Board of Education was also activist judges on the other side. I don't care if there are activist judges that are actually progressive, but I do still think that fundamentally the Supreme Court
Board of Education actually looked at what the Constitution said, and it said equality is not unclear. This document clearly states that we should have equality. So the guys pretending that the Constitution says we should be unequal is a lie. It's not true.
This is another issue that we fundamentally disagree on. I don't believe that there is any sort of strict interpretation or anything like that. I think that people have their own personal convictions and also the ideology of the party that appointed them, and they advance that agenda regardless, and that like the literalist understanding or the strict textualist understanding is a relatively new phenomena that intellectualizes the right-wing framing.
When you get into that, you're going to get into Scalia and all those guys lying through their teeth about strict interpretation.
Yeah, they're
lying. If they actually did strict interpretation, that would be a different thing. But they don't. They say strict interpretation, and they go, oh, Second Amendment, ignore the whole first half of the sentence and ignore the part about the militias. I'm just going to make up that it isn't about militias, that everybody's allowed to have a Uzi, right? No, that's not what the Second Amendment says.
Loving was also at a time when like the Supreme Court also once again did something that was relatively unpopular, and Brown v. Board of Education
but they were correct about the Constitution. The people that were passing the laws saying that you couldn't marry other races, they were the ones that were committing an unconstitutional act. They were wrong. So anyways, okay, look, before we go, you're asked about, hey, is it, and everybody online is, oh, is it a right-wing turn or whatever. I want to clarify something that's important. There are three different parts of what we call Republicans or right wing, right? So, and we should have different standards. And I'm curious. One of the reasons I'm bringing it up is I'm curious what you think about this. So, number one, when you talk, the three different layers are Trump in this new MAGA world, people around Trump, and then the voters. Okay, so for the people around Trump have proven in the past that they do not have good intent. Their intent is corporate tax cuts, being, vicious to immigrants, not just, hey, stop the border, not just remain in Mexico, but they've shown in different instances that they hate undocumented immigrants, but they also hate documented immigrants, Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, et cetera, et cetera. So the people around him are going to try to lead him in the wrong direction. I think Trump himself can go in either direction because he's an empty vessel. He just wants to be popular. The people around him push him to do extreme things, and he did that, and he was perfectly happy to do that. I'm not making any excuses for him, okay? He did a whole heap of extreme stuff in his first term because of the Stephen Millers and Steve Bannons, et cetera, pushing him in that direction. Is there a small percentage chance that Trump could actually go in the right direction if he thought it made him more popular? Okay. And I say yes. I think there is a small percentage chance that he could actually go in the right direction if he thinks it'll help him. And he doesn't care about ideology at all. He doesn't care about a conservative ideology. He doesn't care about what MAGA ideology is. He will go in a direction that's popular. Okay. Potentially. Okay. Now, but both of those things are not as important as the right-wing voters.
Well, it also depends on how his so his popularity numbers as president are actually kind of going to dictate how much he listens to those guys.
What I now see is a different right-wing base. And so I'm curious what you think about this. In 2016, MAGA was Donald Trump is God. Whatever Donald Trump says, even if it's the exact opposite of what I always thought in my life, I'm going to defer to Donald Trump and forget anything I've ever said, okay? And I don't mean on tariffs and stuff like that. A bunch of the corporate Republicans and corporate media pretended that the Republicans didn't like tariffs, pretended that the Republicans loved free trade, that the Republicans loved war, that the Republican voters loved corporations and corporate power. That's not true at all, okay? So, but there are a bunch of things that Trump would say that was like corporate tax cuts is not populist. It's not popular. Right-wing voters don't even want it. But Trump said, no, give the richest corporations in the world a tax cut. And MAGA said, yes, the rich win again. Thank God, woohoo, right?
Well, it's because they literally sold it as like, you're getting a tax cut too.
So I fought tooth and nail against not just Trump, but MAGA. What I'm seeing now is that there is a genuine portion, not the whole thing, portion of MAGA that is actual right-wing populists. And so what that means is we might disagree with them on social issues and we fight like hell on those social issues, but on some core economic issues, they actually are anti-war. They actually are anti-corruption. They are these things. I'm not saying Trump is. I'm not saying his advisors are. I'm saying the actual voters are. So I don't know if the number is 25%. I don't know if it's 55%. I don't know what the number is, but I don't think it's lower than 25%. And I think that 25% of the new MAGA, if Trump goes, no, I now say that Israel is great. You should all bow your heads to Israel. We're going to pay for their endless wars. And in fact, we're going to help them start a war in Iran. And you guys are going to have to fight that war in Iran. And you're going to have to pay trillions of dollars to fight that war in Iran. I think at least 25% of his base goes, fuck this. That's not what I signed up for. So I'm curious what your take on that is. Am I crazy in your mind? There is no such thing. MAGA's still blind.
No, I think most Americans don't give a shit, and they operate on vibes alone, and they operate with whatever's in their pocket.
He's right.
And they might not have voted for Donald Trump originally because they were like certain that he was going to, that they were 100% certain that he was going to do mass deportations. Some people probably didn't even consider it. Other people certainly were interested in it. I don't think that every single person voted for 20 million immigrants being forcibly deported from this country by using the military, but that's neither here nor there. I think ultimately whatever Donald Trump does, his base of support is still going to figure out a way to go along with it just like they did. Trump did a whole bunch of unpopular things in 2016. He will continue to do a whole bunch of unpopular things this time around as well. And people are still going to find a way to reason with it and justify it as a sunk cost fallacy. In their minds, they're like, yeah, we voted for this guy. And I think things are probably going to be better. And you have a massive right-wing media ecosystem that will look to present it as though that is like, look to make it seem like that is the case, that Trump is actually on board with these principles that he claimed he was on board with. And we see this with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is a hawk. He is not a populist right-winger, and yet you don't see a lot of chirping coming from the MAGA media ecosystem.
I do see it. That's the difference. So I'm looking at right-wing populists, and when I tell them Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Waltz are Team Israel, Team Miriam, and they're neocons, and Tom Cotton's a neocon piece of shit, they go, yeah, we agree. Okay?
Yeah, but they don't care.
So they might not care now, but if they start a war and they say you pay for it and you fight for it, I think they're going to care.
Hold on one second.
And by the way, as he's closing that, because you think right-wing MAGA, some portion of it, 25% or whatever the number is, right, might agree with us or might do the right thing, doesn't mean that you agree with them on all the wrong things, right? Like a good example is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this goes to your point more so far, right? Which is Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is cops on Wall Street. And every dollar spent there returns $20 in stolen money from the bankers.
Yeah, and the Republican donors hate it, and Donald Trump is going to nuke it into orbit.
Yeah, and so, and there I'm saying, look, I disagree with MAGA. If MAGA agrees with Trump on that, I disagree. No, you guys are wrong. You're going to let them rob the place blind, and helping Wall Street is not a populist position. So this idea that the government is by definition is wrong is irrational. It depends. What's the government doing? The government does the military. The government does cops. The government does firefighters. The government does teachers. So should we not teach anyone? Should we not have any cops? What is the government doing? And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not something that is meant to oppress Elon Musk and is some sort of woke thing. No, it's the thing that says, hey, when Wall Street robs you, we come in and we reverse the robbery. And you know we're right because they have a team of lawyers and their squadron of lawyers concede and pay giant fines because they were robbing you, right?
I think he threw a bone at the Teamsters by picking like a more favorable, a Republican that was actually in support of the PRO Act, which, puts her ahead of the likes of Mark Kelly, famously. But ultimately, when you look at her AFL-CIO score, she's still scoring at 10%. So I don't think that these people...
the Teachers Union wants her, the Teamsters wants her, almost every union wants her.
I think they're making a calculation that like she's better than an absolute psychopath that they were going to put in place. And I totally understand that. I know, but that's still far worse than a Democrat putting,
would you, if let's say you unilaterally can decide she's a labor secretary under Trump, yes or no, what do you decide?
Yeah, no, I have a decision in this process.
You don't get to pick who it is. You just get to say yes or no to her.
Oh yeah, no, I do say yes to her.
Okay,
over,
I agree.
Yeah, no, you and I are in agreement on that. I'm saying that like I think that it is simply leaning in that direction. It's the same reason why like Josh Hawley presents himself as a populist when he's not. You know what I mean?
No, he's half a populist now. He's a quarter of a populist now. He stopped taking corporate PAC money, and what happened right afterwards? He became anti-war and anti-corruption. Now you can say it's bullshit, but if you vote a certain way, it's not bullshit. Votes are votes. Okay. So now if you say on the other hand, I could show you 12 things he does that's fraudulent and actually helps the bankers, I agree with you.
Yeah, he comes across great when he's like cutting at, like pharmaceutical CEOs or whatever in a congressional hearing. But ultimately,
that's a huge step up.
I just don't think
a squadron of establishment Republicans who were just like corporate robots.
No, I think that these guys are recognizing that there is a messaging gap that the Democratic Party is lost. It's the Tucker Carlson phenomenon. I talked about this back when Tucker Carlson had the most popular news broadcast in television, where I said I warned America and I warned the Democratic Party that like because you are actively undermining left-wing economic policies and actively undermining left-wing economic, like real economic populism, and you're pushing it away, someone's going to make up for the messaging gap. And it's going to be the right wing. It's going to be the likes of Tucker Carlson who present themselves as falsely in support of these sorts of policies. When push comes to shove, they're not going to do it.
So you don't have to vote for Hawley, and I'm not voting for Hawley. But if Hawley votes with us or Matt Gaetz votes with us, as toxic as they might be, if they vote with us on, for example, what Gaetz did vote with us on, saying that the president cannot bomb Iran without getting permission from Congress, you take the win, right? You say, all right, okay, I like that Matt Gaetz voted that way, and I like that
ultimately
they
know that they're not going to be disruptive enough. There isn't a big enough coalition in the right that is actively in support of these things.
I just don't want us to reject, and that's why, when they say yes. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just very skeptical because I'm already skeptical when the Democrats even do that. So why the fuck would I not be skeptical when the
Duke of Bread, if you vote a certain way, it can in fact be bullshit. They often jump on the losing vote to virtue signal, but if they knew it would pass, they would just serve the donors. Yeah,
Republicans do it. I think that they're even less decent than the Democratic Party. And I think the Democratic Party is indecent to begin with.
So I agree on all that, and under no circumstances would I naively think, oh my God, I think Hawley and Gaetz are just the most pure people, and so is Trump, and we should vote for them and hope for the best, cross your fingers, right? And we should trust them on everything. No, but when they say, I agree with you, I have a revolutionary idea, say yes. Okay, so let's see if we can cut the Pentagon. Are they likely to cut the Pentagon? No. But now that they've said that they might cut the Pentagon, when they don't cut the Pentagon, it creates a little bit of pressure for them, right?
I don't think it does. That's my point. We'll see, but I don't think that they're going to cut it. They're just lying because they're better room readers.
Well, they also know that their base isn't exactly what they could consider like they don't care about this, and they're not gonna base their entire politics on just like one issue like that.
The Democratic Party is.
But you agree that when I said that and Elon agreed and Don Jr. agreed,
giving Republican voters way too much credit.
It's because there was thousands and thousands of right-wing populists who said, yeah, right?
Yeah, but ultimately it's going to be business as usual is my point.
Mm-hmm. The Republicans, then the right-wing populists will see that, hey, it might turn out that Trump is just as full of shit as the Democrats are because he's a politician.
At this stage, I think it's literally, and it was what I responded to you with as well. It's like that Republicans at least understand that like it's good to lie to win elections, whereas Democrats have completely even dropped that principle where they're like, or that's not even true. They lie about the lamest shit possible. They're like, they're not going to do a $50,000 tax credit for startups. But why the are you lying about that? Lie about healthcare instead. If you're going to lie about something good. And the Democrats the Democrats are literally they've given up on lying about good shit that they're not going to follow through on in an effort to win elections, because they're playing the role of controlled opposition at this point, where I think they're comfortable losing to Trump. They're comfortable fundraising off of Trump's victory. They're comfortable not having to legislate.
So I slightly disagree
Absolutely.
with that, but it's a degree.
No,
because
I totally agree with that assessment.
We just had a uniparty. Corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats, they all pretended to have fights, good cop, bad cop, and then corporate media would come in and go, oh my God, they disagree so much. Oh my God, bipartisanship broke out. They've agreed to tax us for the rich. Everybody celebrate. Bipartisanship is so good. And corporate Republicans and Democrats would go, yay, bipartisanship, help the rich, right? So that's the game that was played for almost my whole life. Then Bernie came along and said, no, this is bullshit. All they're doing is helping the rich. That's my wing of the Democratic Party, economic populist. I love that. That is true. That was a first brick through the window of the establishment, right? Rhetorically, metaphorically, politically. And then Trump came along, and Trump realized
that's why he gained so much traction in the first place.
That's what you're saying, which is populism works. Look at Bernie. Look at this. But they came to it at the same time.
He was already. I think he was organically there.
Yeah, he was organically.
He was an outsider. He's always had like unique opinions, unique positions.
But what he did was he tested all these positions, because he would sometimes, even in the same appearance or in the same speech, would say two things that diverge from one another, were the opposite of one another. And he would see what the crowd cheered more, right? So he realized, oh, these are the populist positions that the right wing likes, and he went in that direction. So and hence we've talked about this before too. The example I always use is a guy in Western Virginia in 2016 election. One of our reporters interviewed him.
Ojeda?
No, it's a rando. He's a guy who was doing actually a strike for higher wages at Waffle House. Okay, he was leading that strike, and he said, "Look, why do people here? Why are they supporting Trump over Hillary? Because Hillary says all the coal mining jobs are gone and they're never coming back. And Trump tells us that he's going to bring back all the coal mining jobs. Now, we know he's full of shit, but at least he has the decency to lie to us, right? So that goes exactly to your point. And that's right. So when I don't want the politicians to lie at all, but that's all they ever do, right? So for the Democrats, they thought, oh no, Trump's a liar, but our guys are angels. That's so naive. That's so naive. It hurts the brain.
I don't think anybody in this community thinks that the Democrats are.
Not in this community. I'm saying mainstream media.
We are the activist left that is too woke for and tarnishing the good reputation of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
in your estimation,
probably.
Well, that's the bitch about being woke. We're awoken to all the corruption.
All right, and we
couldn't even get that out. Damn it.
Guys. But so Trump. So, and I would say to the right wing guys, if you think the establishment Democrats are obviously lying, did it ever occur to you that Trump might also be lying? It's the same exact thing I tell to the Democrats. Trump's always lying. Did it ever occur to you that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden might also be lying?
Yeah.
Did it ever occur to you? I'm not saying to you, I'm saying to like the establishment Democrats, right? Did it ever occur to you that maybe Joe Biden is too old? Maybe he does have cognitive decline?
These are people that still watch Morning Joe. Come on, Cenk.
I'm asking you the same thing. Did it ever occur to you that maybe Donald Trump also lies? And he lies a lot. And he's trying to give you guys what he thinks you want so he can win the election. But if you hold him accountable after the election, I'm here for it. Okay?
I just don't think
if you don't hold him
that.
accountable and you let him lie to you, and all he does is corporate tax cuts again, well then, okay, then you're just as much a sucker as the establishment Democrats.
They're not going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but they didn't do it the first time, and they're not going to do it this time either. And I don't even think that there is any sort of real machine in this country as a direct consequence of the labor force and labor unions being gutted out year over year by corporate-backed Democrats and Republicans alike, that there's no mechanism of pushback to begin with. And you can do pussy hat wearing women's marches or whatever, but ultimately it doesn't really change the trajectory of the country. And there is no better demonstration of both uniparty and the inability of either party to actually respond to any sort of public pressure was best demonstrated by the pro-Palestinian movement in this country that was massive. And what the f did the Democrats do? They went back, they went to the colleges, and they were like, you're all Hamas, you love Hamas, you're all backed by Iran. And then they started arresting campus demonstrators. Not only did they arrest them, but they added significant penalties to demonstrating on college campuses, and the uniparty continued. So I don't think that people give a shit. I mean, look at BLM, Black Lives Matter protests happened, massively consequential, supposedly. It happened globally. Yeah. It was supposed to be truly impactful. The Democrats did what you wanted, which is they had their Sister Soldier moment. For those of you who don't know, it's, they basically said, we are not this. These guys are terrorists. They're too far left. They're too woke. What happened as a consequence of that?
Joe Biden won.
Joe Biden. No, we're talking about the Democratic Party.
Bill Clinton did Sister Soldier and he won.
Yeah,
I don't agree with you that I'm doing a Sister Soldier.
But I'm saying
you guys are almost doing it in reverse.
Do you see the Democratic Party? Do you see what I'm saying when I say the Democratic Party said we're determining in the limited time that we have to not necessarily get to the heart of the problem with this groundswell of demonstrations that took place, instead of addressing the root cause of this and saying this is our policy prescription, and that you know there has to be some real changes made. They said those guys are extreme. We love funding the police. We're going to fund the police extra hard, okay? And we're going to be the #1 funders of police. And that the Republicans don't actually want to fund the police as hard as we want to fund the police. And while Joe Biden won by 42,000 votes over, you know, key states, it ultimately did not change the dynamic in favor of the Democratic Party. They completely dropped that. They completely dropped the police reform. They built 8 Can't Wait as a countermeasure in the same way that like the Republican think tank Heritage Foundation had originally created Obama's ACA as a countermeasure towards socialized medicine. They built up something else. Just like Joe Biden said, oh, I'm going to do the public option, which was simply just a countermeasure to Medicare for all, to say we have a solution. It's a better solution, backed by, you know, corporate media, and pumped it, even though he had no reason or no interest in genuinely advancing even the public option. The Democrats said we're going to do 8 Can't Wait. Okay, it was significantly limited, and then they spent the entire time saying these guys, these radical leftists, these radical BLM protesters, they are not us. They're different than us. Did the public actually look at that and go, wow, the Democrats are so reasonable. They want to fund the police. They are not representative of the abolish the police constituency in the party. No, they didn't. They just saw the Democrats still in the same exact way. Pete Buttigieg had a really good point on this.
So many issues. Okay.
No, it's the same because I'm not conflating issues. I'm conflating the same. I'm explaining the same principle that Democrats, the same trap that Democrats fall into every single time. Pete Buttigieg had actually, ironically, a really solid take on this, even though I don't like him at all and I'm terrified of him. Here's what he said: no matter what we do, whether we want the public option or whether we want Medicare for all, Republicans are going to always call us socialists. So at a certain point, you should just advance your agenda and move on. They're going to call us socialists, whether we're in favor of that or not in favor of that. So just do good policies.
Keep calling us
that is the
communists
first and last time I've ever agreed with Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
So let me break it down. So I think there's 3 wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment Democrats or corporate Democrats, same thing. We can call them establishment guys. Okay, neither one of us agrees with them. Okay, so then I think there is the economically populist wing that Bernie 2016 represented perfectly. That's exactly where Anna and I are, and generally Young Turks are. But Young Turks, TYT as a network is broad and it has all the different types of Democrats. Okay, so then the last wing is what I'm struggling to find a word on.
I mean, Bernie had significant criminal justice reform in his agenda that I don't think you would agree with.
No, it depends on the criminal justice reform we're talking about. It always depends. So and so the last wing is what I would call the extreme left, but you can come up, or identitarian left, whichever word you want to use. Okay, so when you go into elections, my whole lifetime, the Democrats have done the thing that you were talking about, but they've done it largely about economic issues. So the Republican will say, oh, hey, they're going to cut defense. Can you believe they're going to cut defense? They're weak on defense. And then Donnelly in Indiana, McCaskill in Missouri, et cetera, would come out and go, no way, man. They said we're weak on defense, and I'm not a normal dirtbag liberal that hates defense and is going to get you all killed, okay? I'm just like the Republicans, man. I want to spend more on defense. Okay. That is not a moderate position, and that is not a position that agrees with the populist left. That is not a position that is an establishment Democrat saying, I am copying establishment Republicans. That is a loser strategy, total, utter loser strategy. I'm going to be more corporate than you. I'm going to fund the donors better than you. I'm going to be more establishment than you.
Yeah, I can't agree with them on that.
That's what the Democrats have done our whole lifetime, and that is totally wrong.
I think that's what they do on every single issue that Republicans choose to make their major point. And I think the attitude shift and the territory that they've lost on, the territory that they've voluntarily given up on in terms of social progress, in terms of social issues, is proof of this. That's what I mean.
So but Republicans, those are economic issues.
Republicans were angry at gay marriage. They were angry at gay people. Gay people were in the crosshairs. Democrats, for one reason or another, saw the writing on the wall and actually pushed for gay marriage. It got normalized. They moved on. They were like, let's get back to the drawing board.
That's exactly what I did.
And then they moved on to trans issues.
I still love the fact that it was Joe Biden's slip up where he was just like, yeah, Obama totally supports this. And Obama was just like, Joe.
They tried to attack trans people in numerous different ways.
So now on non-economic issues, on social issues, sometimes we have an intensely popular position and then they walk away from it and it drives me nuts. But sometimes they will, because of what I call the extreme left, go to a position that appears to be defund the police. So I don't know what you feel about defund the police, but basically,
I think on principles, it's the exact same thing that I've said over and over again. There is a multitude of different perspectives on the left in terms of what to do with police. Okay, some people want to abolish it in its entirety. I don't agree with that. But even then, I have normal conversations with anarchists who want to do that and still come at it from a place of respect and understanding.
Yeah,
especially if we're having, especially, okay, it doesn't matter. That's the reason why a lot of people look at you and think you're reactionary in this situation. And you get mad.
So, wait, hold on. So 70 to 80%, in the case of abolished prisons, 98% of the country is reactionary?
No, first of all, it's entirely dependent on what is considered normal. People also thought slavery was good. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
So abolishing prisons.
No, I don't agree with that. But
So
listen,
no,
I'm talking about the treatment. I'm talking about the treatment and the empathy and understanding that you demonstrate when having these conversations is important, especially if you're focusing on
abolishing prisons and go, oh, you might be right. That's super interesting.
No,
maybe we let all the criminals.
I already just described to you that I don't agree with that position, but I understand where people are coming from when they explain that position, and I also understand, most importantly, and most consequentially, that those people who say abolish prisons, many of which don't, think that this is a thing that is going to happen tomorrow. I'm not going to immediately like run to bully them and vilify them and make them silly or make them feel silly or even turn around. I mean, there's a lot of academic literature on this, Jank, by very...
I know, I don't give a shit. I read the academic literature and it's dumb.
Okay.
You can't academic your way out of... I let all the rapists go. Oh,
Dude,
but it's okay, I'm a professor.
Look,
I wrote 13
listen,
books about it.
That's not what this point is. My point is that it's important to understand where people are coming from and how they arrive at these conclusions. If the overarching goal is to...
Do you think they do likewise? When they scream Nazi, or do you think they're having a respectful conversation about where the boundaries should lie and where we should draw the lines?
No, but you're also a seasoned media professional that has been in this career for 25 years. So you should understand that there's going to be a lot of noise and you pick and choose your battles.
So when they say Nazi, I should say, oh really? What professors
too.
agree with you?
That's
such an interesting intellectual
No, they
issue.
call me a Nazi too, and then they come back and then they listen. And there's a difference between the way I deal with it and the way that you deal with it, because I ultimately see that as relatively inconsequential. There are plenty of people who are rad libs.
All the voters to know that the Democratic Party, the right, and the left, the populist left, the Bernie Sanders movement, etc., does not agree with lunatics who want to abolish prisons. So that is super important for them to understand.
This is what I was saying. In terms of like identifying those people as like silly or crazy, actually just simply brings them to the forefront, and it makes it seem like you are hiding because you're embarrassed by them, when in fact most of those positions are not even important enough to address. I'll give you an example of something that you understand. There were pro-Palestinian demonstrations that took place outside of the Benjamin Netanyahu conference that he gave to Congress. Kamala Harris's initial statement immediately after that, even though she didn't attend that conference in front of the entirety of Congress, was to say the protesters outside are burning American flags and talking about how they love Hamas. Do you think that it was a smart thing to address?
So it's a great example because the Palestinian cause is just. Establishment Republicans and Democrats are screwing us on that and taking our money to commit a genocide. But when someone burns that American flag, they have done great damage to the cause.
Yeah,
great damage.
Agreed. Do you think
writing Hamas on a statue in Washington is great damage? Stop being stupid. The most extreme person is not necessarily the correct person.
Yeah, but you can also you could easily attribute that to like chaos actors and like, dude. That's the other thing. You're just so easily going and saying, oh, this is the most extreme of the left without even thinking for a second that could just, I'm not trying to call false flag, but that happens way more than you think.
For the most pure person.
Do you understand that while you and I might have an agreement on that, you do recognize that Kamala Harris recognizing that and addressing it simply makes people think, one, it makes everybody on the left, on the correct position, go, oh, she's only hyper-focusing on these extreme examples to vilify the entirety of the protests, which is exactly what she was doing.
I agree.
You and I agree on that. Okay. On the right, they say, oh, that bitch is lying. She loves Hamas. She's just trying to make it seem like...
Are you kidding me?
No, but I know.
No, you're right. You're right. That is one of the right things. I'm laughing at the right. Guys, she loves Israel. She'll do anything for Israel.
But you understand why I think that media professionals such as yourself or politicians shouldn't just do that, because it's unproductive and stupid. The reason why Kamala Harris is doing that is because she does love Israel and she wants to present it as though she loves Israel.
So we both agree that she handled it wrong. So this is a fun exercise. So why don't you say how you would have handled it if you're the candidate, and then I'll say how I would have handled it if I was the candidate.
Oh, I would have immediately come out and been like, I would not have addressed the protest outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's Congress at all, or if I was going to address it, I would say that it is a fantastic demonstration of the First Amendment in this country, that people have the right and the freedom to protest, and not only that, but also the very fact that
Hasan 2028,
this right-wing Donald Trump back, this far-right Trump of Israel coming into U.S. Congress and addressing the American Congress while simultaneously claiming that the First Amendment principles that student protesters showed were actually foreign actors is completely unacceptable, and that we have to immediately get Israel to follow through on the ceasefire negotiation by denying them further weapons.
You know what every mainstream media outlet would have said after that response?
I don't care.
He didn't address the flag burning. He didn't address Hamas, so that means he's in favor of Hamas. And he's in favor of burning the flag.
That's the smartest way to look at it.
If they were to say that, then I would turn around and, just like Trump does all the time, I would have been like, fake news. These people are actually in the pocket of Israel, and that's precisely the reason why they keep lying.
And then you're on air. They're going to say, are you okay with burning the flag? Are you okay with writing Hamas?
I think that the First Amendment is there for a reason.
You lost.
Well,
God
no.
damn it. You don't do that. When you
No,
do
the First
that.
Amendment is there for a reason. The First Amendment is we are not Israel. We are not China. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It's a constitutionally protected act. I do not believe in offering criminal penalties. Do you want to arrest people for? Do you want to arrest people?
No, I don't.
Okay,
so I'm
well
going to
then,
tell you
there you go.
how I'm going to handle it in a second. But that will be perceived as a candidate defending Hamas and burning the American flag, and that's a loss for us. Okay,
Yeah, no, you just deflect. You say this is a ridiculous. People. You think people don't ask me that all the time? You think people don't already, without even asking me? People say that I'm an anti-Semitic, pro-terrorism, pro.
No, I know.
All this and that.
So
I just go, shut the fuck up. You're pro-Israel. You hate that I am anti-Israel, and that you're viciously going to smear me as an anti-Semite because you have no argument. That's all you need to say.
Okay, so this is what I.
It's pretty much how I deal with Les and Chad.
So Benjamin Netanyahu has led to the deaths of 44,000 innocent Palestinians, 104,000 injured. Almost all of Gaza has been turned into a slaughterhouse. The fact that these people applauded him while they took money from organizations like AIPAC is unconscionable. It is deeply immoral. The overwhelming majority of the people outside protesting them are exactly right. They're protesting $26 billion of American taxpayer money instead of going to paid family leave, instead of going to higher wages, going to better health care. They're taking it out of the hands of the American people and giving it to this war criminal to murder more innocent babies. There's been over 700 babies murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces in the Gaza Strip. If you're asking me about these two knuckleheads that burned a flag and wrote Hamas, them. They're dumb. They're not one of us. And I'm not interested in that kind of counterproductive idiocy. I love this country, and America is going to do better than this. We're going to stop funding genocides, and we're going to stop applauding people because they got bribed and took millions of dollars in those bribes. I condemn the Democrats, and I condemn the Republicans who went to that speech.
Yeah, so all the stuff, with the exception of the recognition that briefly came in that process, is completely inconsequential because now you've identified that was a real thing, and it's not just like a.
But it was a real thing.
But it doesn't matter.
Video.
It doesn't
matters
matter
when the whole country sees it.
Yeah.
CNN's going to put that on tape on a reel. Reel.
I know. You know what's really funny about that entire process? This is what I mean when I say Republicans never give a and especially so under the Trump regime. There's never a moment where the Republicans are like, oh, these people with like swastikas outside of our rallies don't represent our values at all. We hate
when he
Nazism.
said there are good people on both sides. How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, he would have won if it wasn't for COVID.
No, I know, but it was a dumb comment, right?
It doesn't matter.
So
he would have still won.
Because it looked like he was supporting a super extreme position.
It doesn't matter because he still would have won, and he also has a super extreme position.
Except
he wants to deport
2020 after
I know, because of COVID. That's why I said because of COVID. It wasn't because there were very fine people on both sides.
When you appear to be defending or ignoring an extreme position, it does you no good strategically. Just look at
no, it doesn't matter.
I completely disagree. The flag burner in
Donald Trump literally said stand
seconds.
Back and stand by when talking about the Proud Boys.
And he lost right after that.
Yeah, he lost not because of that. He lost because of COVID.
Elections are complicated, brother. There's all those factors, and that's
Oh,
part of the
come
factor.
on.
That's crazy.
So
That's
what I'm
nuts.
getting
He also
at.
won again.
So there's a difference
what?
between, I'm going to out corporate Republicans, I'm going to out military industrial complex Republicans, and saying, no, I don't agree with the most extreme left-wing positions of defund.
There's no reason to mention it.
Because
all you're doing is
okay.
There's no reason to mention it.
Perfectly good disagreement on strategy.
The reason why I'm saying there's no reason to mention it is because the Republicans are going here. If you remember, I think in the immediate, like in the beginning of the Biden administration, there was a messaging bill that came out that Democrats voted on, including Ro Khanna. They were like, "We are not a socialist nation." You remember that when Ro Khanna and a bunch of this is a capitalist nation. This is not a socialist nation whatsoever, right? Mm-hmm. And it was a messaging bill that a ton of Democrats voted on for no reason. Why did they vote on it? Because they wanted to do what you're saying. They don't agree. They aren't socialists, first and foremost. That's important, right?
Yeah, that's a little bit different because I want to introduce a bill. A bill highlights it. That's dumb. That's like doing a bill that's saying, hey, don't write Hamas on statues.
Messaging highlights it as well.
Why are you highlighting it?
Messaging highlights it as well.
At that point, there's a 24-hour reel on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News of flag burning. You're not going to deflect your way out of that, Haas. Deflection doesn't work.
Expert PR absolutely is deflecting, or in many instances, not even responding, or in many instances, just waiting out the media cycle to end. When you highlight it yourself, you're basically telling more people, oh, this thing does exist, and ooh, I'm actually kind of scared.
Huzzah, distracting.
Of this thing.
They did do those things.
But it doesn't matter.
You have to cut them off and say they're not us.
Same shit happened with the Black Lives Matter rallies. Same shit happened with the Black Lives Matter rallies when
and
liberals.
By the way, they did do that on Black Lives Matter, but they didn't do it for the Palestinians.
Wait, no, they did do it for the Black Lives Matter rallies as well. They were like, oh, fry them up like bacon. They would like focus on the socks that people were wearing that had pigs on it. They always do it. It is a formative part of the reactionary media strategy, which is identify something that looks out of place and either massage the narrative to make it seem like this is the entire the belief structure of the entire movement. Just like with Israel, I'm using Israel because we are completely in agreement on that. where they will say every single person is an anti-Semite. It's a smear campaign to actually deflect away from the actual normal points, the very popular points that people are actually
but unfortunately,
making.
that's a good analogy too, Haas. We agree on the substance of what Israel is doing is wrong, but when I condemn Hamas and Hezbollah every time, and so you would say that that's probably not a correct strategy. Whereas, yeah, I think you're totally wrong.
It's not. I think that
first of all, the violence is not the answer. It's
I agree, and I have also openly stated that there were atrocities that took place on October 7 that are totally avoidable, and they were avoidable by not having an apartheid. That people, when you back them into a corner, they're going to and show them that there's no way out of it. They're going to inevitably try and fight their way out of it, and that process is brutal. And that standard of violence is set by the colonial occupation. It's this evolution.
All of that while saying Hamas is wrong to do it, Hezbollah is wrong to do it, and then you don't leave it there. Then you explain, wait, Israel did 40 times what Hamas did.
So that's the thing. Ultimately, my point is that regardless of how many times you have done that, and I've done it as well, it doesn't matter. People still say you love these guys. You're
no, no. People look. It's listen, no, like everybody's perception is. Are there some people who,
even if you say that like you're not pro genocide, I swear, like, because this has happened in my own life, then they do conflate that by being like, oh, so you support Hamas? Yeah, I mean, it really does depend on whether the person you're talking to is, coming at you, in good faith, but. Yeah.
Call us anti-Semite, blah blah blah. No matter what, of course.
Yeah, no,
is that a big percentage. It might be a pretty large percentage, right? But are there people who go, "No, I get it."
I hate the fact that it's people that love us.
Hamas and Hezbollah should do terrorism, but wait, if I'm upset about that and they killed 34 kids,
even terrorism
maybe I should be upset that Israel killed 15,000 kids.
Also,
right?
the other point I wanted to make is that there was very extreme sentiment that the Republicans engaged in, outright lie, as a matter of fact. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs narrative that came out of Springfield, Ohio. It was a very, very big thing that led to mass fake bombing threats that were made towards Springfield, Ohio.
Right, but I mean, that's a situation again where I would fight Trump and rip his face off on that. Are you saying we should just deflect from that?
No, my point is Donald Trump successfully was like, now he either didn't talk about it at all, or in instances where he was
him mercilessly.
I know, but you don't understand.
Yeah.
The media did cover it nonstop. The media said you did this, and it did not matter. That level of shamelessness
the needle at all.
is what is necessary.
Now we're talking about
at a time.
Huge election.
That level of shamelessness is necessary at a time when there is complete political polarization. And what is at the root of my argument against caving and capitulating to right-wing framing, regardless of whether you even agree with the position.
And capitulating when it isn't. I'm agreeing to my own position, and a position that a great majority of Americans agree more with.
Yeah,
well, how is it capitulating to agree with 70% of Americans?
Because I believe,
especially when you actually genuinely believe it.
Because I believe that, like, on the issue of immigration. Okay, well, let's talk about that.
All right, last thing, and then you got to tell me what to call you, and then we got to go eat turkey.
The incredibly right-wing bill that was presented on October 5, 2023 by the Democratic Party. Do you agree with that bill?
Wow, they do this before the meal?
Bill that Joe Biden put forward and said.
Damn, I thought they did this after.
Like the Trump bill.
Yeah, he was like the Trump border bill.
So there's parts that I agree with and parts I don't agree with. I these days, I agree with remain in Mexico. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because look, they're saying, hey, I've got an asylum case. I don't want to do the right-wing position. If I don't care about your asylum case, get the out of here. I'm not letting anyone in. That's illegal under international law, and it's not the moral right position. But that doesn't mean that we have to allow them into the country and then release them into the country and then hope that they come back. Now, most of them do. Over 80% of people do come back for their hearings. So it's overhyped as to how much catch and release is a problem. But a lot don't, right? So if they stay, but there's no reason not to say, okay, you stay. I think it's 90. Stay in Mexico, okay? Stay in Mexico. But we're gonna have your asylum.
If it's 90, then why are we like hyperfixated on 10%? Like, dude, this is what I always get sick of, is the fact that it's like the majority, like we talk about these things like it's the majority of cases happening.
Order so many more judges to expedite those
hearings.
We
let the media
question
just
for you here is, do you think that undocumented immigrants constitute a grave national security threat to America?
No, I think that the crime from undocumented immigrants is overhyped. But is there a crime? Yeah, of course there's crime, because they're human beings, right?
Yeah.
And so is it a national security threat? No, it's a threat to have people actually do the manual labor that we need in this country. So it's way overhyped. At the same time, do I think that crossing the border should be illegal? Yes. Do I think that we should have open borders where it's decriminalized? No, I do not believe it should be decriminalized.
But I think you and I would probably agree on this, that if the process was infinitely faster for voluntary migration into this country, as was the case historically in the United States of America, that most people would not actually illegally cross the border.
It would certainly help. We should have a much better voluntary
I mean, that's 100%. Okay, so that's we're in
Thank
agreement
you.
there. So I think that the problem here with the right-wing framing on this right-wing border bill was that it literally featured funding for the border wall and billions of dollars in new apprehension methods and technology. Some of that is actually valid in terms of regular points of entry is where drugs are actually coming going into the country for them.
All right, that's a pretty funny take, Anna. Also, a huge portion of his audience is male, and they're probably just sitting on their asses, not helping cook dinner.
And there needs to be some mechanism of apprehension and surveillance.
Hey, you know what? Actually, the males in my family, we cook dinner. So
in that regard,
I helped my father-in-law do it.
Some of that was actually technological improvements that would do.
Well, a little bit before I realized I left my phone at home, and I was panicking because I couldn't. Yeah, that was a fun little realization. My nephew was just like, hey, I got this new game, Monopoly Go, and I was like, hey, I've been playing that. Went to go check my phone, and I'm like,
do that. I'm fully in favor of that. There was a very tiny sliver of funding for additional judges for processing. Also, I'm in favor of that. That expedites the process.
Distracting. How was your reading comprehension doing them on SHRMs?
That expedites the process. It makes it faster. It's more ethical. It reduces the number of illegal.
I already have a hard enough time, like, when I read a book, and then, like, I actually posted a meme in our Discord about it where it's like my eyes kept reading, but my brain was just shut off.
Crossings in general.
Great. Yep. Agreed.
They did not actually... They didn't actually put a bill that just had that in it, which would have addressed a lot of these problems. They actually went with a completely right-wing bill that was, funding the border wall, funding the muscular militant border security that ultimately made everyone look at the Democratic Party and go, oh, you guys are idiots. You lied for 8 years saying that the border wall was racist. You want to build it now. What the happened?
I totally agree.
And not a single person actually truly believed that Kamala Harris was going to literally be the real muscular border policy person. They voted for Donald Trump. This is a perfect demonstration of exactly what I'm angry about with respect to both crime and respect to immigration and every other issue that the Democrats cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on. It's unsuccessful, it's bad politics, and it's bad policy. If the solution to crime, which neither of us want more crime, I don't want more crime. I think it's obviously it's not good. Crime is a perfect example that society is collapsing, right? In a society that is perfect, where all of your needs are met, there's not going to be crimes, right? Unless there's like, there are certain things that the current medical science cannot actually rehabilitate, like crimes born out of antisocial personality disorder, and there's going to be like crimes of passion and whatnot. I agree.
It'd be less crime, of course.
Yeah. There's going to be things like that, but the broad majority of things that we look at as crime is a direct circumstance of your material conditions. You're doing it because you have no educational attainment, no job opportunities. You see people having money, and you're like, I want it. I need to, I need to pay for shit. Sometimes it's dumb shit because you want to pay for PlayStation 5. Other instances is for it's to pay rent, right? So in that regard, I think the best, most effective method of solving crime is to address and tackle the root causes in which crime happens. And it's not even just like, making it so that there is more upward social mobility, making it so that people have educational attainment. It's also even fun. Recreation even plays a role in this, like the Kia Boys and many of these other instances. Like crime in Chicago is a perfect example of this. Like youth crime in Chicago is a perfect example of this. After school programs and rec leagues have genuinely improved the youth crime statistic. These are programs that we have implemented time and time again all around the country, and they have been successful.
Can I just go? I want to
actually, yeah. You can look at just like there's this area called Madison Street. Oh, it's where the United Center is. There was a huge wave of youth crime there. So what they did is they started implementing a bunch of programs actually sponsored by the Bulls and the Blackhawks, and that had a material impact on that area specifically. And they started they did a whole city wide thing, and it was help sponsored by those organizations. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Use your immigration example because I think it's actually a really good example. So if capitulating to the Republicans is saying, oh yeah, you're right, we should build a wall. The wall doesn't work. We said the wall doesn't work for 8 years. If you turn around now and say that it does work, that means you're a liar, right? So no, I don't think the wall works. I'm not in favor of the wall. That doesn't mean that I'm in favor of open borders. It means I want to enforce the law. I agree with remaining in Mexico, etc. But saying, hey, you know what? I happen to agree with remaining in Mexico is not capitulating because that's my actual opinion, right? And then if you go,
that's your actual opinion.
Yeah. And so if you and then if you go and then there's folks on the left, let's say that this didn't really happen, right? It didn't get a lot of attention. But if it had gotten a lot of attention, the idea that some on the left have of decriminalizing border crossings, I would say, no, I draw the line there. Okay. And that's not capitulation. That's just being sensible, correct. Again, my actual position, and making a distinction for they're the extremists, we're not the extremists, right? So you would say, well, if somebody made a big deal out of decriminalizing the border, even if I don't agree with it, I'm going to deflect from that. And I'm not, because that's capitulating to Republicans.
But I also don't even
that I actually agree with.
I also don't even disagree with the decriminalization of the border. You'll say people are immediately going to react to that and say you're wrong. But I think it's important to create a media ecosystem, and also have a designated, consistent faucet of propaganda or messaging, right? That also humanizes migrants and helps Americans come to the conclusions that they already have arrived at, despite the reactionary media ecosystem.
Say, hey, listen, brother, I can't decriminalize the border crossings, otherwise we'll have 3 billion people in America by the end of the week. But that doesn't mean that the guy coming into the country is a bad guy. The overwhelming majority of the immigrants are trying to feed their kids because they're really good parents.
For the record, that's not true. That's not like the border walls existing is not the real or apprehensions is not the real hurdle. I'm sure that it would actually increase, for sure, that migration would actually increase. But once again, the real reasons as to why people are migrating into the United States of America is because we fuck their countries up. Like Venezuelans are the greatest example. Donald Trump deliberately ruined the Venezuelan economy. He wanted the Venezuelan economy to scream with the sanctions regime. Donald Trump also added temporary protective status that he time and time again actually reinstituted, even on his way out, for the Venezuelan migrants. Why? Because there was a political reason for why he was doing that. He was like, it's great. We're going to do a Cuba-style situation, but for Venezuela, we're going to have a constant, a massive population of people in the diaspora.
The border.
No, my point is, that's the reason why Venezuelans came to America. Why the fuck would you want to leave your beautiful country that you live in if there wasn't an unimaginable amount of instability?
I know, but America is richer than the rest of the world, so normal laws of markets and physics would mean that a ton of people would then migrate to America if you decriminalize border crossings.
No, that's not how this.
You're saying a poor person in Bangladesh would go, oh, I don't need to go to America.
No,
big
I'm
deal.
saying that the real solution. First of all, there's plenty of people who would not. Why the fuck would people want to move?
Of course, not the whole world would go, but a giant number would go.
I know, that's my point. We always have this. We have this tendency to believe that like this is the number one nation on the planet and everyone wants to come here. No, most people just want to live.
We kind of did, Haas.
Yeah, I know, but most people want to live in their homes. Like most people want to live in their homes. Most people want to live in their own culture. It's the instability that causes them to migrate here. And regardless, it doesn't even matter if there are, I'm not advocating for 1 billion Americans. I'm not Matty Iglesias. But the reality of the matter is that if you look at the actual patterns of migration, if you look at the actual data in terms of, yeah, we're finishing soon. If you look at the actual data, undocumented migrants don't actually contribute to the crime rate in a statistically significant fashion. They actually are responsible for significantly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens.
I'm not saying that we should have laws on the border because I'm worried that the immigrants are the boogeyman. I'm saying we should have laws about it because you have to have a border. And there's no country in the world that doesn't have a border and that says, oh yeah, just come in whenever the hell you like. That's not a thing that exists. So, and again, it's a perfect illustration of the difference in strategy that we have, right? And that is why, Haas, I have to make a distinction. And it's a perfect thing to end on where I stand as opposed to where defund the police stands or, trans surgery and jail stands or decolonizing the border stands.
People, by the way, are talking about the European Union. There's like plenty of countries in the European Union that are poorer than other nations, and yet they have free travel, unrestricted travel in this.
That is a wildly different circumstance.
Why?
If the European Union and Germany said, hey, we're opening up our borders to Turkey, 15% of Turkey would be in Germany in a matter of months.
I don't agree with that.
Okay,
I think that if
it's not Turkey, if they open the border to Syria, oh my God, 55% of Syria would be in Germany.
You're describing two countries that are in the throes of European and American-backed instability that has definitely created,
brother. If you Luxembourg,
a situation of mass displacement.
$7 less in Luxembourg than you are in Germany, you might not move, right? But if you're incredibly poor situation, you're going to move to richer countries. That's the most obvious thing in the world.
That's why my position is to actually have a more ethical and sustainable long-term solution to the way that we deal with these other countries so that they have no reason to want to come. And if they do want to come, that the wages and the living conditions are so adjusted that like it's a voluntary migration that doesn't offend a single person.
Yeah, it's almost weird. It's almost like if you invest in these places, then they won't want to come here. It's like so weird, like when people are just like, well, these same Republicans that complain about immigration are also complaining about giving money to countries that aren't us. So like they're always doing this crap. They never have any solutions except just keep them away from me and don't give them my money.
So, again, good example of how we disagree on this and how we would handle it differently. God bless. And I will also say, by the way, you see how Haas and I have agreed and disagreed for hours here, right? But the reason why we're not mad at each other and the reason why things are in a soap opera is because neither one of us questioned each other's intent. So can I ask, I know that it's like when people on the left disagree, can we just call it a disagreement instead of saying somebody's a grifter, somebody's a Nazi, somebody's this, somebody's that, they have bad intent, I know it, they live in Beverly Hills, they drive a Jaguar, blah, 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 blah.
I have to agree with Jake on this one.
All right.
You're never going to be able to
say, hey, we disagree. God
You're
bless.
never going to be able to stop people from doing that. They do it to me all the time. It doesn't matter.
All right. Okay,
what matters
is who has good intent.
Pointed it out. There's no problem in pointing it out though, because like just saying that, hey, that behavior kind of sucks.
No, what matters is the way you deal with it. That's what matters. If you highlight it, if you focus on it, if you constantly harp on it, then more and more people are gonna. More and more people are
okay, and then Hasan also has a good point there because you could just ignore it.
Gonna yell at you over it. That's it.
Okay,
people,
I don't mind.
A lot of people
and then
are
I'm gonna yell at them, and then they're gonna cry.
No,
so that's the
a lot of people are lost. A lot of people are alienated. They're looking for a sense of community and a sense of purpose. So when you become the guy that they're gonna yell at, that is responsive to it, and I know this from my own personal career. I've done this mistake. I've made this mistake time and time again, and I still sometimes contribute.
I'm not doing
to
it to randos. I'm doing it to the host who have bad intent, who say, "Oh yeah, they're not pure. They're doing it for money." We're brothers and sisters. Hey, by the way, all the guys who say we're going to turn MAGA and we're going to take money, where the fuck is it?
I mean,
where's the money? Where's MAGA? Where is it? What
like
happened?
I think the appropriate thing
so you were full of shit.
I think
right,
the appropriate thing for example Sam to do in the future, other than like having a direct conversation with you guys, whether on camera or off camera, would be not to even respond to the fact that you called him a grifter. You know what I mean? In this conversation.
No, here's what he'll do instead. And now that we're saying it, it changes tactic. But if we hadn't said anything, he would have said, "I can't believe Cenk said this about me. Cenk is such a bad guy. Cenk is a right winger. Cenk's a right winger. He's doing it for money. Cenk's a right winger. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm the purest guy on the left. Oh my God, we have to agree with every single extreme position because they're not extreme. They're the most. America agrees with what only 2% of the country actually agrees with.
All right, for all my Sam Cedar listeners, would he actually react like that? Because I don't think so.
Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that they demonstrate an unpopular idea, and neither do I. And like if my position was so unsustainable and so unpopular, I don't think I'd be the largest content creator on the North American continent for leftist positions. Like like there's definitely a lot of people who understand where I'm coming from.
All right, I'm not going to get into a network size here.
What?
All right, last thing. What do you want me to call you guys?
I mean,
I don't know. You can do whatever. You can say whatever you want.
Identitarian left is so clunky.
What?
Extreme left seems like an insult. How about max left? I don't know. You tell me. What do you want to? Because we disagree on these things, right? So I gotta
pee. You can come up with it.
All right, fuck it. We're not gonna come up with anything.
Okay. Well,
max left. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't think there is any need to distinguish.
There is
max left.
I don't think there's any need to do that.
I disagree
we're
with defund the police.
to the
I need
max.
to call them something. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to say, tell me a respectful thing to call you. Max left. I don't know. But I disagree, and I'm allowed to disagree.
No, you are left,
again,
but you have to have 3 X's and Mountain Dew has to be drank when you say it.
True. I have to say you are not the moderate left. You are the not moderate left.
Okay, you can call people socialists if you want. I think that's
that's economic. But anyway, I'm also not a socialist, but that's a different conversation. Yeah. All right, guys, listen. Happy Thanksgiving.
I thought you used to be.
Thank you for doing this. This is fun. I like having this conversation. We all like it. I appreciate everybody who watched. And now, we all get along when we go to? I don't agree with Joy Reid. Okay, don't say, oh, don't invite people to Thanksgiving if you don't agree with them. Okay, we're all Americans. Let's all get along and let's agree to disagree without hating each other and calling each other stupid names. And so it is what it is. Let's go eat turkey and let's be a country.
All right, everybody. I love you all. I'll be back tomorrow, and I have to go pee really bad.
Young Turks.
That's all for today. Thank you, Cenk, for coming on. Thank you for participating in Cenksgiving. All right, peace, everybody.
That was actually really good. For a Cenksgiving, that was a little bit less contentious than the last one, but I gotta say, Hasan did a really good job of conveying his positions on that. Cenk, not so much, honestly. Like he kind of lost me even more, where it's just like, dude, you're so willing to capitulate to the right-wing framing of this stuff. So man, let's see some of the comments here. All right, Duke of Bread. Good, bring me your poor and huddled masses. I love poor migrants more than wealthy people. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest, man. Like, I tried to bring this up to one of my buddies, like, just like in a common way, and I was like, listen, do you want somebody at like McDonald's that, you know, is a very nice immigrant who is working hard, or do you want that, you know, I'm just going to say it, the white teenager that's there for the paycheck, sitting on their phone, and they never get your order right, you know, like, and immediately they kind of saw it that way, where they're just like, oh, I've never really thought of it like that. I'm like, there is something to be said about that. I will not stop pointing out Nazis. That's my one rule. Yeah, dude. Although, again, using it hyperbolically is the one problem that I've been, you know, harping on my program, where it's just like, you you can't boy who cries wolf all this shit, okay? Like, use that, like, call him fasci, fine. Point out fascism. Point out, like, the path to fascism. Great. But just calling them blanket Nazis is the problem that we're running into, where it's losing its power already. Like, look at the way that Piers Morgan's essentially appropriated the outrage of just being called a Nazi. So, and I'm going to just say, like, when it comes to the marketing for our broader movement, we're going to keep running into that problem unless we address that. So, I will just say that. Max Left, aka Marxist-Leninist. Yeah, exactly. Like, technically that's what they want. You could tell that's what they would have wanted to say, being jank. But at the same time, it's also like, well, I think he wants to call everybody extreme left. But as I said, you can't call it extreme left unless it's done with a Mountain Dew in your head, and then you power it and then bash the can against your head and go, so extreme! God, I miss those days. One of the funnier jokes in Harold and Kumar. What was it? The extreme douchebags. Duke of Bread, Sam would say, that's just jibber jabber. Oh man, jibber jabber. Every time. Oh, I pity the fool who uses that jibber jabber. Nothing but jibber jabber, fool. I always think of, oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? Mr. T. I pity the fool who forgets my name. And bit of a note. Bit even, that's a misnomer. Or bew even, that's a misnomer. I don't know what you're trying to say there. Duke of Bread, I don't want to be a country chick. Yeah, well, distracting. Where's Hasan's other uncle? Oh yeah, Sammy. Yeah. Uncle Sam. Get Sam in here. Honestly, see, I would love to see a good debate between Jake and Sam. Like, I don't know where, like, they had a falling out, because I'll be honest, Sam does come across like he could be a bit of a, what's the word? Prick? Like, sometimes out in, like, actual public life. I don't know. David Pakman is the other one where I don't know, man. When I was watching one of his debates recently against Dave Rubin, and at one point Dave Rubin just called him such a smug prick. It was one of those rare times I found myself agreeing with Rubin a little bit, because he is just a smarmy prick. But Sam, again, I think that he does it because he just genuinely knows that he's, like, you know, he's so well studied on his positions that he is coming at it with, like, at least I know what I'm talking about. That's the same way that he approaches his debates with libertarians, which I appreciate. I would pay money to see Jank and locked in a room with Sam. I mean, literally, I would pay for that broadcast. That's one of the few that I would actually break through a paywall and definitely donate to get that, or I would pay for the membership for that, because that would be a great debate. And honestly, I think that we should be pushing for that, because alrighty, what else? We got nothing. So we're just gonna chill for the rest of this one, because yeah, I still think that, number one, I consider Haas a little bit luckier than most, because Jank does, you know, he kind of said it at the end there, and I gotta be honest, it was kind of nice, where it was like, you know, we disagree on these positions, but it's like, we know that, you know, in each other's intent. And that's where I think that we can be doing better, just as, like, a leftist community, is recognizing people's intent. Because, like, I've been dealing with that with, you know, I'll call out the MR Discord with it. The reason that, like, I got banned from the Discord was because they didn't recognize the intent of my joke. And I'm also pissed off because I didn't get reached out by, you know, nobody reached out to me. None of the admins reached out to me. So that kind of pissed me off a little bit, because it was just like, could you have at least, you know, given me the opportunity to show that I'm not just a hateful dick and I was just trying to be funny kind of thing? No. But honestly, that's where it kind of plays into it, though, where it's like, yeah, we got to start recognizing the intent before assuming intent. That's one thing I will say. Like, I have seen a lot in arguing with leftist communities is assumed intent, and that's a problem. Without even like asking to clarify, they just literally go right in based on their assumptions. Duke of Bread, Sam is a sweetheart. He just likes to make fun of people. Pac-Man is a smug asshole for sure. Okay. At least I felt like I was reading that properly, because Pac-Man is just, I don't know. Isn't it Pac-Man that has the weird stances on I really don't know. Oh, Erdogan. No, I don't know his positions on that. All I know is that like I legit just got turned off from watching him, where I was just like, I don't know. He just comes across like a smarmy douche, you know? Also, like Luke Beasley, too. Like, I know that he adopted the broadcasting vernacular of David Pac-Man. You could almost say that he was like, you know, brought up under Pac-Man, because he used to sub for Pac-Man. But the weird part is, like, I also watch Jesse Dollemore. I love Dollemore's coverage as opposed to Pac-Man. Like, that's the thing. I still watch and subscribe to Dollemore. So it was always kind of weird like that. I'm not sure if you guys ever watched the show Deadwood. And if you did, awesome. Because I love me some good old Western history. But also, that show is strangely actually like true. Where a lot of the stuff that happened in that show did actually happen, like with Spurgeon and all that. But there was this priest that's in the show that he looks exactly like Pac-Man. He's got epilepsy, but yeah, like the way that his mouth moves, like they got that weird, like his upper mouth is almost too big for his lower mouth, so it's almost like it moves outside of itself. I don't know, I noticed that once and it bothered the crap out of me. So Anna, I hate Pac-Man. Cool. Yeah, I can watch. Like I guess he's one of the leftists that I hate watch. Also, he is good in like a debate sphere, and I did enjoy watching him on the Piers Morgan show. Like, he can handle his own, but yeah, he's just a smarmy little douche of a human. Duke of Bread, the whole lib Pac-Man sphere is soy and smarmy. Well, you got to win them over, unfortunately, because those are the like I hate to say, that's the broader coalition that, you know, we're not going to win over the MAGA chuds, okay? So I like Beasley's interviewing of MAGA chuds. Oh, okay. There you go, distracting. I think I said that because I saw that before. But yeah, I enjoy Beasley's coverage of that. That's why I like Adam Mockler. I think Mockler's pretty good with that. Mockler definitely has some room to grow, though, as far as like moving a little leftward, because he is that centrist guy that, you know, loves him some Democratic Party, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Establishment Democratic Party shenanigans. See, like Midas Touch was like one of the, I thought for a while they were one of the better organizations, especially like before they reached their 2 million, because at that point they were still a little more like genuine with their coverage. But God, man, you want to talk about like clickbait titles, just repeat coverage about the same issues. Also the fact that like they have a network now where the whole idea is to flood the algorithm with videos. That's how they literally got as big as they did. And they went to like Occupy Democrats. They went to guys that used to work with BTC. They went to a guy that worked with Luke Beasley, and then they also got Adam Mockler, because it was funny, like in the middle of the election cycle I was following Mockler, and then all of a sudden all of his content was on the Midas Touch channel. I was like, interesting. But that's also why I kind of appreciate guys like Pondering Politics. Like Josiah's, I think that he is so genuine in his coverage, even though I don't think he necessarily agrees with like farther left positions, but I don't know, because like the thing is, he doesn't really debate those. But then again, I have seen him kind of like cozying up to Destiny lately, so I'm like, ooh, that could be interesting. Anna, you will quickly learn that the term leftist means nothing. At this point, you know, I don't even have to learn that. I just, because, like, the funniest part is, like, the way that I get called a communist all the time. And, like, I think that at the beginning of my content here, I had mentioned that I had done a political compass test, and it was legit just because I was like, you know what? No, do you know how many normies in my life, they were surprised that was even a thing? And, like, they had never heard of the Overton window, so it was kind of like, all right, guys, like, little poli-science for you. And at the same time, it's, you know, somebody said it's like baby's first politics. And I was just like, yes, but that's how people need to figure out, you know, where they sit on the scale. Because a lot of people don't even view themselves as, like, political entities in the slightest. So that's where I'm kind of coming at it from, is I always get brought back down to earth. I mean, it does help that I have a friendship circle that always brings me back down to earth, because I don't think they'd be friends with me if I didn't. You know, if I was the way that I am here with them constantly, oh boy. I think that's kind of why, you know, my friendships have actually grown with me doing this. Is because I don't talk about it all the frickin' time. Although I'm running into the problem where, because I do this, I get more people engaging with me and wanting to engage in political talk, where I'm like, I'm not getting paid for this. Or trying to get paid for this, I should say. Duke of Bread, oh yeah, went over the audience, not the propagandist. Well, I mean, that's kind of where I was thinking about it, where I'm like, yeah, because you have to... Cenk actually kind of said it at the end of this debate, where he was just like, yeah, you know, I'd like it if I wasn't always getting yelled at and blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, unfortunately, and like Hasan said, you're always going to run into those douchebags, but that's where I'm trying to also kind of be like, yo, chill out with some of this, because honestly, like, I am more on your side than anybody, but I also do think that it's like, yeah, you gotta kind of placate to, you know, shit that we don't like, man. I hate to say it. It's not even lesser of two evil shit at this point. It is just like, okay, so small disagreements turn into huge disagreements, but it's like, when we're talking about the broader shit, we all agree on most of it. It's like these little micro arguments like that. And that is one thing that Cenk had a good point on, where the right they don't deal with that as much. Although they're starting to, I can say that, you know, I've been surprised, especially with this latest election outcome. I'm starting to see some infighting in the Trump crowds, which is kind of fun to watch. I'm not even going to pretend that it's not. It is definitely interesting, because like I follow a bunch of like my local pages, like and it's kind of funny because like even in the area of Chicago I'm in kind of a red area. And like, oh my god, you want to talk about like the way that they complain? It's so funny. You would think that they were living in Mississippi. Duke of Bread, Destiny is the king of lib grift. Yeah, he really is at this point. I mean, dude, he does everything with such cynicism and kind of like the whole, yeah, like trying to be, but at some point he's gonna lose that. Like at some point, like they're gonna lose, like he's gonna lose that whole like the leftist YouTuber thing, which, or is that what he's considered now, as a leftist YouTuber? I don't know, because I think he's banned on Twitch, so I don't know anymore. Distracting. I keep an eye on Maya's Touch mainly for their coverage on Trump's court cases. Yeah, same. Because they have actual attorneys. So like Popok. Actually, I like Popok's coverage because he actually does it from like, you know, a lawyer's perspective, which I like that. That's also why I love Legal Eagle. But yeah, I was doing pretty much the same thing. That's actually when, yeah, now that I think about it, that's when I did sub to their channel. But their election coverage was ass. It was absolute ass. And that Scottish guy, I swear to God, every time his freaking videos pop up, I have to laugh, because you'll hear the he'll load it up first, where he'll do like his little clip, but then you'll hear the record scratch, and then and then he pops on, or he'll use the clip from Happy Gilmore, or from Billy Madison, where it's just like, that was the stupidest thing I said, I award you no points, and we're all dumber for hearing this, whatever. Yeah, he's got his, you know, I mean, he is disconcertingly good looking too. So it is like also like, ow. All right. Well. But I'm just saying, like, the way that he's gotten away with just being such a fucking repetitive douche with his coverage, and it's kind of embarrassing. Where it's like, But then yeah. Also, there's this other guy where he's just like too much of an eager beaver, if you know what I mean. Where like the way he smiles at the camera and just, did you know that in the Trump world they did this again? Let's unpack it together. Ugh. They're not strictly ideologically like us. Yeah, well, no, that's kind of part of the problem. Actually, somebody in this chat had brought it up, and I looked more deeply into it about ADHD being associated with, what is it? Something CC. Oh God, why am I blanking on the term now? OCC, I think. I think it's OCC. Just let me double check. No. Oh, crap. Because it's essentially saying that you're more like hardwired to oppositional something ODD. ODD, that's what it is. ODD. Oppositional defiant disorder. Condition in which a child or an adult displays argumentative behavior towards people in authority. They say that if you have ADHD, then you can, you're more likely to develop ODD. Do you know of Actual Jake? I've heard that name before. I feel like I might have heard it on another streamer's. Let me check. I might know who he is. Believe it or not, I don't spend as much time online as people think. I think the D&D boomer is back and he's upset. Ooh, I like D&D. Why do you ask? Because I'm actually interested just to know, like, is it cool? Sorry, Irda. I'm a little, like, my chat is, like, really weirdly behind, and I'm not in top chat. Some Rebel. Hey, what's up, Some Rebel? Glad to have you here. Sub to the channel if you have not already, and leave a like on the stream. That is insane. I am just a little autistic. I don't know. I don't think I got the ODD. Opposition is not a mental illness. Exactly, Anna. Yeah, so get the, so like this is where I was kind of going with it. Distracting. I'm gonna check him out. I'll check him out on my off time, and then I might watch some of his stuff on stream. Is he a bigger guy? Because if he's bigger, then I feel okay with that. Oh yeah, oh wait, no, he's a smaller. 2.7K, 4K. Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna reach out to him and ask him if he's okay with that. My girlfriend and I enjoy Jake's content. It's just as long as the guys are of a certain size, I'm comfortable with kind of, you know, watching their content on my stream. But if they're of a certain, like, the same size or, like, you know, a little bit bigger than me, even, I mean, if they're under 100K subs, then I try to reach out and ask. Are you down with the ODD? Yeah, you know me. Nice. Got the ODD? Yeah, you know me. I like that. Nice, dude. That got me. No, but what I was saying is, like, how it is, like, I think that you're seeing where I'm going with this, Anna, is the fact that they're trying to say, like, oh, so you're because they diagnose this when you're a teenager. So I remember that one of the first psychiatrists I ever saw, his name was Dr. Rockman. I'm not even sure if he's alive anymore, so I'm comfortable telling people. I'm like, yeah, I saw this guy, and he was Eastern European, very thick Eastern European accent, and he was just like, you know what I think you have? I think you have what we call the pot. And it made me laugh so hard because I was just like, you have no idea, brother. And my mom is looking at me like with this dirty look because she was like, I legit was laughing. But he's like, and then he turns to my mom, but he's like, he's pissed off teenager. And, you know, we walked out of that. My mom was kind of like, okay. You know, it was weird. Like, she actually was like oddly okay with that diagnosis. But yeah, like, so that's the thing. When I was diagnosed with ADHD, I was actually diagnosed with the old school form of it, just called ADD. And when I was diagnosed with it, they thought that I had ODD specifically because I was exhibiting these symptoms during, you know, I was like 12 or 13, but like my parents had freshly got divorced. My grandmother, who, like, you know, helped raise me, had just like recently passed away. So I was just like, yeah, gee, I wonder why I might have a problem with authority at that moment. It's kind of like, guys, also, you know, just that time in life is already difficult. So, but at the same time, yeah, you know, it kind of bothers me where it's just like, wait, so the kid asking more questions, you're just gonna say there's something wrong with them? Like, what? That seems reductive and a way of, like, you know, manipulating society into just being like, oh, there's something wrong with you if you question authority. Don't you do it, otherwise you got the ODD. You don't want the ODD, otherwise you'll have the stigma, the geostigma. Sorry, that was a Final Fantasy VII joke if you don't get it. Distracting. ADD has been subsumed into... I understand that. Trust me. I had somebody that was... they're a little bit younger than me, and I used the term ADD, and honestly, they kind of got on my ass about it, and I did just kind of want to be like, shut the fuck up. Like, I get it. Okay? I get it. Yeah, like, whatever. The weird part is, it's like they took the hyperactive, put that in there, and then all of a sudden, instead of being one of the Adderall kids, I would have been a Ritalin kid. Which, you know, isn't it bad that I always kind of felt that way, where I was like, well, at least I just, you know, at least they tried Adderall with me, not Ritalin. But then they skipped Ritalin and went right to lithium when I showed signs of depression, so they were just like, here, feel nothing. I was like, what the actual hell? And I remember asking my doctor about that, and I'm like, is this the same thing in batteries? He's like, technically, yes. I was like, okay. But yeah. Sorry, and I'm not trying to make light of anybody's diagnosis. I'm just going through, like, how it felt with me, where I was just like, oh, okay, because I kind of remember that too, like when that all of a sudden hit where they were just like, it's called ADHD now. I was like, what's the H? They're like hyperactive disorder or whatever. I was like, huh? Anna, Adderall, Stateri, I've never been able to pronounce that one. And Concerta, yeah. Yeah, they also tried, you know, different antidepressants to try and do it, even though I wasn't, like, chronically depressed. Like, they tried, you know, Lexapro, all that fun stuff. Yeah. I've gone through the gamut, but I'm open and honest with all this stuff. I am currently just self-medicated with the marijuana. Nothing else except for the occasional aspirin. I can't take codeine, so got that weird allergy to it. So it's like I guess it's good because, you know, opiates and me don't get along, literally. But at the same time, it's made some, you know, hockey injuries less than fun to deal with. So, muscle relaxers, lots of muscle relaxers. Distracting. Never heard of taking lithium. Neat. Yeah, legit. That one, and it was low dose. Like, that one, I think it was like 20-30 milligrams or something. It was like this tiny pill. Man, all I can remember was the disassociation that came with it. Like, if you've ever been able to, like, completely disassociate, like, that's what it's like, but you can't get out of it. Like, it just, that's who you are. And Yeah, it was rough, man. Like I didn't like it. You know, because I remember watching a movie that would usually make me cry and just not feeling a thing for it. And that made me go, okay, that's not cool. Actually, that was All Dogs Go to Heaven. That movie still, to this day, it gets me. As you can see, I love my pooches. But I'm also a huge Don Bluth fan. I love that animation. I actually love the story behind why he created the studio he did. It's very interesting. I'll go into that on a members only stream because that's stuff that I'm really interested in is the history of animation. Believe it or not, I studied a lot about Walt Disney, so I knew about him being a bit of an anti-Semite before most people. Duke of Bread, the ex with bipolar dash psychosis got on lithium right after we broke up. I bet she changed into a completely different person. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not trying to make light of that, Duke, but for real, that that one, I'm not sure if people should be on that one. I don't know. Like, because I don't see a situation that you need to be that numb. Like, that's, yeah. Distracting. I take bupropion. Oh no, are you a Disney adult? Not really. No, I'm not. No, Anna, I haven't been to Disney since I was a kid. Although my grandma. What the hell? No, my wife has never been, and you know, I would like to take her. Yeah, we enjoy Disney movies. I'm not gonna sit here pretending that I don't like a good Disney movie. Inside Out 2 is tight. I don't watch them all though. But shit, you know what? Maybe I am a little bit of a Disney adult. I mean, I played Lorcana. So, I'm just I've always been an animation nerd. Like I draw. Like I've always drawn like my entire life, and I've always been super into cartoons. So specifically like studying, you know, the people behind them. You know, Charles Schultz, as much of POS as he was, all like for some reason cartoonists, especially like coming from like the 1930s on, were not exactly great people. Yeah. Chuck Jones, you know, actually I prefer Chuck Jones over Walt Disney any day. Like, I mean, hot take, but Warner Brothers cartoons are so much better, and they've aged so much. Well, yeah, I mean, they're a little edgy now, but I'm just saying, like, as far as like funny content, like the Roadrunner, like look at Roadrunner and Coyote, like you can show that to any kid now and it's still funny. So I think that those aged a lot better than like say Mickey and Minnie cartoons. But yeah, man, I mean, I loved me some Darkwing Duck growing up. Why? Actually, Anna, are you kind of like Matt Leck? Because like I think I've brought it up before, but like Leck, the thing that bothers me about him is like he's not just like one of those guys that's just like oh no, let me guess, you're one of them nerds, yeah, dork or whatever the hell. Like, oh, so you read comic books? But he has this idea that if you know engage in reading comic books, or you watch comic book movies, or you know engage in like D&D kind of thing, that you're just you're just burying your head from living, like you're living in a fantasy world. And I'm like, yeah, it's called escapism, dude. And of all the people that I listen to in this like leftist sphere, that dude needs it. And that guy smokes weed. Like, he is the least chill like stoner I've ever listened to. Okay, and I like make no mistake, you know, I'm just pointing out that. And also I think that it's actually kind of like shitty of him. And you want to talk about like you know, just losing an audience specifically because it's like you want to be elite about something, or that's the way it comes across to me. Like, why the fuck else is it like, oh, you watch cartoons? Like, what's the problem? Like, I've never understood that crap. people get that way with anime too, and have always, and now anime is bigger than sports, and that makes me laugh, especially when it's like, holy crap. It's kind of funny. I got to watch, comic book movies become a thing, and then all of a sudden, nerd culture is like huge, which, again, I'm not going to begrudge that. I'm not one of those like weirdos that's just like, oh, why couldn't it have been like this when I was in high school? It's just like, oh, cool. Now everybody knows who Thanos is. Neat. If you had told me 10 years ago, I'll actually be fair, 10 years ago that everybody in the world would know who Thanos is, not a chance. Not a chance. Hell, you go back to Iron Man 1. I remember when that movie was coming out, I was just like, really? They're doing B-list Batman, eh? With a shiny suit? Okay. Prove me wrong. So, I love me some Spider-Man. So, whatever. I would say that, yes. And I would actually just classify myself as a classic nerd. I love nerdy things. And I think that what draws me to nerd culture in general is the passion. I love seeing how passionate people get for things. Like, nothing makes me happier than seeing somebody like happy about something, like that they enjoy. When I see somebody like passionately explaining something that they enjoy to me, I love that. Love it. Absolutely love it. Even if I'm not necessarily interested in it, I love it. That's why I've always gotten that's why I've always gotten along with autistic people, is because I genuinely give a shit about what they're into. I don't know. Like, I've been tested a few times, but I have, come out, I guess, fine. But they were just like, yeah, get a little hyper fixated. Duke of Bread, really, I have only heard good things about it. Everyone I have met or seen talk about lithium say they can't function without it. Again, I think that's because they tried to put me on it thinking that I was bipolar when I wasn't. Like, they were trying to fix a mania that I didn't have. So what it was doing is it was suppressing all of like my good dopamine, like all the natural dopamine in my brain, and it was just keeping it like submerged. Like, that's what it felt like, man. It felt like I could just never muster enough dopamine to actually like get a good feeling. Duke of Bread, Lek is my handsome special boy. Yeah, I remember you saying that he blushed when you said that. Like, when he gets mad and talks all fast and indignant. Yeah, but that's what I mean. He doesn't, he really doesn't. It's just that we will give well thought out, factually accurate critiques, and there are a lot of conservatives who will respond with comic book analogies and think they won the argument. The problem is, actually, Anna, is because they're better with messaging. Think about this. This is why I keep talking about marketing. Like, at that point, they are actually speaking to the wider audience, because, again, you're like, if you're talking to a TED Talks, or you're talking to an auditorium full of college graduates or people that are studying to be, in politics, fine. But in an everyday setting, in an everyday debate, this is why guys like The Quartering have as many viewers as they have. You can sit here and begrudge it all day. The fact is, the guy, he does like a cross-cultural thing. Trust me, I would love to be the leftist Quartering. If I'm talking about numbers, I'll say that unabashedly. You could clip that shit. Because honestly, man, like, but that's part of the problem, is you have like that right wing. They like that stuff. They actually engage, like they actively. So I'm just saying, like, Anna, I'm sorry. I've heard the marketing critique for years. It's not a marketing issue. It is a marketing issue when you can't get the broader populace behind your goals. That is a marketing issue. I can tell you right now, I've worked in marketing. Like, I can tell you that if you can't get the broader populace to buy your product, that is on you as the person marketing said product. Period. That's also why I keep saying the defund the police movement, like actually branding it defund the police, did more damage than it actually helped. Than it actually did good. And I'm sorry, it's still permeating in the culture. That's bad marketing. It did the exact opposite of what it was supposed to do. So I'm sorry, I actually disagree with you on that, Anna. And also, like, I actually, to my broader point, I think that it's, I'm sorry, this is okay. Do you feel better that you used a word that I don't know what it means? Like, if you're, and then you're gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry that I don't speak lowest common denominator. You see what I mean here, though, Anna? You're kind of doing it right now, where you're kind of like, it's like, okay, call me stupid, call me whatever the hell, call me uneducated. You literally know my background. But all I'm saying is, like, again, like, Anna, like, this is why I respect you, though, is because you are so, like, convicted in your stances. Like, I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact that you put your money where your mouth is. You go out, you're an activist. You're a true activist. But also, I think that this is where, like, my broader point is, like, you could stand to broaden your horizons a little bit, because again, what's the damage in bringing yourself down to say, oh, okay, so that's kind of like, Iron Man and Thanos or whatever. Like, because, like, this is the difference between me and you. I can engage on that level. And I can actually then be like, actually, no. Because, like, a lot of the argument is that Thanos was right. Like, that, I did see that, like, in the right-wing sphere, and they're just like, yeah, Thanos was right. And then even Marvel made fun of that in their own stuff with, like, guys like Hawkeye, who is, like, technically, the everyday man, or every man's hero, because he's literally just a really good archer. Be better described as restructure policing? Yes. And yeah, actually, distracting, that's better. Because this would all be great if we were speaking to, like, a broader leftist coalition, but we're not. Like, we have to win over the centrist. You have to win over the people who didn't go out and vote. You have to win over even Trumpers. And that does require capitulation on some issues. That also requires a broader marketing movement where you can literally talk to, because you guys want to call them idiots? Fine. The idiots. You got to be able to speak idiot. Like, that's always so funny to me, because, like, that kind of plays into the Matt, like, Sam Cedar kind of way, where it's just like, it's so easy to just sit there and call everybody stupid, but, those stupid people, they vote in mass. I mean, I feel like it makes us look stupid, the fact that we lost this election arguing fucking semantical points. Distracting BRB. Oh, take your time. Just so you know, it's we're at 4:03 right now, so we got about 16 minutes or so before we're hitting that 4:20 point, and then I'm actually probably gonna call it shortly after that, because I gotta go eat some dinner. Also, my buddy's been so good, he's gotta probably go potty here soon. Yes, that's what I say with my dog. He has to go potty. I think it's so weird, like, people who are like, oh, you speak baby to your dog? I'm like, yeah, a little bit. I think it's weird when people, like, look at their dog. You gotta go to the bathroom. Anna, I've already laid out the strategy for convincing people before. Yeah, but I disagree with your consensus on it. Like, Anna, you're not a monolith. I'm sorry. Like, if all of your ideas were the, be all, end all, and so popular, then they would be more widely instituted already. I'm sorry. Like that, but, like, that doesn't mean, like, don't go speaking, or don't go trying to, make your case. Like, I hate that shit too, where, like, people are just like, oh, so you think I should just shut up? It's like, well, no. I mean, a lot of people tend to think the other way, where it's just like, well, what, are you uneducated about this? I also love that when people are like, oh, you're so uneducated about X subject, and then they don't educate you, or they don't offer anything to actually, broaden Your horizons on some said matter. Whatever. I always find that stuff funny. But sorry. I mean, again, my broader point to this, Anna, is just, actually, I mean, it's a pretty stupid point. I'll be honest. It's just, I don't know, watch a comic book movie. Look at the politics in that said comic book movie and then just be able to shut down their argument. I mean, honestly, as a comic book fan, I can tell you the easiest one is anytime that a right-winger brings up any comic book character or a comic book movie, just bring up the X-Men. That will usually shut down their points. Okay? And you can literally just be like, what about the X-Men? And if they say, what about them? Just stare at them. Just be like, what about the X-Men? At some point, you'll just win because they're going to think about it and they will just... anybody worth like half a damn like in comic book knowledge then goes, oh, well, yeah, because it was literally written as an allegory about the civil rights movement. Aww. You know, Charles Xavier and Magneto are literal allegories for Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. But again, wait a minute. Duke of Bread, we have to win over the people, not the cynical actors, that position themselves in media and or politics. I mean, sometimes you do, because sometimes, like, unfortunately, like, look at me. You could say that I'm a disingenuous actor just because I'm here discussing politics. Like, that in itself is not going to move, like, because then what? Then who are you convincing? Because, like, these are the people that you do need to kind of convince because they have a broader audience. You know, like... Look at the way that Fox News, actually, in that Cenk and Hasan debate, they brought up the point about Tucker Carlson and why he actually has a pretty, like, wide viewership as far as, like, independents, even Democrats, because a lot of people, like, he was one of the first ones to start going, like, they're not telling you the truth. You know, and then instead of, you know, an ABC or any of these news organizations pivoting, they just went, well, he's not telling you the truth either. But then they were just like, yeah, but he's kind of right. And they never reconciled with that. So, Duke of Bread, most art is leftist, most artists are left-leaning. Yeah, most. I mean, there's a lot of right-wing art, but the thing is, most of it's done cynically. Like, think of the way that most, like, right-wing sculptors... Hell, actually, comic books. Comic books are a great medium to discuss this about because... So, if you have a right-winger, like, comic book creator, and trust me, there have been a few, like, look up Chuck Dixon. He brought up, like, or he created Bane. And... You know, Bane, you could actually argue is like kind of a leftist, you know, creation where it's like, you know, he was in prison, broke free, and like the whole thing was about saving his area of Santa Prisca and the rest of the people there, and you know, putting these people above because so it never happens again, kind of thing. It was like, huh, interesting, but. Now he's so outward with it. Now he's doing Kickstarter stuff. So that's the only place that he's getting any support. So like, yes, he has like, he'll show up to Comic-Cons and he'll have like his little booth and like, he'll have some people, but then you got a guy that like James Tynion. James Tynion's one of the largest comic book creators right now. He is a far leftist who also does political comics. And I can tell you right now, that guy's line, when you go to the like, Fan Expo, holy shit. Actually, he was at C2 this year, but you can't win overpaid people unless you pay more. Duke of Bread, they will always stab you in the back unless you sell out. No, but that's the thing, dude. Like, I hate to say it, you need to win their votes. You need to win their sympathies too. You also need to see that, you know, propping us up is worth half a damn. You know, because if we keep speaking to what, like the 1% of the 99% is what I was saying, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know where that gets us. Because the one thing that I could take out of that Hasan and Cenk debate is legit. Like, they kind of ended on on a good note there, where it's like, all right, well, this was done in good faith. I appreciate the fact that, you know, it doesn't devolve into just useless shouting about their positions, and then also like, you know, well, you're just a grifter, you're just a this, you're just a that, blah 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 blah. It's like, no, man. Like, I don't know. I don't see that getting us any farther, like in our movement, you know. And that's what this is about. That's the reason I'm here, at least, you know. I read what Michael was doing. After listening to Michael for so many years, I thought that I'm like, okay, well, if I can at least do this in the vein of, you know, Michael Brooks, then I can at least do it, you know, genuinely. Like, if you guys think that I'm not genuine at all, like, number one, fuck off and just get out of here. Like, there's my genuine fucking thought on that one. Because honestly, I hate that shit where it's like, no, because most, like, the people that I've gotten even accused of that of, they're just like, yeah, you're just trying to be nice to like everybody. You're just trying to be liked by everybody. What are you, a people pleaser? Which, a little bit. But at the same time, I also try to see it from other people's perspectives, because I think that getting lost in our own little bubbles has not done us any good as a society. Like, this idea, like, it's so weird that I got to live in this era where I watched bipartisanship become like the worst word in leftist circles, where it's like, if you even suggest being bipartisan with the right, then they look at you like you're a fucking traitor. And I'm just like, well, that's, I don't know, man. I watched Schoolhouse Rock, and that's, I thought that's how bills got passed and things got done, but okay. I mean, we can keep just burying well, not even burying our heads. We can keep shouting into the ethos about how much corruption and how much we hate everything, and then just, like, whatever. I can already see it right now. Like, this is what happens. I don't do what a lot of people want me to do, and that's just placate to what they would like to hear. So, you know, I've gotten very oddly comfortable with losing subs. I've gotten oddly comfortable with losing viewers on my stream. You know, as small, like, at the time that I shouldn't be, but I understand that this is the game, but also it's like, I've dealt with this enough, man. Duke of Bread bipartisanship with the right is a historical mistake. Well, unfortunately, dude, that's how we move bills, and that's how we move, dude. Libs are the best you can do. Well, unfortunately, yeah. Right now, it seems like the, well, no, Duke, this actually goes back to what I was saying about the marketing thing. No, dude, we're not good at positioning ourselves, because, like, the thing is, we as a left, like, the leftist coalition, tend to just fucking give up really fast. And we also do this thing where we're just like, oh, well, this is too hard. And actually, you know what? It's kind of like the thing about just being the victim. It's almost easier being the victim. It's easier to not govern. That's why the Democrats are actually happy about the position they're in right now. You could argue that I argue that that's what exactly. Like, they're happy. They're happy they don't have to govern. They're happy they're not under the fucking, you know, the microscope anymore. They're happy that not everything is going to be blamed on it, even though it is. Because that's the one thing that the Democratic Party can't even get away from, is even when they have zero leverage in, like, in the, you know, in Congress, then yeah, they still get blamed. Oh, it's the Democrats' fault. The obstructionist Democrats. Blah, 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 blah. But also, this idea that, like, we're going to just one day blanket the world, like, or blanket our country specifically in ideals and ideas of, you know, communism and deep blue politics. I just don't see it, man. Like, how do you, honest to God, think that you're gonna change, like, the southern, you know, electorate, like the Bible Belt, and like all of these people, you know, like, this has been my problem, like, and it was my problem at the beginning of the election cycle with people saying the things about libs. Like, the way that Hasan would just be like, oh, he's just, you know, look at this liberal. But again, you know, speaking to a broader leftist coalition, to people like that actually, you know, think alike, that, you know, do feel empathy and would probably be on our side if they weren't always condescendingly talked about. Like they're, you know, again, this is actually what I was saying about like talking to Anna about, is the fact that people don't like being condescended to. People, why do you think that like the broader American electorate right now is kind of anti-education when it comes to college education, like the college educated, is because that, why do you think they call leftists elitist? That's why. What, like the shit that you did right there, like here, I'll actually go back to your comment. I'm sorry, this is pedagogy. I don't even know how to say the damn word. Because now I'm gonna do what I do. Study of teaching methods. Cool. I mean, you could have said that. Sorry. Whatever. Like the one person that just dipped because he's just like, I'm watching a certifiable idiot. It's like, pedagogy, right? Pedagogy? Oh, like goji. Oh, you know what? I got that. Pedagogy. Got it. Yep, showing that GED today. But no, honestly, man, like I'm not kidding about this. Like, how the hell do you think you're gonna get, you know, people who are just, you know, God, I'm gonna just say it, secular about politics. You know, like I feel this is so weird because I feel like our leftist coalition is very much like the Christian coalition that I was part of, where it's just like, well, we just need to be better with our messaging. Because that's all we were about was, you know, messaging and bringing people to our religion. So yeah, now I'm just kind of like, maybe that's why I am the way I am. Like, because I'm trying to, you know, evangelize you about leftist politics. Actually, that kind of makes sense. It also makes sense why me and Michael have like a similar outlook on it, because he came out of Jehovah's Witness. So like, yeah, we would probably have a similar outlook on it where, you know, it's the same thing with like the way I look at religion, where it's like, yeah, if you take like the treat everybody like with kindness and, you know, do unto others type of shit, then yeah, fine. I'm totally fine with, you know, your way of religion. But if you come at me and you're like, my religion says that you can't do this, well then, guns, bitch. No, that your religion said you can't do it. I'm glad that finally took off as a meme, but I've been saying that for years, where I'm just like, no. Just because your religion says that you can't do something doesn't mean I can't, because I don't follow your religion. And then they're like, well, you should. Everybody's a creature of God. I'll pray for you. You're going to hell. Okay. Maybe I'll be made into a ghostwriter. I'd be bitching. Whatever. But yeah, Anna, sorry. To be fair, I've also, you know, I've shared this stance literally in the Majority Report chat for the past few years now, so where I'm just like, it's okay. We're at 419, so load up. Actually, we're at 419, and we got 20 seconds left, so you ready? Oh, actually, no. You know what? I can math this. We've got 10 seconds. There we go. Yeah. There's a little bit more. All right. 420. Oops, I turned it off. Man, this little quarter right here, it's just gonna have like a little smoke spot. But yeah, I don't know. This is also like, maybe it's because I like, kick it with stoners. And like when we do have these discussions, we are usually pretty high. And also, as I have said this many times before, my friend circle is either apolitical, they lean left, but you most likely would call them shit libs. Even my, one of my trans best friends, like the funniest part is she's an ex-Trump voter who then, once she transitioned, she did see like, oh, because she was all about like, oh, well, their economic policies are so much better. I'm like, but they're not. And the other thing is, it's like that kind of stuff. We really need to instead of focusing on teaching, I don't know, Marxist theory, we should just educate people on how our the basics of our economy. And also, like, if you're gonna try to seize the means of production, do it with American language with. We should unionize and also make sure, we're kind of doing that. I think that saying you need stronger unions, payment protections for everybody, and then also profit sharing, but oh man. I don't know. I always just feel like, especially in our American system, anytime that I find myself arguing with, Marxist-Leninists is, I guess, the way I'll just put it. It always does kind of come down to the fact, that we're just not going to have that system. And it's, then what? I'm not saying there's no merit in trying to create a system that can, build that into it, but I've always had this outlook from my perspective, and this is my opinion, that a lot of times, if they can't win that battle, they just rather sit there kicking and screaming. So, democracy in the workplace is the best way to deliver Marxism in the USA. Absolutely. That's kind of my point, though. And this is where I keep harping on the marketing point. You guys, I'm not sure what it is about Marxism. Is it just the fact that it's a cool name? It's a cool word. It's Karl Marx was a based ass dude, so we just want to. But you do understand that even going back to the 1970s, Marxist theory has been sold as just a sub-communist theory. And most, your basic American, they hear that and immediately go, oh, commies, socialism, ew. And my whole thing with this is that we need to get them to not do that. And in order to get them to not do that, you kind of got to change, again, the way that you sell these things. So, instead of going up to them and being like, oh, have you ever read Karl Marx? This is where, again, at the risk of sound like a complete moron, just being like, here, have you ever read this comic book that breaks it? Because they actually have comics that are like that, where it's intro to communism, but it's more palatable. There's a reason that they have, Cliff's Notes for, pretty much everything now. So, but also, yes, you do have to accept that not everybody thinks the way you do. And that's one thing I've always seen as a broader problem with people more in the leftist sphere, is that they can't accept that, where they're just they would rather give up and not engage than even try to view it from somebody else's perspective. Or I hate to say it, Duke, they would say something like bipartisanship with the right is a historical mistake. It's like, okay, but then what? Then what? Like, because the other part of that is for everybody, for all of us that are saying, I would love to live in a leftist utopia, you do have, you know, what is it, 50% of the electorate that disagrees with that. They want to keep, you know, this status quoism. They want to, so like, again, you got to kind of trick them into it. Like, this is just my opinion of how to do it within my lifetime is you organize behind already existing socialized programs, you expand on those, and then you show them the merit of having these socialized programs and the money that it saves them. You know, like, this is why Medicare for all is literally step one for me, where I'm like, you will win so many more people if they don't have to be a commodity to the fucking healthcare system, but they don't see it that way. Again, and most people either work too hard, they're busy with their families. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not going to spend that much time pontificating on why more people aren't politically engaged, and then on top of it, shunning them for not being so. You know, I'm going to try and do my best to, you know, sell our message. So with the next election that pops up, that maybe, just maybe, if they see, you know, somebody running on a populist position, or they see, you know, a D behind a name and then you're like, I can be the guy to be like, well, that's a good one, or that's a bad one, or like, that's a corporatist one. Like, it's just so much harder to do when you muddy the waters with, well, you don't see it my way. Therefore, I'm not engaging. Go away. I don't want to be part of this anymore. I love those people where you're like actually like having a good debate and they're just like, I can't even engage with you anymore. It's like, why? Duke of Bread, democracy in the workplace is the best. Duke of Bread, it is historical mistake. Don't align with the right. They need to be marginalized, and the two major parties need to be leftist and liberal. Again, then you need to be better at selling the merits of leftism. Like, as like the things that they buy into with, you know, it's maybe the easier way to look at this is like looking at it from the perspective of asking, why does that person think with a right-wing frame of mind? And then trying to understand that and then build upon it, or try to message to them within the confines of that understanding. But what I keep saying here is we would rather be so confident in our positions, in our education on this, and just the fact that just we're right. And then that's just how we market it. Is just, well, we're right. We're just right. You're wrong. You suck. Like, did you know that everything you believe in sucks? Do you guys understand? Like, again, if I turn this around on you, if I'm pretending to be a Trumper right now, where it's just like, guys, did you know that all your framing sucks? Like, all of it? Yeah. Like, what the hell, guys? Sorry, my chat needs to reboot here. Give me 1 sec. Boom, boom. Okay. But that's what I mean, Duke. Like, you're not going to convince, you know, somebody. And, like, this also doesn't, by merit, just make them wrong. Like, I'm sorry. Like, a lot of people, they do it for different reasons. But, you know, the left would be in power. In total power, if they were as popular as we thought they were. And this, I've been saying this ever since I started watching Cenk, ever since this is why I love Sam Cedar, because Sam doesn't make any bones about this. Sam is one of the few that does speak to it like we are the minority. We do have, like, we're the minority with the majority opinion. That's why the majority report, but that's also why, like, I really appreciate the way that he approaches this. This is why I appreciate the way that he approaches his show, even. It's because, like, just going down to the format, the fact that he does it in a radio show, like a classic radio show, where, like, yeah, he was trying to, like, because you have to understand that Sam was doing that to try and get Rush Limbaugh viewers, where he was trying to change the minds of the guys that watch or interact with Rush Limbaugh, but were smart enough to also kind of be like, why is that? Popular has nothing to do with reality. Yes, it does. actually, Duke, because popular makes the reality. Why do you think we're in this position that we're in right now? Saying that is being inherently ignorant to the position or to where we're at right now. Like, really? You're gonna sit there and pretend that like populism is what? Then how the fuck do you win elections? I'm sorry, Duke, that's one of your dumber takes. Like, no, I'm sorry, that's blatantly wrong. No, popularity is how these political systems get instituted, you know? Like, I'm sorry, but even Lenin at some point had to be popular to make like Leninism work within the confines of Russia. See my point? Like, dude. But then, that's the thing. He became very unpopular. See, this is where... And a lot of it, I have been told, oh, that's your skewed view of history. I'm like, actually, funny enough, because I had a skewed view of history, like, my school, because they hated, you know, the idea of a non-Christian nation, they actually talked Stalin up pretty hard, because did you know that Stalin technically was a Christian? At least that's what they believed. And then it's like, then you show them that, like, here's a history book that doesn't say Texas Instruments on it, and then all of a sudden their worldview gets completely shattered. You got trust me, guys. That was so much fun. That was so much fun getting to, you know, I was an A+ history student, and I got to pretty much reteach myself because I kind of found out, I'm like, oh, I was being taught a bunch of bullshit, and it was half of it was like rewriting history pretty much, or just conveniently cutting out certain portions. No, you are misunderstanding because you are reading text. Okay, I mean, I don't know, because I'm reading that one back in my head and saying it. I'm just, popular has nothing to do with reality. I mean, in creating our own reality, I think it does, though. I mean, even with my misunderstanding, I think that, you know, we should be trying to win elections and win people over. I know, hot take. And, you know, that's where I feel like Bernie did do a really good job with that kind of stuff, where he didn't alienate people, you know. He was very good at that whole, the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. That resonated because they were like, yeah, we are that 1%. We are that 1%. Like, there's so many people that were feeling that. I mean, look at the way that Trump got over just with like this election because of the economic situation. You know? Duke Brad, respond to things you say, and then you read them then you read them a minute later. It's not good for accurate communication. Yeah, unfortunately, something's going on with the chat today. It is way behind. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm in live chat, but yeah, for some reason my chat has been almost like legit, like a minute behind. That's why it was actually kind of hard to go back and forth with Anna there, because I was just like, I did kind of feel like I was getting a few of her points like late. So that's unfortunate, but whatever. Hopefully this gets fixed, because I don't think that I'd be able to focus like that. You know what? Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna run an internet test. Nope. My internet's fine. Okay. Whatever. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I know. I do kind of feel like this is where I'm a little bit different than some of the other leftist creators out there, because I do kind of feel like I am trying to use a different message for this, where I'm just like, guys, you know, that's why I keep saying the thing about the marketing, and that's why I keep hammering on it, because this is something that the right wing understands. This is why they're in power right now. You have to understand, like, dude, this is why we have a TV president. This is also why his cabinet picks are actually perceived as popular, because these people are good for TV, you know? And I know I'm not trying to be cynical either about it, where I'm not trying to be that guy where it's like, yeah, it's because America's so stupid, even though it kind of is. I mean, yes, I'll admit that, but that's also where I just see it as like, well, if they're so stupid, why are we losing so bad? Like, if they're so stupid, why can't we trick them? So, that's honestly a question that we should sit there and ask. Destructing, you're back. Oh, cool. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you were able to catch the back half of stream here. Well, back half. The back part of stream. Oh, speaking of, how's he doing? Here, let's say hi. Oh. Wow. And he just gave me a static shock through my headphones. Woo! All right, buddy. We'll go up soon. I know. Yeah, he's giving me that look like, I would very much like to go for a walk. It's just like, Look at that big stretch. Yeah, look how long he is. It's funny, like, if he lays, like, almost, right by me and he does, like, the Superman stretch, he's almost as tall as me. It's crazy. But yeah. I hope I didn't piss too many people off with that. I have a feeling that, Hannah, and I also hope that you understand that a lot of this is like agree to disagree stuff, but I also am not going to not push back just because, like, would you like that version of content where he is a good boy. But yeah. Yeah, is that like the version of content that people like where they just never push back against, their positions that they disagree with? Because I also think that that is disingenuous and weird. And I feel like a lot of, leftist content creators do fall in that hole where they don't want to lose their audience. So they're just like, honestly, I know, controversial opinion here too, but that's why I like Vosh. And that's why I still watch his content, because he doesn't give a shit about that. Duke of Brad, they're stupid. And that is often why they failed. It is complicated. Well, yeah, that's also why, like, I hate to say it, man. Like, I feel even worse in this knowledge that I can't convince stupid people to follow our message. Like, again, that's why today's theme is marketing. And I keep reiterating this. I've done this for a living. Like, I actually have successfully run a marketing campaign. And I've also been unsuccessful in running a marketing campaign where I had to sit and figure out what I did wrong, why it wasn't reaching people, and why my last one had clicks and the other one didn't. I've had to sit there and do that. So, like, I also hate to say it, I have maybe a little bit more of a cynical view on how to reach people than your average human being, because I can do that thing where I can just see them as a commodity, which is gross. And that's where I was kind of saying, like, in one of my last streams, I was talking about how I've worked within the confines of capitalism. I have, that's my point. Like, I've literally done it where, like, I'm trying to market to the most people. That's why I'm not in that industry anymore, is because I don't feel like, I never felt good doing it. Like, I never felt good lying to people. I never liked it. It made me feel dirty. Like, even when I had a decent amount of money, which I made a decent amount of money, it felt like blood money almost, where I was, because I just felt like I was, sacrificing my morals and, all that. So, and now here I am. Pulling in the big bucks. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna be opening up my Streamlab tips soon here, because I got super chats open. I appreciate anybody that has done that. I've had a few people actually hit me with some supers, and I appreciate all of you. And if any of you here have hit me up with a super, I really, really do appreciate that. I don't care how much it's for. You guys freaking rule. Like, you guys are truly, like, the best. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. And yeah, I also have memberships that, yeah, they are actually going to be warranting some nice exclusive content. I am looking into doing the Patreon thing, because I found out that we can have some, like, actual watch parties there with, like, whatever the hell we want to watch. So that was kind of a whole thing that changed my mind, where I was like, Oh, because I would love to share some of my more nerdier side with you guys. Also, you know, like, as much as I love smoking with you here, there are, like, I can actually smoke what I like to smoke on there. So, you know, ripping some bangers, got some flour. I am a flower child, if I have to say. If what I prefer, I actually do prefer that way more. Also, we can do, you know, was it the libation streams? Those are always fun too. But yeah, yeah, I'm so good at. It's funny. I'm like, yeah, guys, guess what I used to do? I was in marketing, but guess who can't market himself? Yeah, I think that's the bitch of it. It's like I just see everything that's like, because I feel uncomfortable with it. Like, here I am, a leftist. It's like, oh, you know, I'm technically anti-capitalist, but I'm like, I need some capital. What I need is a Sake Tanuki. If you guys know who Sake Tanuki is, and if you know how to get him in this channel, do it. Find Sake. Hashtag find Sake Tanuki. Either that or bring Tokyo Hans back, because he was one of the first people to ever send me a donation. So. But yeah, no, I actually really appreciate any of you guys that can donate, any of you guys that can sub. Also, Duke, look out for your gifted sub coming up here. I'm pretty much going to gift it to you the day that I have my first membership only stream. So also, there's a few more of you that I will be surprising in the Discord with that. We are coming up to the Christmas season, so I want you guys to be there. And if I prove oh so worthy, maybe you guys will continue to check me out. So I kind of wish I'd been doing this longer. Like, I can say that I wish I would have started this maybe a year and a half ago, but I don't think I'd be nearly as comfortable as I am here, talking to all of you fine folks. Uh-oh, I think that Anna might have taken off. Uh-oh. See, this is why I always feel bad. I feel like, especially like if she hops out of the chat, then I'm like, oh, did I push back too hard? Because I don't know. I've had a few back and forths with her, like in Discord and on chat, where I'm like, oh, I hope I didn't piss her off. But even if I did, I hope that it's a redeemable piss off kind of thing. Because that's also where I was coming at it with the end of the Cenk and Hasan bit there, where they were discussing intent and the fact that, you know, you can have these discussions, you can have, you know, debates and have disagreements and still, you know, have these people in your lives as long as you know their intent. And that's kind of where, you know, I'm at, where, like, I wouldn't be able to be friends with my apolitical people if I just constantly thought how stupid they are, or, like, I don't know. I'll be honest, during the election, I caught myself doing that a few times, where I was just like, I got one for, like, I'll even just say it. He's like my closest friend. At one point, but yeah. Duke, haha, you pissed me off, but I will always come back. I think that it is in the communication barrier. It is. I mean, between chat and all that, but even like when, like, I invite any of you guys to call into the show, like, via Discord, because I will put you on, to discuss this, like, any topic that you guys want to discuss. Because, again, I'm open to learning. I'm not a hard-headed person that's just going to be like, nope, you're wrong, I'm right. I'm also not a complete moron where, like, I know I could pass myself off as one, but most of that is just smoking the weed. And God, seeing that meme go around where it's just like, I'm just a chill guy. I'm like, huh, well, what if you are just a chill guy? It's like, oh, fuck. Do you know how many times I've had that said to me, by the way? Duke of Bread, I love my dumb friends, but they have to have a good heart. That's kind of the thing. Like, that's what I mean. Like, good hearts is, you know, that's where it is. Noemi, as a white guy, it's probably easier for you to not cut toxic people out. No, No, not at all. I've cut plenty of toxic people out. The thing is, I have Trump supporters in my life. Like I've mentioned this like many times before. One of my best friends is trans. I'm not just saying that because it's like, oh, my best friend. It's literally like, no. And she was a Trump supporter at one point. And she obviously came around, especially once she transitioned. But once people like started showing their true colors with that shit, yeah, no, I've cut a lot of people out of my life that were just absolutely toxic, that, you know, have not viewed her as a person, that refuse, like, that say, that misgender her, like, to this day. Like, no, I don't interact with those people. The ones that I will are the ones that say they voted for Trump, but they did it for, you know, economic reasons. You know, they're apolitical and they love my friend, you know, because they're just as good friends. Yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend not to recognize my, what's the word I'm looking for? God. Things I don't have to worry about. Jesus. Sorry, that just hit me like literally. Also, I just had that moment where I had half a thought where I was just like, oh God, I am so hungry. Sativa can exacerbate anxiety disorders. I preemptively apologize how I have to phrase this question for TOS with the flower in your bingers. Do you sedativa? Yeah, no, that's what I like. It does exacerbate my anxiety disorder a little bit. Actually, gives me it makes my heart race to the point where like my iWatch will just be like, dude. But if I do an if I do indies, then I do get the I don't necessarily get like need to go to bed, but I do get couch lock. So you got to be careful with couch lock. But actually, like I was, I'm gonna finish this point. Noemi, I'm sorry. I am I saying that right? Noemi, I think so. But yeah, privilege, white privilege. I don't know why I couldn't get that word. It's my white privilege. My white privilege is blocking out the fact that I have white privilege. No, dude, I'm a white cis guy. Like, yeah, trust me, I know. But that's also why, like, I have had kind of the attitude of, yeah, I could just as easily not do this or not be an ally. I could as easily get pissed off at, you know, anybody that pushes back against me or calls me an idiot or says that oh, so you don't have a poli-sci degree, so I'm not even going to listen to you. Like, whatever. I keep saying that just because, whatever. Every YouTuber that has a political channel seems to have a poli-sci degree. Duke of Bread, I will talk to anyone. I have had long conversations with fascists and all kinds of Duke, as somebody who has seen you engage with Les Weinstein in my chat, I believe you. I believe you. But I also think that, yeah, you know what? You do it. You have like a genuine curiosity that I, honest to God, I really appreciate, because I've seen the way that you engage with with people, and you're not like a troll at all. You actually, like, even when they troll you, you do like come at it with like genuine curiosity, where you're just like, but why do you feel that way? It's kind of funny to watch. Noemi, yeah, you are. I get it. But as a Hispanic woman, it's not that easy for me to overlook their choices with the ramifications. Can you, I know you're popping up a little late, we've been dealing with it today. Can you elaborate a little more what you mean by that? Overlook their choices and ramifications. Are you speaking specifically to Trump supporters or Trump voters or something like that? Because I understand that position, trust me. I understand the need to cut toxic people out of your life, especially if they are Trump supporters to the point where they are literally Trump supporters, like, fuck them. Like, fuck them. Like, those people suck. What I'm talking about are your normie people who voted for Trump because they don't pay attention to politics. Hell, they probably even feel bad now or will feel bad. You know, those ones. The ones that can actually be spoken to. their choice of the vote. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Again, I don't begrudge you that necessarily. I just think that you need to be as charitable as they would be to you. Number one, I do believe in only putting as much energy as you're willing to actually dole out, but if they're willing to match it, kind of thing. But also, you know, like as I said, I have lines. Like, trans rights is a line. If you don't think that trans people deserve rights, deuces. I don't want you in my community. That's just long and short of that one. You know, what? Also, you know, like, as I said, I have lines. Like, I was about to say, I think that's on your end. No, it's okay. I appreciate you looking out. I was like, did I mute my mic? I'll be honest. You know what? Here, let me see. I can check my latency now, because I tried to do that halfway through the Hasan video, because there was a problem there. Oh, dude. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, here. I gotta fix this. Give me one sec. Here, I'm gonna go to medium latency. I had it on high latency the entire time. Oh, no wonder. Is that better, guys? Here, let me know if that helped, because otherwise I would just have to reset the stream, which I'm not really comfortable doing, because I literally have 10 minutes left in the stream before I'm gonna be taken off. So, uh-oh. Oh, distracting. Okay, I actually just got an update about you retracting your message. No, it seems like my audio's fine. Okay, but no, no, I mean, I actually think that it's perfectly fair, but at the same time, try and be as, I don't want to say charitable, but you want to try and change their minds. And if you feel like you can speak to these people, and if you can speak to like their economic conditions, you know, their health conditions is a big one. I tell you, the more and more that I talk to people about socialized medicine, especially like people that have healthcare issues, I'm telling you, man, like that's usually where I make the most traction, where these people, they get it. You know, and that's why Bernie had so much traction his first time around, because those people were like, yeah. And they actually saw the threat of, you know, the Republicans coming to repeal the ACA after it had just been enacted. And even though it had, you know, it was still pretty new, you know, they were very like, oh, yeah, I don't want to go back to a pre-existing, like, if that's the biggest thing that people are dealing with now with their whole, well, I'll feel bad if Trump repeals the ACA. And it's like, well, okay, if he does, we're all fucked. I mean, all of us, I am screwed. Like, at that point, I am so screwed. Yeah, we'll just say every mental condition I've ever had is a pre-existing condition. Distracting, yeah, must have been having a problem with my headset. It's okay. Actually, full disclosure, that's why I have these headphones, because my OG headphones took a crap. So, although I'll be honest, I'm yeah. Unfortunately, I think I've given up. I'm not angry, just disappointed in America. I understand that. Don't give up yet. Actually, just don't give up. Like, never just give up. You can be angry. You can check out. I mean, hell, that's literally, like, don't feel bad for going and meeting America literally where they live. You know, not in political land. But I mean, that's the bitch of it, because, like, I do remember reading something where, like, and this isn't like tooting our own horn or whatever the fuck, but it said that if you identify with leftist policies, then generally you are a higher educated or a higher, you know, you are of higher intelligence than, you know, a right winger, which I know we're all sitting here going, duh, but realistically, that's where I have a little bit of faith in that because, again, like my friends being who they are, I love them to death, and I don't view them as dumb. I just view them as like, okay, well, they're politically simple, you know. And it's my job to make them a little bit less, but unfortunately, you know, the Piers Morgans of the world, they are very effective with their messaging, with the, oh, so you're just going to call everybody Hitler. You're just going to call everybody Hitler. You know, bringing up all the hyperbole, bringing up all that bullshit. That's why that shit had traction. You know, that's why they are so good at focusing, like shifting the focus to, you know, trans people in sports, when that has no material effect on anybody in this fucking country. It doesn't. And honestly, I used to do this back with the frickin' immigration debate because, again, it doesn't materially affect anybody except for the immigrants in this fucking country. Nope. But, you know, you talk to your average white dude from a, you know, you go to like any auto shop in fucking America and they'll just tell you like, oh, you know, these Mexicans, they gotta close the border. But then they're sitting there relying on cheap labor in that same automotive shop. They'll be literally just be like, oh, that's my boy Jose. Yeah, technically he doesn't got those papers. So, you know, we gotta be careful with that. Like that shit happens everywhere. And it's so fucking sickening to me how many people that vote for Trump and vote Republican that openly take advantage of that system. Especially these assholes that are talking about the mass immigration. Like, it's so funny. I actually just saw this recently because of somebody that, like, I followed, you know, professionally. We were in the same profession. And he, without getting too close to revealing what I did, he runs a shop. And his whole thing was kind of like that, where he was just like, oh, well, I'm not going to, oh shit. Well, then you're telling me that I won't be able to hire the undocumented ones? It's just like, yeah, because they won't be here, dipshit. He was just like, well, doesn't, that just means like, oh. And then he realized, because he was like, well, and now his whole thing is, well, these kids don't want to work for anything lower than $15 an hour, bunch of fucking pansies. Like, I swear to God. Like, and that's exactly it. Now they're shifting that. They just want too much. You know how much I made? You know how much I made? They're very much like that. But yeah, speaking back to your comment, Noemi, I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope that, like, at least you, number one, find some solace in this community where we can talk these things out. Also, I appreciate you being here. Sub to the channel if you haven't already. Also, leave a like on the stream. It really helps me. But realistically, I genuinely do appreciate you being here and engaging with us. And I sympathize with your position. It's sympathize. Okay, Duke of Bread. When I talk to normies, I usually talk about healthcare too. I try to meet people where they are. That's why I yap more complicated leftist ideas at you. Oh, okay. That actually makes more sense, Duke. So you're just like more comfortable with me. Okay, that's cool. I actually appreciate that. Duke of Bread. If Piers accused me of calling Trump, I would say he is. He said immigrant position. Again, that doesn't help our movement, though. Like, you could say he's fascist or he's promoting fascist ideology that is in tune with what Hitler believed, but just outright saying that shit, that is playing the hyperbolic game that Piers is literally using as ammunition, and it's working. It's working. I'm sorry. It is. It literally is permeating to normal people that are leftists. Well, of the left, I should say. Because even they're just like, yeah, you know, I don't like that shit. Distracting. I just shared a video on Discord. Likely you already watched it on stream, just in case. Oh, you know what? I'll take a look. Let me see. Did you share it to politics? Oh, okay, cool. He saw it coming. This is secular? I saw this, but I didn't actually watch it on stream, so... What I'm going to do, though, since I do have to end here soon, we got a few more minutes. I'll go overtime with you guys. We're having some pretty good discussion here, so until I literally hear my wife kind of just go, "Can we eat?" Then yeah. But no, actually, I appreciate that distracting, and you know what I will do? I'm gonna save that for the next program, which will more than likely be on Monday. Look out for my videos tomorrow. I have at least one I know that's in the can already, so that should be coming out. Also, look out for my shorts. I post shorts every Sunday, and it's always my animals. So, or a fun video, because I think that this week is actually going to be something a little more fun. I recorded this guy perfecting something in an arcade that was really cool. But if you follow me on TikTok, you've already seen it. Noemi, you're so right, but when the right has so much money to shovel out propaganda, it's tough to educate the Trump voters. Thanks for your commentary. It gives me some hope. Oh, I really appreciate that. That really does, like, thank you. That makes this stuff worth it. Trust me. As you can see, I'm not exactly I'm not shouting out donos at the end of my stream for a reason. So, but no, I really appreciate that. That's also why I legit am trying to build a community where, you know, this is I admit what I am. I am a leftist, but I am also trying to be more of a is this even a word? A practicalist? Like I want to try and speak to people in a practical manner where, again, we can try and agree on certain things. Like, agree to disagree is not a bad term in my community. I hate to say it, because I feel like if we can end on those terms, like, more than not, then we can always come back and then try to, you know, see it or educate people, you know, more on the subjects. Because also, like, that's one thing I've always hated about, like, online debates, especially like with guys like Destiny when he would debate, you know, right-wingers, is ironically he was so ingrained in not, you know, capitulating on his position that he would always just, like, he would resort to kind of being a dick, where now, funny enough, he's like literally saying the same positions that these guys were trying to debate him on. So it was kind of funny to watch that happen organically. But I'm glad that I can help, Noemi, and I hope that, you know, you, number one, return to this type of to this commentary channel, and to this type of commentary channel. Like, these are the type of, like, don't watch things that make you feel so bad all the time. That's one thing that I'm starting to do that is making my life a whole lot more enjoyable. I'm not actively seeking out things that actively piss me off. That's why I do enjoy doing this, where I can watch, like, the Piers Morgan stuff with you guys, so then I can give my commentary. But once I'm off, I'm not thinking about that, man. Like, I don't care, like, about the Piers Morgan stuff. Broader politics, yes, of course. Like, I'm always thinking of how we can change, and also I'm also thinking what I can do, you know, with my stream, with my community. Like, how can we build this? How can we make this better? But, you know, I've also, as a smaller YouTube, run into the finer nuances of YouTube and the leftist community of YouTube, where, you know, I've said I like Vosh. I've lost subs for liking Vosh. I've lost subs for platforming a Destiny video. I've lost subs for farting on my dog. Recently lost subs for doing that. And if you don't know the history behind that, that was a viewer suggestion saying that Hasan likes that content. So I did it with the idea that, yes, I could tag Hasan in it. And funny enough, I was watching a Hasan segment when I did it. So that was also kind of funny. But I did it for the specific reason that my dog was cutting farts all stream, and they were so bad. But yeah, I've lost people over that, and, you know, but, and that sucks to me, you know. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't. Duke of bread, ha ha ha. You owe me a sub there, buddy. Did I tell you that, Duke? Did I actually? I'm not sure if you were here for that, but for real, I lost a sub, but they were nice enough to tell me, like, in the comments, where they were just like, well, I'm unsubbing from your channel. That's borderline animal cruelty. I thought you were better than that. I was like, I've been been laughing about that all fucking day. But at the same time, I'm like, is it? Like, because now they got me all fucked up with it. We're like, huh, we're not sure. Is it animal cruelty to because they're just like, he doesn't know better, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was fun. But, distracting. Half when I talk to the political layman, I often focus on how greedy corporations hire opportunistic and lying influencers to exacerbate... Oh, okay, that's supposed to be split. To exacerbate infighting amongst the working class that keep us weak by Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of people... Oh! Nomi! Shout out! What the fuck? Alright. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Look at you. You just sent me my first super on a live stream. So you literally, you wow. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the $5. I'm blown away. And yeah, you just actually won yourself a membership into the exclusive club. But real quick, that totally distracted me. So back to your comment about keeping it like with the influencers who are doing the dirty for the opportunistic corporations. Logan Paul is the king of that. Oh man, I hate that guy. There's very, very few human beings on this planet that I actively despise, like despise. I hope you're not a fan, because us divided. Oh, okay. Keeping us divided while they pay off lazy politicians to implement policies that benefit them to the detriment of their constituents. Yes. No. See, the problem with that is like, anytime that I've tried to bring that up in like a broader context, you get like this almost like weird conspiracy theory pushback where they're just like, oh, so you're almost like a QAnoner. That like, I've had that happen where they're just like, you sound almost borderline QAnon with this. I'm like, but this is true though. Like the weird part is knowing that Alex Jones, if I was in the same room with him, would just be like, he's right, you know. He may be a globalist, but he's right. It's like, yeah, Alex, I am. Duke of Bread, the fart on clip will pay dividends in the end. The screenshot, the complete. It's beautiful. Oh, I did. Yeah, I hope so, because I know that it ended up on r/Hasan Piker, but we couldn't do OK Buddy, so I wanted to put it on OK Buddy, but they were a little wonky with their rules, so distracting. I'm going to recommend another video that's pertinent. Okay, I appreciate it. No, listen, viewer recommendations are always appreciated. I'll also shout you out for them. Sorry, maybe not as much as shouting out Noemi here. I mean, she's freaking superhero of this stream. And also, I also love the critical hit too, because yeah. I'm not sure if you could choose that, because I know that there's certain like things on YouTube where they're just like, here, boom. I hate to say like Discord when they do the waves. There's one specific one where it's like the little frog guy just going like, ah! I like him. Duke of Bread. Watch how Bernie talked about it to Theo Von and copy him. Well, yeah. I mean, that's also why I appreciate guys like Theo. This is also why I appreciate... See, like, this is where... I'm not... Noemi, I know you're newer here, so... like, my background is in radio and comedy, so I've always, like, been really into, you know, other radio shows and just following the culture of radio, but also following the culture of comedy, so it's very odd that, you know, a guy like Theo Von, who, you know, he was a bit comic, just even a few years ago, like, just blow up the way he did. Shane Gillis, guys, like, he's another one where, like, even before the SNL blow up, I used to watch Gillian Keeves. So, like, it's really cool, like, now where I get to do this, where I get to kind of talk about the, politics, but also talk about guys like Theo Von and why they are kind of important to like the overall lexicon of like the talking about politics. Because like Joe Rogan really has kind of diluted the whole idea behind, bro culture and getting involved in these things, when again, like, he used to be really good at that. He used to be super good at also inviting people that, Kyle Kalinske, David Pakman, those guys would make frequent appearances and they would challenge him on his positions, and he was more than open to having those challenges, his views challenged. But now we're at this point where I'm kind of like, oh man, it's almost like the pushback, but like on Rogan is almost disingenuous, because I've seen a few clips recently come out, and like the Midas Touch will cover a Joe Rogan clip, and then I'll just go watch it in like the full the full clip, or like the full segment. Nothing like the clip that they were using, and that like they just did this with him talking about Trump and to this guy that was discussing the economic policies, and the big hit was like Joe just being like, "Is that true? Is that true?" Which, number one, this is Rogan we're talking about. If he doesn't look at Jamie and go like, "Is that true, Jamie?" Also, let's shout out young Jamie for being the hero that has kept us safe for longer than even we knew. Because, God, could you imagine him without the little Jamie there? Oh boy. But sorry, I don't mean to make this like a Joe Rogan thing, but realistically, that is why the mainstream media focus so much on Kamala not going on Rogan. That's why. And honestly, somebody had, this wasn't like my original thought. I'm trying to credit who said it, but when Trump went on Theo Von, that was the problem, because it humanized him. And Trump started talking about, cocaine and just asking questions about cocaine and cocaine. And that apparently is what, like, that shifted the needle, like, as far as like all these interviews and everything. And then when I talked to a few of my buddies about it who are into that, Bloodstone by Stars, thank you for the $5. Holy crap, catching stream in between flights to Cincinnati. No more fridge streams for me. Aww. You made me super jealous of, okay, can I just be honest about that fridge? I was literally thinking about it today. Like, Bloodstone, you're gonna appreciate this. I didn't get into many political fights, actually. I got into one little one. And funny enough, it was with my mother-in-law that was disagreeing with, like, on a point that, we used to agree on. She thinks Gavin Newsom should be the next guy. I'm like, nah. But no, it's so funny. My brother-in-law was just talking to me about fridges. Like, we were talking about fridges and appliances, and I had to get a new dishwasher for, reasons, because my never get a Frigidaire. If I can give you one piece of advice, never get a Frigidaire. They are garbage. So, and they will ruin your kitchen if you run it and it has a broken seal. So just little fun aside. So I ended up getting a Whirlpool, and I just, mother-in-law versus pep. Yeah. Oh! Actually, my mother-in-law loves me, and I love her. She's very cool. She's a North Sider. She's as Chicago. Literally, she's like off Clark Street. She is a pistol. Don't piss her off. And that was kind of funny, because even when I was like, I don't know, but then she was just like, yeah, but he looks like a politician. I'm like, I'll give you that. It's like, wait, that's your barometer now? Let's not do that. Can we not? But no, it's so funny, because when we were talking about this, I was like, yeah, I got a GE, not the greatest, company as far as like leftist, support. And they did kind of, I know, back Trump it or whatever the hell. But as far as getting it serviced in America, and also like having the parts readily available and not spending an arm and a leg, that's what I'm about. I'm about like ease of fixing, because I, right to repair. Like I like being able to repair my own stuff. So we were talking specifically about washers and dryers, and I have had a Samsung washer and dryer for the better part of a decade now, and I can tell you right now, they have mold issues, dude. Like, because they got this weird thing where, oh man, it's weird. Like, because like it's like the lip underneath where your seal usually is, where water's not supposed to get. Yeah, there's like mold. Yeah, that's fun to deal with too. But yeah, we that was the most contentious debate we had, was about Samsung versus GE. So I think that I won Thanksgiving with that one. All right, let's see what you mentioned you compare that some compare you to QAnon types when you mentioned how greedy corporations pay off influencers. Yeah. No, okay. I really appreciate you posting this one. So this one I will cover on Monday. I can tell you that right now. I'll also probably cover the Bernie one. We'll just do a viewer recommended segment. Because, yeah, did you guys hear about Des Prager? I'm not sure if you guys heard about it, because he just had a little health scare, but it was kind of funny when he went down. Apparently, like, guys like Glenn Beck, like, they, instead of like, sending condolences or like trying to be nice, they fucked with him. I was just like, what the, like, they're being mean, dude. There we go. Sorry. Hold on, guys. I need to so we just had another chat issue happen. Bloodstone by Star, same. I just want to have a guy that knows how to fix my stuff. Yeah. So this is where, again, I'm going to give a shout out to. Actually, you know what? Costco's cool. So I know that they're actually, like, as far as like leftist corporations, they're pretty cool. Yeah, Costco. Honestly, if you are looking at buying any appliances, do it through them. I'm not even kidding, man. And make sure you just go in, take a look at them, the ones that you were thinking of. But what they do is you just order it online, but it's the exact price that they say it is, with installation included. The installation comes exactly when they say it's going to. And I'm telling you, man, I've gone through multiple contractors to get things installed. Oh boy. Yeah, it's yeah. But yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend that your parents' fridge didn't make me think that I now want a screen in my fridge. I mean, I'm anti-capitalist, but yeah, some technology is just too cool. Oh, the way that I would use it, though, I would totally make it like, so you make it like the Star Trek, the Next Generation fonts, and like the outlay, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. But that's cool that you're flying to Cincinnati. Not back, but oof, Cincy. Oh boy. WKRP Cincinnati. Oh, get yourself one of those shirts if you're at the airport. I love me some WKRP. Actually, Robin, who's usually in our chat, we were just talking about the WKRP Cincinnati Thanksgiving marathon that they do. Which, again, I only remember it because I was a little kid. Bloodstone by Stars. I also don't want to believe that I wanted, but now I can't resist. See? No, it happens, man. It happens. Sometimes you see something so cool that you're just like, ow. Damn it. Damn it. Duke of Bread, you don't need capitalism to put a screen on a fridge. Capitalists just own things engineers and workers actually make things happen. No, I mean, that's a great idea. I'd buy a Star Trek. See? See? With everything being like touchscreen, it's insane to me how there isn't like an iPad interface that you can just switch. Like on my HTC phone that I had like almost damn near 20 years ago, I actually had like the Enterprise the tricorder. I had the tricorder on it. It was really cool. God, I miss that. like even though it wasn't a flip phone, like when I would get a phone call, it would make the noise and everything. Ah, I missed that. I also had the Power Rangers communicator for a while. Now to this day, if anybody has that as their ringtone, I immediately go to my pocket because like I hang out at comic shops and yeah, there's still some old guys that still do those ringtones. Actually, it's so funny. Speaking of my mother-in-law, she is one of like the last vestiges of the people that I know that has a ringtone that's a song. She's got Maroon 5. Oh, I thought that guy was problematic. Uh-oh. Give chat just 1 second. It's rebooting. Scaredy Bear doing its job. Alrighty. I still can't believe that, like you're just sitting in, like this is the second time that you're just sitting in an airport watching my stream. It's freaking cool. Although not as cool as when you guys were in the dispo. The fact that, I mean, okay, so, you know what? Super chats and tips are nice, but when you tell me that you're in the dispo and you're watching me, that makes me feel like I made it. Actually, I'm not even kidding. You telling me that you're like you sending that picture of you watching me on the fridge. I was like, hell yeah! Not just a TV, but a fridge. Look at me, Ma. I'm a fridge star. Oh boy. All right, there was one thing that I wanted to take care of before I get out of here, and that is number one. I'm going to link up the Discord. I'm not sure, Noemi, if you are on Discord, but if you are, please do not hesitate to join, because we have a very fun community in there. You can definitely get more like personalized stuff out there as far as like posting memes, politics, suggestions, all that kind of stuff. Also, we have some text and chat channels. So if you guys want to call into the show, that is where it is done. So give me 1 second and I will put it in the link here. Here you go. Noemi, it's not the most user friendly. I'll be honest. It is good though. Yeah, just click that. I think it'll walk you through the steps if you don't already have a account. But yeah, no, we have a very, very cool Discord. Actually, real quick shout out to Wrecked Angel. I'm not sure if she is here. I know that she has been not feeling very well. So just real quick, say a quick get well to Wrecked Angel. She is one of our mods. Well, she is the mod on this channel. So, all the well wishes to Wrecked Angel, and also all the appreciation in the world for everything that she has done. She has gone above and beyond for this channel, man. She has given me ideas for marketing. I'm going to be simulcasting on Twitch soon, so that will also be happening. On top of having my Streamlab tips open, I'm also going to... there's going to be another page. Hold on. Maybe I can link it here. Shit. I don't think I can. Never mind. Is there really no live link here? Okay. Either way, I was toying with the idea of setting up my everything in just one collected website, but that is a little bit of a ways away, it looks like. Cause did I get the domain? No. All right, I can just tell you. I tried to get peptalks.tv. I did not get it. That sucks. Damn it. I was willing to pay for that too. Well, all right. I'll figure that out. Either way, for the meantime, you guys can check me out here. And honestly, Bloodstone and Noemi, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Like, you guys, like, this is so real. Damn, you supporting leftist content creators and making this my job. Like, this is so cool. Like, you guys are getting me so, like, that much closer to me being able to do this, like, full time. And, man, living that dream. That's kind of cool, man. I actually have more fun doing this than I think I would have had I done actual, like, terrestrial radio, because the way that I was trained to do this was I would be doing bumpers. So, like, say I had music in the background, then I just do, well, you're listening to WKRP, and today, right now, you have Beyonce with Shake That, or whatever the hell, and that's it. That would literally be it. And then you just sit there, wait throughout your segment, and then right back to it. And it's like, I wanted to do talk radio, and they kept telling me, they're like, yeah, you got to work for that type of show, like, to get that type of show. I was like, for how long? They're like, oh, like decades. I was like, what? What? And then, like, that same year, Joe Rogan's just like, I started a podcast. It's like a radio show. You can listen to it online. I was like, interesting. But admittedly, it took me a little bit of time to get here. So, but I really do appreciate the fact that you guys enjoy this, though. I also am trying to, like, oh, wait. Distracting. Yo, Dark Matter. How'd I miss this? Okay, hold on. Yeah, Dark Matter 2525. Is that the video you sent me? Or... yeah, do me a favor and send me that Dark Matter one. If you haven't already, because, yeah, I would like to check that out too. Okay, Bloodstone by Stars. Have a good rest of the stream later, guys. Okay, well, actually, with her taking off, I'm probably not so far behind. You're not going to miss too much, so gotta be honest, because right now, I'm about to go eat some leftovers and figure out life. So, but I do actually have to hop on off. I have a Friendsgiving planned for tomorrow, and I still have to go to the grocery store. So, ain't that gonna be fun? But this actually matters to me way more than my Thanksgiving. I hate to say, my family has never been one for actually really celebrating Thanksgiving. So anytime that, you know, my family of choice is here, I feel a little bit more thankful. So I hope that other people, like everybody else, is able to do that, or has some close friends in their life that they're able to do something like that with, because I'm a very, very fortunate guy. I love my friends, especially, you know who you are if you're sitting in here doing your due diligence, trying to... I feel bad for my friends that they listen to me talk, like, just on off time, but they also watch my stream where I'm just like, what are you doing to yourselves? No, Emmy. Good night. All right. Yes. All right. I'm doing the good old Midwestern goodbye, so... I will take this 40 seconds to get to my 5 hours and 30 minutes. Duke of Brad, keep it up, man. Duke, thank you, man. I really appreciate you. I do. I appreciate you popping in here with your humor and and your insight. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. And also the fact that you hold it down by debating less. Somebody's got to do it. Robin, you were here. All right, Robin. Shout out. I really appreciate you popping in to say goodnight. But yes, good night, guys. As I said,